So ridiculous what happens to me in this game.
I love the game. Phil's back. Bingo! Oh, I was just joking, Phil. Did you believe me again? I love this show.
Shocked he called.
Oh my God, what is going on? What is going on?
Tilt
oh my
juice!
God.
How about that? I love that. You're working out, you might not be as good at poker as you believed, right?
Need a limp in. Limpy.
I think most people lose their little Phil along with their baby teeth.
Doyle finally has a hand to chew on. Pocket tens are raised to 1900. Lock folds.
Got the double. How much is that?
19.
Okay. Just because it's Doyle, I want to play with it.
Expect to see a lot of that here in the big game. There's ego as well as cash at stake here, and these guys love to mix it up with each other.
You've got 100 there, Dal, or what?
It's got 100.
Yeah, maybe this is a good time to squeeze here.
Test it out. Test the waters. Test the waters. I think you're just thinking about calling.
I should squeeze, really.
Squeeze.
I've never seen a guy squeeze after they make the announcement of this would be a good time to squeeze in 10 years of cards at this point. I'm going to do that move someday. Yeah.
Will you call 8 more?
I'll call 8 more.
If I make the announcement.
Will you call 10 more?
I think we're getting out of hand now. Let's just play the hand. Call the 15 or fold. That's your two options.
No, then what are you talking about?
Raise. Go for it. Make it happen.
Actually, it's three-handed, so you probably shouldn't be killing the...
He started the talking.
He started it.
You're threatening. Pull the trigger.
Okay, I raised 10,000 more.
Wow, that's a first.
All right,
Yeah, that is a first.
Can he raise 10?
Total about 84? It'll be 84 total.
Remember, it is pot limit pre-flop.
These guys shouldn't talk about the squeeze with Doyle still in the hand, which, by the way, is just another raise after there's already been a raise and a call. Now, even though Phil is 3-bet here, everyone is so deep stacked that even if Phil's got aces or kings, Doyle is actually getting the right odds to try to hit his 10, and he makes the call.
As a poker spectator, I'd like to say I like the way this hand is
This is going to be a fun hand. We got a fun hand going on here. A lot of crazy talk.
Decision time for Tony G.
I just want to be in a pot. I can't say no to this pot.
Remember everything I just said about Doyle having the right odds to call? Well, same thing for Tony G, except the exact opposite. This man clearly hates money.
No, he doesn't. How about trip jacks for Tony G?
Apparently he's clairvoyant.
I check.
A check by Tony.
There you
Phil
go.
checks.
You hit it that good?
Very sneaky, Tony. I'm sure Doyle thinks he's best here. The odds of flopping trips are less than 2%.
He bets 18,000.
Bet is 18,000.
bet 18.
Tony G makes the smooth call.
Now you can move in. Be the hero.
More trickery from Tony G.
Actually, Phil moves out.
Heads up.
As you can see, Doyle is drawing dead.
I'm all in, whatever comes.
You're all in now?
Yeah, I'm all in.
He's all in the dark.
All in the dark.
Tony G all in the dark.
Tony G has just bet a brand new Jaguar without even seeing the next card. This has got to arouse some suspicion in Doyle, possibly confuse him even.
A king on the turn.
Come what may. That's commitment to the game.
Tony's played this hand so straightforwardly, it's befuddled Doyle. I have 3 jacks, I'm all in. It's like a double reverse bluff.
I love the game so much. Absolutely love it.
I guess you got me covered, huh?
Probably not.
So you just came in and hit a jack, right? Instead of the 2-8 you got.
Doyle trying to convince himself he's got Tony beat.
What do you got, Doyle? 2 10s?
You got it.
You got 2 10s?
Yeah.
Just because Tony's right doesn't mean you are, Doyle.
I just don't believe you got it, buddy.
There he goes.
2 10s is very
All in
bad.
and the close.
Bad.
You're drawing dead to 2 10s.
Oh, what a disgusting feeling.
And you,
Reload.
how sick is that?
And Tony G will double up.
How did, I guessed his hand too? Because you said 2 8s, I guess. No, you've got some chips.
That was a good read.
He's got like 70. How much you got?
I lost. No, I bluffed Phil. It didn't work. At least he didn't have aces, right? I'm gonna clean you out. I'm gonna clean you out, baby. I'm gonna do it to you. I'm gonna wipe you out.
Keep sticking 8,400 in with Jack 10 offsuit when you're.
I will do it on a 100 stack. When it's 8.1% of your stack, it's not even like 6%.
I would have busted you. Don't worry.
You would have busted me. You feel good. I love you. You're the best, Phil.
In there. and
Pocket
done
sixes for the loose cannon. Raises to 1,200. Action folds around to Doyle Brunson. Ah, with the Brunson.
that. And he's reaching for chips.
Raise the pot.
I guess if the hand's named after you, that does make you pot committed.
A raise to 4,400.
So 32 more?
Correct.
Will calls.
I don't know if anyone's the real favorite against 10 deuce when Doyle's holding it.
8 queen deuce on the flop. Bottom pair for Doyle.
What you got approximately?
Oh, now you sound like an internet player.
No, not just approximate. That's good. I can
50,
see.
55, 60.
I'm all in.
Pushing it.
Doyle's all in.
Wow.
Fire up the TiVo. It's the Doyle show.
Doyle Brunson poker, baby.
Will folds.
You said it.
Doyle shows the Brunson.
Oh, no.
You just can't help it with that hand. Doyle just can't help it. This is Doyle's hand right here.
It's very loose with my money.
It's a world champ.
I know his hand.
Locks out.
The most painful thing ever is those
Watching
big
and going,
bets
no!
going, yeah, and you're like, no, and you feel like you have a chance to salvage it right there.
Yeah,
Like,
you're like, wait.
Oh yeah, it's in the past and it's all on DVD. Yeah,
It's all
crap.
DVD, TiVo.
Lex raised with 9-5 suited. Vanessa re-raised with ace-6 suited. And Daniel folds. Scott. Pocket pair.
9-5 is the hand Scott played twice in a row against Daniel this week and won it both times. Pocket fours must look pretty juicy to Scott looking over at Vanessa's deep stack.
And Seaver re-pops it to 12-1.
With Daniel's chips.
That's cruel.
Lex is reaching for chips with his 9-5 suited.
And he 5-bets it.
And another raise.
Lex turns the business end of 9-5 towards Scott.
Vanessa folds.
How much do you have, Lex? Do you have any stacks behind this?
No. Those are scary questions to be asked.
Especially when you're holding 9-5.
Raise pot.
Seaver pots it. And Lex folds.
Good fold.
Oh, Scott Seaver, you're crazy.
Barry. Ace-7 offsuit.
Gonna raise his ace in the cutoff.
To 1,500. Jason Mercier. 8-7 suited.
Suited connector is exactly the kind of hand these guys like to play in position.
And he calls. Joe Cata folds. Danny looking at ace-deuce suited. Also calls. So 3 players to the first flop of the evening. 5 tray 4, a crazy one.
Barry's gone from first to worst. Danny has flopped a wheel.
Danny's checked over Barry. He bets 3,000.
You can always count on good old Greenstein to continuation bet. Jason's got a monster draw, a flush draw to go with his gut shot. Don't see him going anywhere. We might see a semi-bluff.
Jason raises to 8,400.
That bet tells me he'd be happy to take it right here. Now we know Danny has a made straight and he's not going anywhere. It's possible he's already drawing dead, but he knows both Barry and Jason have a pretty wide range. Barry always c-bets and Jason is a re-raising machine. Now Danny's got a made hand, but it isn't really strong enough to slow play. He has no redraw and he can't improve, so there's no benefit to another card coming off.
Danny re-raises to 24,000.
See, with that raise, Danny's protecting his hand and he's betting for value at the same time.
Barry folds his gut shot. So now the action on Jason Mercier.
Now with his bet sizing, Jason knows Danny has to have some kind of hand. He only has an 8 high right now, so he can't afford to just call and miss on the turn. He's going to want to see both cards or none at all. He could fold, but this draw may be too big to resist temptation.
On.
There's all in.
Danny would actually be the one all in if he calls.
And I can't see him folding.
Call.
Call. You say call?
Yeah.
I'm gonna run it. I have a gut shot and a flush draw.
Did they let us do that?
Hold on. Yeah, they let us do it. Do you want to run it? How many times do you want to run it?
Once or 3 times.
All right, I'll definitely run it 3 times then.
That means they'll see the turn and the river 3 times, playing for 1/3 of the pot each run.
Did you guys have your call?
And even though Danny's got a made straight, you can see they're each about a coin flip to win this hand.
I just have to hit. You have no redraw, right?
Yeah, I know.
I have a lot of kill cards.
The first of 3 runs. Queen on the turn.
No help for Jason.
The river. Danny wins the first run.
Nice one, the first one.
Remember, Jason's looking for any of those outs at the top of the screen.
The second turn, the 5 of diamonds.
Is there any spades in there?
The river, 7 of clubs. Danny wins again.
I made 2 pair. All right, come on. Let's not do this.
Jason's hoping for 1/3 of this pot.
The third and final run.
All right, there we go. I'm glad we ran it 3 times.
Yeah.
If you said once or twice, that would have been very expensive.
Jack of clubs, the meaningless river card. Mercier makes his flush and pockets 1/3 of the pot, more than 57 grand.
Seaver folds, Tony G, who raises. Viffer calls. Cannon's out, Sura's out.
Now we can switch cards. See, now I got position. We can go for the switches.
Viffer and Tony always trying to switch.
Uh-oh, no talking.
And no switching.
8 queen jack on the flop. Tony's made 2 pair, but Viffer's made a bigger 2 pair.
This exact thing happened last night, only Viffer was the one on the business end.
Wow.
Insta.
Tony bets and Viffer insta calls. Oh, 8 on the turn and Tony's filled up.
Tony G makes his date with an 8.
7,000 from Tony.
Viffer's smile may have faded a bit, but he probably still likes his hand.
And he's in trouble. He makes the call.
Viffer's going to need to hit a queen or a jack.
But it's a 10 of hearts on the river.
What have you got?
30, 40.
Tony wants it all.
25.
Makes it 25,000.
This bet is meant to induce Viffer to just stick it all in, and I think that would be a bigger possibility if it weren't for this board texture. There's a 4-card straight out there, trips, Broadway. Top 2 pair is basically a bluff catcher. No worse hand is ever value betting. And the only draw that missed is spades.
Still a tough spot for Viffer here. He is up against Tony G.
What you got there?
2 pair. Not 8s. I don't have 2 pair 8s.
Yeah, I hope it's not slow rolling me.
Tony's trying everything he can to trick Viffer into calling.
And he lets it go.
Pretty solid fold from the Viffer.
Good for the game, showing a bluff.
So Tony G drags another pot, but not as big as he expected.
Showing bluff is good for the game. Just saying.
Tony flopped it.
He flopped it and turned it.
Bill Perkins has brought 3 female assistants to the big game. How many of them have you struck out with?
My percentage would be right around 100.
Speaking of ladies, pocket queens for Phil Hellmuth.
Min raises. Minieri's out. Elke with 6-5.
I have the button. I shouldn't even look. I should just decide I'm gonna win. Oh, I don't have to decide I'm gonna win. I'm just gonna win.
Lock calls.
I'm just gonna win this one.
Phil does tend to run pretty good on the big game.
Pocket kings for the businessman.
I'm at the pot.
Bill Perkins comes in with the pot. Little pottage. Pottage in the cottage. Pottage in the cottage.
Perkins has raised it up to 4,200. Cannon out of the way.
Phil Hellmuth could be in some real trouble here.
How much do you have there anyway?
What is it?
Nothing.
You keep saying not much, and this is a 25K chip, kid.
Nothing. I don't know. They're coming to take me away, or how?
40.
These two are on a collision course.
All right, I raised the pot too.
Hiya!
I think Phil min raised, hoping for this opportunity. Whoops.
I actually believe now. I believe.
Lock folds to Hellmuth's raise to 14,400, and the action's back on Perkins.
What are my choices?
Ship it, call, or fold.
I re-raised the pot.
All right, I'm all in. I'm all in.
It's all in. Okay. Aces or?
I got queens.
I have kings.
Holy cow.
Poor Phil Hellmuth.
Your choice.
I mean, let's just run it once, I guess.
Go.
They're going to run it once.
I decided in advance I'm only going to run it once today.
You know what? Poker should get back to this one-time thing. It's so manly. It's like the West. We're going to go find gold and go into the West and run it one time.
That one almost actually kind of made sense. His meds must be kicking in.
So Bill Perkins all in and in a great position to double up. Flop. 6-5-8, all hearts.
Oh, and Phil Locke would have flopped a straight with a straight flush redraw. Hi-ya!
Perkins way in the lead.
No more outs on the flop and only backdoor chop possibilities. Things are looking bad for Phil.
Turn. Ace of diamonds.
Phil now looking for a queen and only a queen, else he's going to double up Bill Perkins and be left with a teensy-weensy stack himself.
To the river. 10 of clubs, and Perkins is going to double up.
Nice hand.
Thank you.
Perkins seems kind of reserved, being that he just doubled up, no?
Ta-da! I finally won a hand. I got like a couple more of those before I'm back in the game.
You're unstuck, I think. Or
No, I'm super stuck. I'm still
you're
on tilt.
stuck less than 15?
I have less tilt juice in my system.
The tilt juice has been wrung out, huh?
I had maximum tilt juice. It was like overdrive.
I mean, the businessman, you know, he shows up with kings when he has 43,000. Come on.
You know, and I
So ridiculous what happens to me in this game.
That's what I give right now.
Ace 8 for Phil Locke. Limps in. Big slick for Tony G. Raised to 2,200. Pair of 9s for Phil Hellmuth.
Phil's 3-bet many times with worse hands than this. I'm guessing we're going to see a raise.
Making a stand.
Yeah, I'm thinking about making a stand here.
You don't have the guts to raise.
I love the Tony G. Phil
You don't
Hellmuth
have
show.
the guts. You
You
know
guys
that.
make me happy, you know? I want to go on a picnic with you two guys.
Phil knows he's supposed to raise. He also knows it's pot limit pre-flop, so Tony probably won't fold.
I'm going to raise it up a little
What have a
bit.
hand here?
5 more.
To 7,200. Lock folds.
My hand radar strong. You know?
I make it whatever. I make it 25.
Way too much history between these guys in this game this week for Tony to just call with ace-king.
There you go. Enjoy that one.
Phil has just over 46,000 left.
You're pot committed.
Phil's definitely not pot committed.
What can I have here?
He said, yeah, I mean, I kind of feel like I have you here.
That one. Get it in.
It's priceless.
Push it in.
The pump fake.
Okay.
It goes for it.
Quick call.
I got a pair of 9s.
Oh, so it's a flip.
Ace king and it's pair of 9s. Wow.
Just one time?
Some gambling.
Good luck to both of you
You guys
guys.
running it once?
Once.
One
This is your-
time.
this is your
all
hand,
the
though.
cheese. Hellmuth could end up a winner.
Yeah, you double up here. You're a
On the
winner.
big game. Very possible here if the 9s hold.
Phil, you only running it once? You only going once? Tony G wants to
go once.
I'm going once.
Tony G's like, Tony, didn't you enjoy the 4 times?
I want
Come on, man.
to see if I can eliminate him. I got nothing to lose. It's like a free roll.
He's on a free roll.
He's on the Tony G free roll.
What's the fun of that? I've done that already. I've tried that. I'm happy if Phil wins. I'm happy for you. That's the best you could do.
It's the best you could do.
Tony G's been waiting for a chance to knock out Phil Hellmuth all week long. To the flop, Jack 5 tray.
Safe.
Oh, there's
Safety.
2 aces burned in it. I had an ace, you had an ace.
A 9 would be good.
A 9 would be.
A diamond is good
You're
no matter
safe.
what.
Very safe. There's nothing
I'm
to
not
worry
safe
about.
yet.
Nothing to worry about.
9s are holding so far.
Diamond, yeah, that could get you.
On the turn, a 5 of clubs.
Too easy. You've got it.
Okay, now I want insurance.
I'll give you insurance.
You will?
Yeah.
Okay, I'll take it.
Insurance is a side
6
bet
hours.
where you basically bet on yourself losing the hand.
Well,
Wait, hold on.
hang
I'll take it
hang
for
on.
12,000 to whatever. I'll give you 10% juice.
All right, 12,000. You got 10% juice. Let's go.
Yeah, so I could win 40
I've
or
got
50 or
10%
60
juice.
or whatever. Yeah, 12,000 is what you would win. I would win a lot more.
The river card. There's Tony's ace.
He's from space.
Okay, so 12,000. Yes, I finally won an insurance bet on high stakes. Minus
10%. We'll work
12,000.
it out by the end of the show.
So he owes me 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. He owes me like 72,000 roughly.
Let's check what Vanessa has. Oh, that's aces.
She won a monster pot from Tony G with aces yesterday.
A raise to 1,000.
Somehow it's just going to be play perfect poker.
Yeah.
Now you understand.
Daniel folds.
Vanessa's made a small raise, but this has been her standard raise so far this session.
Action folds to the cannon.
It's kind of a worst spot.
He's out. Lex calls.
Right here? This is the weird spot?
No, the hand, that hand's a weird spot.
Lex has made a pretty standard defend.
4-king tray, top 2 pair for Lex.
Lex has outflopped aces.
And fires 2,500.
Vanessa's in a tough spot here. There's no way for her to know her aces are beat. If she doesn't tread lightly, she could lose a monster pot.
Vanessa calls.
Vanessa's once again chosen to play her aces kind of slow, try to disguise the strength of her hand.
The turn, the Queen of Hearts.
Lex still has to like his 2 pair.
Lex bets 7,700.
Vanessa might be thinking about putting in a raise here, but Lex has played this hand pretty strong. He fired on the flop and on the turn. So the pot's already pretty big. Let's see what she decides to do.
Vanessa calls.
Vanessa may be playing it safe now rather than slow.
The river and the board pairs, giving Vanessa the edge.
It's a brutal card for Lex. He just got counterfeited, and because the board paired smaller than his 4s, he's got to put Vanessa on aces to know it.
Lex bets.
Call.
And sees the bad news.
Oh, sick river. Unbelievable.
Suited connectors for Calicanis.
Yeah, that's... No.
He limps in. Daniel also suited connectors. Raises to 1,600. Doyle folds. More spades for David Williams. We're going to run out of spades in this deck. He calls. Will Davis folds. Abe folds. Calicanis folds.
Well, money has value.
2 players to the flop. Okay, I lied. There are more spades. Deuce, Queen, Jack. Flushes for both. Williams the nut flush.
Calicanis also would have flopped a flush.
Negreanu bets 3,200. Williams calls.
This is very big trouble for Daniel. They say the ace of spades is the death card. In this case, it's got Daniel drawing dead.
The turn. 3 of clubs.
His 3 changes nothing. Daniel almost certainly believes himself to have the best hand.
He bets 9,000.
David knows he has the absolute nuts here. He's trying to figure out the best way to extract value from Daniel.
And in Williams' opinion, that's just to make the call.
David decides to play it slow. Look for a big bet on the river.
And the river card's the ace of hearts.
No help from the board for Daniel. If his spade had hit, he could maybe get away from it.
Daniel bets 6,000 on the river.
You can see David's taking his time here. He's got the absolute stone ones. He's most certainly going to raise. He's thinking to himself, how much will you call, Daniel?
Williams raises to 36,000.
Much more?
30,000 more.
Daniel calls and sees the terrible news.
Welcome to my world. I had a flush too. We could have got it all in on the flop.
Jesus.
Hellmuth.
No, you started it with me.
6-4 suited.
And I'm going to finish it.
Calls. Fishman. King 8. Out.
What are we, kids in high school? Relax.
Perkins calls. Williams. He's in. Block. Calls.
Maybe when these two are in the middle of a pot and you keep piping up and they're studying each other, maybe that's when you shouldn't be talking.
Cata checks, making it a 5-way flop. 6 King 4, 2 pair for Perkins and Hellmuth.
Perkins is best. This should get awesome.
I just want to tell you, the first time, just so you know, he asked me what was the question. So he spoke to me.
Okay, well then that's fair.
Okay.
Wasn't fair to me, though. I didn't want him to say anything.
Action checks to Phil. Fires 2,600.
Was it wrong for me to talk to him during the hand when he wasn't out?
Actually, when two people were in a pot, for one guy in the pot to talk to someone else.
Is it really? Okay.
Perkins raises to 10,000.
Who gets quiet all of a sudden when he flops huge.
Action folds back to Phil.
We know Phil's beat, but typically he should 3-bet here with bottom 2 against Perkins' range.
Nope, just calls.
A master trapper at work.
The turn, the 8 of diamonds. Hellmuth bets 15 grand.
Perkins still way out in front. Now he's the one trapping.
Just calls. Off to the river. The ace of diamonds. Hellmuth bets 15,000. Perkins.
Oh, I'm f***ing dead. Excuse me, French.
Calls.
I just flopped 2 pair.
I have 2 pair. King 6.
Perkins probably could have gotten in a raise there.
The businessman.
I flopped 2 pair also.
Dun-dun-dun.
Jack 9 for Barry. Raises to 1,400. 7-4 suited for Daniel.
Oh, this is right in Daniel's wheelhouse.
Calls. Russ. On the button. Folds. Doyle. Will not fold.
Now it's Doyle's turn with a big pocket pair.
Raise the pot.
Doyle raises to 6,600. Lex folds. So does Barry.
66 is the total, right? So I owe 52, right?
I just wanted to put Barry on tilt.
I'm in the mood. I'm in the mood too.
You bought another 100, right? I got something to win if I hit.
Daniel calls.
It was no surprise that the two guys I was against came after me the next hand.
Daniel looking to snap Doyle's big pair off.
10-7-10. Daniel does hit bottom pair.
Safe board for Doyle, and it could be trouble for Daniel. He may have caught himself a costly piece of it.
18.
Doyle bets 18,000.
We're early in the game, and Daniel knows Doyle is already stuck nearly 100 grand. He might think Doyle's steaming with this bet.
Daniel calls.
Daniel is obviously still not convinced Doyle has a bigger pair. Could get himself in some real trouble here.
The turn, the 5 of clubs.
Neither player improves. Doyle's still got the best hand. The 5 wouldn't have changed much, so if Doyle liked his hand on the flop, he should still like it now.
Guess I just got enough for one bet.
Doyle shoves.
This is a pretty big bet for Daniel to think his 7 is good.
Every time I watch, Doyle always has kings.
Close.
Doyle always has kings. I don't feel like you have kings, though.
You are 100% correct.
Could be drawing completely dead, right? If you have a 10.
Daniel's not drawing dead, but it's more likely your marriage will end in divorce than Daniel will catch up here. There's only 1-7 left in the deck.
Got the Doyle Brunson hand, the 10 deuce. Some smells about this hand.
Look, I think Russ smells it too.
Everything leads me to believe that I should never fold here for some stupid reason.
Doyle probably knows that Daniel has a tendency to make hero calls. This hero call could earn Doyle a new Cadillac.
Just shipped it like that.
Doyle shove is a big giveaway to the strength of his hand. He doesn't really have any draws to protect against, and a 10 had him beat from the flop.
Yeah. I like Doyle either way, right? So if I win the money, I'll be happy because I've won. And if I lose, it goes to a good guy. It's like a win-win situation. The only thing I can do would be bad is fold, get bluffed, feel stupid. So I'll just call it.
Daniel calls.
Got anything? Oh, that's good. Yeah, I just have a 7. I have 2 outs.
No, just one. Justin folded a 7.
You'll deal once or twice or 3
I do
times?
twice. It's
Whatever
fine.
you want. I don't care.
2 is good for me.
All right. Deal it twice. Maybe we can split it. Maybe I'll get a split.
Maybe you'll get a split. And you get a lot of big pairs. I was thinking, how many can you get?
The first run for half is a queen.
The 6 tray last time.
What's that?
That blocky last time.
Brunson wins the first run worth nearly 112 grand.
Apparently Daniel had me beat.
Second run is a king.
Whoops.
Nice hand.
Doyle takes them both, and Daniel's in a free fall.
I play small ball.
I see that.
Looks more like A-Rod than David Eckstein.
Ace 10 for lock. Calls.
Look, his style's a bit of a mystery to me, too. It works, though.
Queens for Cassavetes. Raises to 2,000. Nanonoko out as Fondiari folds. Prahlad Friedman, King 8. Mucks.
I assume Lock limps so he could play a smaller pot if he had to call a raise.
And he calls.
Lock cold decked the pants off Nick Cassavetes earlier tonight.
Heads up to the flop. Jack 5 King Rainbow. Cassavetes still good. Lock checks. And Cassavetes checks.
Not a great flop for 2 queens.
Turn 6 of clubs. Lock still with just a gut shot. Bets 3,300. Cassavetes quickly calls.
Cassavetes seems to have a decent grasp of Lock's style.
River. Queen of Diamonds. That's an action card. Lock has hit the nuts straight, and Cassavetes has a set.
Oh, yeah. By the way, Lock's style is to have the joint every single hand.
24,200.
Bets out 24-2.
Lock's up to his overbetting ways again.
I call.
Cassavetes calls.
And Nick Cassavetes runs worse than the car in the driveway of every horror movie.
I mean, how good can one fish run? Huh? Is that sick or what?
And the action is going to start on G this time.
So literally, the couch cannon is under the gun. Good description.
With pocket queens.
Okay, raise.
16.
Raises to 1,600.
That's a little big, but at this point, it's become her standard raise.
Action folds to Phil Lock.
I'm going to string call, actually. I don't
Calls.
There we go.
People are going to be pretty loose against the loose cannon. Not too worried yet.
Bryn Kenny.
I'll just string raise.
Kenny raises to 5,400.
Now, Courtney can't let that get her down. These guys are very capable of just messing with her and each other.
Lou folds.
My pot.
Solomon raises the pot to 20,200.
Okay, this doesn't bode quite as well, but last time Rick potted it, he had 2 8s. Courtney can't really like it since 4 bets are typically so powerful, especially knowing these guys know how tight she's been playing. But as the cannon, you're here for 150 hands, and I don't think you can fold 2 queens to guys who play this loose. Especially with Rick's short stack, Courtney has 1 move, and that move is pot.
So a huge decision for the cannon.
Pot.
She repots it.
Yes, you get him, girl. You deserve this money. These idiots, you know. Look at this. Why can't they just all limp and I can just do my job? You
Lock
know?
folds.
Oops.
Bryn Kenny's out.
Courtney's made the optimal play. It's now heads up and very unlikely she's behind. She's probably racing at worst.
You got more than he does. All right.
Solomon's all in.
He's in. Are you in?
Yeah.
Yeah, call.
This would be a good time to get aces, I was thinking.
I have queens.
So what's Solomon got? Couple of tens.
Yeah, she got me, Crush.
Courtney's in great shape to bust him.
Queens against tens.
How many boards, guys?
One time.
One time. Solomon's in the one time mode.
Okay. Big op for some real money
I hope.
to buy board games. What else are you going to do with this money if you win it?
I want to play live tournament.
Oh, all right. So you can become a pro. Pro in the making, as long as we don't see a 10.
And you can still win the 50K package if you are the highest winner. I mean,
I know, I got to double up after this, still. Still got work to do.
You got lots. Yeah, you got to win a lot.
Well, still I have to win. Still I have to win this hand.
Sorry.
No, wrong time to be lucky. Remember, you said good luck to me too.
No. You win. You win.
Solomon's been here before.
He was pretty unlucky in the last hand, so maybe he's due.
I love how he does it one time.
Don't tell me that.
I'm not going to have any effect on what comes. Just on your state of just on your emotional state.
Courtney's thinking about that NAPT passport and a potential professional poker career. Rick Solomon says he's feeling lucky.
We'll see all 5 cards. Here comes the flop.
Here we go. 7, 8, 9.
4, 3, 10, and Rick makes a set.
That's such a gross flop for Courtney.
I need a queen.
We need a queen.
The good news is that Courtney has Rick covered. Even if she loses this hand, she will not be going home. Such a terrible flop for Courtney. No backdoor draws at all. Queen and only a queen will do it for her.
How much are we going to have left? Like 35?
He's got about 50-ish, so you'll have still some, if we don't hit a queen.
Courtney will be left with 41,400.
You want to run it 3 times now?
Who would have thought?
Okay, let's run it 3 times.
3 times.
It's the emotional thing. It's the right card. And especially when you hit on the second run.
This is an incredibly nice gesture by Rick Solomon, giving Courtney a chance to win some of her money back.
You only get beat if the queen comes in the front when it's going to hurt.
Got his
But
queen out. There's no back doors, nothing.
Here comes the queen ball. Boom.
7 of spades on the turn.
Yeah.
Right. And then you're on a free roll.
you're on the free roll if
Doesn't
this
come now.
blanks off. You're really in pain if a queen rolls up.
It's weird how I don't want a queen to come now.
You don't want a queen?
It's weird now.
Oh, you don't want a queen. She doesn't want to win this one because she's going to feel, I get it.
That's not the attitude. You want the queen
I
whenever
don't
it
want-
can come. It's good for you. Just
River, 6 of spades. Solomon's going to get a third of the pot. Thanks to Rick's incredible generosity, G gets 2 more shots at it.
You know, it's really pretty brutal for Courtney. She played tight all week long, got her money in great, and this is what she's up against. That guy.
Bad plays and controversy. Story of my life.
Bad plays and controversy. Story of his life.
Don't forget getting incredibly lucky.
You made some good moves. You've done all right.
You're a good-hearted kid. People love you. Yeah, that's the bottom line.
All right. I agree. Thank you.
I agree. Thank you.
He's clearly done everything he can to try to keep Courtney in the game. I agree as well.
Turn number 2, 6 of diamonds. No help to Courtney.
Courtney's still got 3 shots to hit 1 of 2 queens.
I'll take 1 queen now and then 1 queen on the turn.
There's the thinking. There's nothing wrong with thinking big.
River, ace.
All right, so we got one more opportunity.
Solomon now guaranteed 2/3 of the pot.
Scott, do you think she's hoping for Bohemian Rhapsody or My Bicycle?
Certainly feeling under pressure at the moment. Cannon down to her last 2 chances. Here's turn number 3, ace of diamonds.
What's with all these aces? Need some queens.
1 card to go.
Can the dealer find a queen?
River number 3. Ace of hearts, and Courtney will get nothing here.
Okay, not dead yet, though.
Not dead.
Luckily, he didn't buy in for more.
Great showing. Sticks it in horrible against the cannon. His lock is money.
Well done.
Sorry.
Such a sick feeling. She played super tight all week, got the action she wanted with a big hand, and the poker gods favored the already millionaire.
Action starts on Daniel Negreanu. Ace queen. It's a raising hand. Makes it 1,200. Tilly, 7-4, out.
Come on, Daniel, every hand?
Yes, every hand.
Jeez.
Every hand till Saturday.
Saturday, he gets his highlights touched up.
Tony G folds. Pocket deuces for Nacho. Calls.
Spike call.
Do it. Let's. Uh-oh. Bring
Spike
it.
call. Hello.
Go, Kenny.
Asham and Kenny call.
Here we go.
Got some of that Luke's Cannon money.
So Daniel's raise gets a lot of respect. 4-way action. Deuce 5, deuce quads for Nacho.
Joe Hashem, steer clear.
Check.
Hashem checks. Ken checks. Daniel continues for 3,000.
Nacho has flopped Hashem, dead. Negreanu, dead. Rankowski, dead. Niedermeyer and Dean Wormer, dead.
And Nacho just calls.
Smooth call.
I don't want to play with him anymore.
First time Joe's avoided quads all week.
Poor guy, he folds, and so does Ken.
Couldn't you have a pair of fives there, Ken? Just
No, no.
Luckily.
Turn. Ace of spades. A pair for Daniel.
Rut-row. Top pair. Not just thinking, please bet, please bet, please bet, please bet, please bet, please bet.
But Daniel just checks.
Daniel checks for a multitude of reasons. He could be beat. The only flop draw just got there. He may not feel he can get 2 streets of value if he does have the best hand. And by checking, he gives Nacho the chance to bluff at it, which he is not bluffing.
Bets 9,200.
Barbero.
Well, we all know Daniel hates folding about as much as he hates food that had a face. Nacho might play any baby ace with a wheel draw the same way.
Daniel makes the call.
Nacho's got a live one here. Another ace would be very bad for Daniel.
To the river. 3 of hearts.
This is actually a good card for Daniel because it looks bad as any baby ace is now beating him. It might save him some money.
Daniel checks.
Nacho's got to figure out how strong he thinks Daniel's hand is before he can figure out how much value to go for.
Going for the gray chips. Fires.
Yeah, that card legitimately scares me. I thought I had the nuts on the turn, to be honest. I think I had the nuts on the turn, but that one, would you bet aces and threes with that? Let me see. How much did you bet?
20,000 too.
Is he going to do the commentary thing? Cool. I'm going to split for a hot minute.
All right, I'm thinking like 6s or 7s. Sixes or 7s are good for me. I had you on ace-4, unfortunately, on the turn. So if you had ace-4, then you just made a straight. Huh. Can only beat him turning a pair into a bluff. It's the only hand. But Nacho Barbero is very capable. God, I don't like that river. Such a good river for you. If you put me on jacks, right? You figure I have jacks, you have to bet that river card now. So many. I leveled myself with the pause in the turn. You know what I mean? On the turn, I studied, and like sort of changed my range in his eyes, which forces me to go like that.
Daniel calls.
I had the nuts.
Oh, that's good too. Quads!
Quads again, and Hashem wasn't in the hand.
More quads, huh?
Oy.
I was gonna say that's what I think fives
That
or
works
something.
too.
That's deuces.
There's no way I can play.
No, I mean, yeah. That all makes sense too, but I was like,
Yeah.
I should always put people on quads because
I've never seen so many quads in my life.
Quads again, huh?
Hard to put them on quads.
I still think I have to call in a weird way.
Nacho drags a pot worth over 70K.
It's tough to follow.
No, I don't think I'm. The river card almost cost you money.
No, I mean the line you took is tough to fall.
Yeah.
That's right, Nacho. Smooth him over. Smooth him over like melted cheese.
Solomon folds to Rast. Suited connectors. Raises to 1,200. 9 deuce for Negreanu. Folds.
Over to Rast's BFF.
With 7 deuce.
Pot. P-O-T.
Lock making a move.
44 total.
You know, he's 3-betting. We taught him a new word.
We should never have said it near Phil. Now he's anxious to try out his new toy.
Are they talking about 3-betting or his speak and spell? C-A-L-L.
And Rast calls.
I had a feeling that was going to happen.
No 7 deuce rule on this show. This is the one with the loose cannon.
Jack 5-9, 2 hearts. Rast pairs is 5. Lock bets out 6,400 with 7 high.
I guess you only hurt the ones you love. I think Phil Lock's going to be moving down on Brian Rast's speed dial.
He calls.
Rasty. Crafty Rasty's in there.
To the turn, 10 of clubs. Phil picks up a gut shot.
Phil knew going into this he'd likely have to bluff this hand.
22,400.
And he bets 22,400 and Rast quickly folds.
I
like
showed
a
him.
bull you are, Phil Lock. Just push.
I thought I had the best hand.
Not true.
You probably did.
And not true.
No, I have to raise another gun just to free up money.
Raise the 13.
Elkie raises to 1,300.
Elkie's raise doesn't mean a ton since he's a very active player and he's attacking the loose cannon's big blind.
Everybody else folds around to the cannon in the big blind.
Regardless, the bus should fold this, especially out of position.
Nope, he calls.
I guess that wouldn't make for a very good couch cannon hand.
4, 6, king, 2 spades, bottom pair for the cannon. Checks.
Check is the move here.
Elkie fires 1,800.
Well, he called when he shouldn't have pre-flop, and now he's hit a pair, so he best not be folding now.
Bobby the Bus calls. The turn. Trip 4s for the cannon.
Yahtzee.
He slow plays it and checks.
Perfect. He wants to keep that same passive line.
Elkie doing the work for him, betting 4,400.
Now, the LC may be tempted to just call here to keep looking weak. You can do that, but then you have to check the river and hope he bets again, or you can raise here and maybe get in a raise here and a bet on the river.
Bobby raises to 12-3.
That was a check raise, so it should look pretty dang strong. Now, if I'm sitting where the cannon is and Elkie's making funny faces like this, I'm just assuming he's irritated that he has to fold. So, anytime you want to fold now, Elkie, go ahead. Go ahead and fold it.
Well, he's reaching for chips. Re-raises to 26-6.
Oh, boy. Well, this is a min 3-bet. There's absolutely no chance Elkie is value 3-betting with a hand worse than the cannons. So Elkie's either bluffing or he's got us in jail like Papillon. The problem with calling is that I don't want to face another huge bet on the river, but I think the cannon's hand is too strong to fold.
That big, huh, Elkie? Really? Huh?
Can you believe it?
Huh?
Can you believe it?
Can't believe it. How big? Big hand, huh?
Big bet.
I got a big piece of that.
Bobby does have a big piece of that board, but he's smart to realize that it can be beat. Still, I think trip 4 is just too strong to get away from.
The cannon calls.
He's right to be suspicious of Elkie. I'm a little suspicious myself.
River, the deuce of hearts. Ferdinand checks.
Bobby's check has opened the door for Elkie to make a big bet here, but maybe if he was bluffing before, he'll put the brakes on now. Looks like we're not going to get so lucky.
It is full steam ahead for Elkie. He bets 44-5.
Now the cannon here has decided to play a crappy hand from a crappy position, and now he's in a crappy spot.
Hey, you want to see me go early, huh? Huh?
Not ready, actually.
Huh?
Not ready.
Not really. Then why you bet so much?
Big pot.
Okay, what I do know is that of all the crappiness I just mentioned, Elkie probably doesn't think the cannon has a hand as strong as it is.
Put a dent in me.
Bobby's way more relaxed than I am, considering this bet is for more than half a stack.
But I feel I'm gonna make this call. You're gonna turn over 3 kings full.
Even though I really hate this spot and the poker police is going to pull the bus over for going 54 out of position, I think for Bobby, it's as simple as I have trips. Trips is pretty dang strong.
I call.
Bobby calls.
I got a call.
And, oh, he was bluffing.
Busted straight draw. I bet the bus is so happy Elkie was bluffing there, he could give him a big fat freedom kiss.
Big call by the amateur who picks up his biggest pot of the week of nearly 150 grand. Action folds around to Bobby the Bus with 10s. Raises to 2,000. Elkie. Suited connectors.
The cannon's got Elkie's hand in pretty deep doo-doo.
He calls. Abe's out.
Too low.
Phil, 9-8.
Phil isn't faring much better.
But he calls.
The LC's got massive equity for a 3-way pot.
5-4-6. Elke flops a straight.
Equity schmequity.
Hellmuth checks his gut shot.
Elke was pretty short coming into this hand. Bobby's got an overpair to the board.
And bets 4,500.
Elke could get doubled up here.
He just calls.
Elke has what the French call la nuts. Hellmuth's got 2 overs that we know are no good and a gut shot to the bigger nuts.
And he made the call. King of spades on the turn. Hellmuth checks. Bobby checks.
The king may scare the LC enough to save him some money. Elke's also picked up a flush draw to go with the nuts.
And he bets 6,600. Hellmuth, release.
Elke's bet less than a third of the size of the pot, hoping to make it too cheap for Bobby to fold.
Bobby calls.
And he succeeded.
The river. The queen of diamonds.
Well, this here is another potential scare card for 2 10s.
Bobby checks.
Here it comes.
Elke shoves.
Bobby's in a pretty tough spot because this river bet is still not much compared to the pot. He's getting more than 3 to 1.
You ain't pulling that again, okay, are you? About 4,500 with a 6-eye flop, huh? I'm not sure about this one.
Bobby's got good poker instincts, but can he listen to them? Especially when the math is saying the opposite.
Bobby calls. Elke shows and takes down a pot of nearly 60,000 bucks.
Yeah.
That was pretty good flop, I guess.
And with that double up, Elke manages to avoid going back to his horrible day job of playing StarCraft for a living to millions of adoring fans.
5 tray for Selbst.
We've got less than 45 hands to go, so get ready for Jared's rep to be worth about as much as a gift certificate to Circuit City.
And there you go, Joe. A 3-bet from Selbst to 4,000. Pocket 10s for Prahlad.
This is a spot for a 4-bet generally.
But he just calls.
Friendly game.
He might be trying to price in Jared.
Well, it's back on Huggins. And he folds.
Typically, that's a good fold, but with time running out, Jared's eventually going to have to make a stand. Vanessa's attempted isolating Jared has failed.
6 deuce 8 rainbow. Gut shot for Selbst. Prahlad still best and checks it.
Pretty good flop for 2 10s. I'm sure Prahlad would want Vanessa to continue.
Check the nuts. Be a good play.
Prahlad's been all speeches earlier in the week. Lately, he's been giving it a rest, but we definitely need some more for the home stretch.
And Selbst bets out 6,500 with her gut shot.
Uh-oh, now you've done it. You made her bet it.
Call.
I like these battles.
Friedman just calls.
Vanessa versus Spirit.
Vanessa does not seem amused.
To the turn, 9 of diamonds. And Friedman checks again.
The 9's no help to Vanessa, and while it does complete some draws, it's a pretty safe card for 10s. Vanessa's now double gutted, but I don't think betting here will do much good unless she's going to triple barrel.
Checks to the river. Here it comes. 8 of diamonds. Friedman still best.
May look like a nothing card, but top pair on the flop is now beating Prahlad.
And he checks. Back on Vanessa.
Well, Vanessa's got 5 high. Oh man, Vanessa's so sick.
And she bets 16,600 with the 5 high.
Now, I'm not the guy in the hand right now, but to me, this should be a pretty easy call, even though top pair on the flop did end up becoming trips. Maybe Prahlad's hesitating because of the play on the turn. He could think if Vanessa were bluffing, she would have triple barreled and not checked the turn. Still, it's Vanessa Selbst. You have an overpair to the board, and you're getting better than 2 to 1. All comes down to how often Prahlad thinks he's good here. Against Vanessa on the button, I think he's good awfully often.
Should raise huge. I don't think you have any of that.
Just play it cool, Vanessa. He doesn't have anything on you. He's reaching. Don't give him anything.
You bring joy to my
It'd
life.
be hard to call with like kings if I raise bigger.
Not as hard as it would be with Vanessa's hand.
You raise the under the gun razor. I can't help myself.
Not what Vanessa wanted to hear. It looks like Prahlad's counting out a call.
Nice rack focus. Did Cassavetes direct this?
Prahlad folds.
Wow.
The bluff works.
Overpair.
You mucked an overpair?
No.
You're a sicko. I think she would have value bet 2 7s there.
She might have.
She might have value bet 2 7. She also might have been bluffing with 5 high.
A big laydown.
That is a monster laydown. That's why you're Spirit, you know?
Spirit got bluffed.
Action on our loose cannon. Ace-10 offsuit.
We know Carrie's dominated, but this is an auto call on the button.
Unless she re-raises. Nope, just a call. Duhamel out. 5 tray of hearts for Jason Mercier, and he'll call out of the big blind.
A little loose, but Jason wants to get involved with the 2 amateurs.
3-way action to the flop. Ace 10-4 rainbow, top pair for Guy, top 2 for Burchell.
Carrie flops huge, goodbye kicker problems. Hello, Guy's money.
Mercier checks his gut shot.
Guy could really get himself into trouble.
C-bets 4,800.
This would be a good spot for a raise. It's kind of a dry board, but you can certainly get action from most aces. Calling's okay if you think your opponents are super wide and you won't get any action. Sometimes that would be the case, but we know Guy is very likely to call a raise.
If things break right for Carrie here, she could be our new loose cannon leader. Carrie opts to just call.
I'm sure part of Carrie's plan in just calling was to try to get Jason along for the ride. Jason's not even getting 3 to 1, so this would be pretty loose. Pretty loose.
There it is, though. He makes the loose call.
Guy and Jason are drawing pretty thin. They're each only going to win this pot about 1 out of every 5 times. Carrie will win it more than half the time. Pretty good 3 ways.
King of diamonds, and Guy hits a bigger 2 pair.
Oh, puke.
Mercier checks.
Guy Willikers, this could get ugly. Guy was the last aggressor, so typically he's supposed to bet again. I say there's no shot Carrie gets away from this. No way, no how. It's just a question of how bad it's going to be.
And Guy is loading up. The bet is 20,400.
Carrie didn't put in a raise on the flop, and I'm afraid she's going to do it now when she's so much more likely to be behind.
Why couldn't you put a creamsicle chip out there?
Hmm?
I would have called so that I could get a creamsicle chip.
Those chips are worth 25K each.
Now you're getting taunted, Guy. How does it feel?
Carrie's confidence is genuine, but it is an error.
She makes the call.
Carrie doesn't raise, but this is still awful for her. What a gross turn of events. You can't blame her for calling.
Mercier's out.
He's got Carrie in terrible shape. She's been coolered, and with Duhamel folding a 10, she's only got 1 out.
6 of clubs, that's not it.
Time for Guy to calculate the bill and tell her what the total damage is going to be.
He bets 50,000.
There's those creamsicle chips she was after, but unless there's a 6 card to be dealt that I don't know about, she won't be getting her hands on them.
Do you have ace king? No. Maybe.
She's asking the right questions. Maybe there's a chance she can actually get away from this.
Be a bad call. I call.
And she calls.
Ace king.
Nice hand.
So gross, and she shows the cooler.
And Guy's going to win a pot worth over $160,000.
Can't fool that. We can't fool them.
Carrie hasn't shown much emotion all week, but I'm guessing she's gutted right now.
Doyle raised to 1,600. Pocket pair for Lex. He calls.
This should be a 5-card race, but Bonimal folded a 5.
But Lex hits the case 5, giving him a set. Doyle, however, has the nut flush draw.
Oh, man, this is an action flop.
Doyle fires 2,500.
Lex ain't folding, and his hand is disguised, so we might even see a raise. He'll want to charge Doyle if he's got a diamond draw, which we know he does.
There's the raise to 8,200.
Lex's image is likely to get Doyle to commit some more chips. That's one of the benefits of playing so nuts. You get paid when you have them.
Doyle re-raises to 33-2.
Looks like this re-raise from Doyle has given Lex some cause for concern. Either that or he's Hollywooding. It's possible Doyle could have a bigger set, but I don't think it happens often enough that you could ever fold this. On a board like this, it's almost impossible to fold a set because it's so much more likely you're facing a draw than a bigger set.
Lex calls.
I'm not sure if Lex loves his hand. He might want to see another card and reevaluate.
That next card is an 8, giving Lex a full house.
That eliminates any diamond fears Lex might have had, and it pretty much narrows down Doyle's hand to a bluff or a set of queens. That second 8 hitting makes pocket 8s way less likely. Looks like Doyle's about to commit some more money to this pot, drawing completely dead.
Fires 75 grand.
I'm all in.
Lex is all in.
Lex doesn't even have enough to make a full raise, so all in is just about his only move.
Maybe totally dead here. 20, 25, 35 more. About 40 more. It's the first hand, right?
Doyle has painted himself into a corner here. He's 37K more for a pot of 257,000. He's pot committed, which is a scary place to be when you're drawing dead.
37?
37-2.
Brunson calls and sees the terrible news.
Ace.
He's got it. Let him have it.
Lex wins the biggest pot of the week. They'll run the meaningless river card. Wouldn't even have made Doyle his flush.
And just like that.
Lex Veldhuis has just scooped up a massive pot of nearly $300,000. Action on Seaver, Ace-7.
Any damage is too much damage.
Raises to 1,200. Hashem folds. So does Daniel. Pocket 5s for Galfond on the button. Calls.
Seaver started off pretty quiet, but he's got some chips in front of him now, and he's getting more active.
Jack 10 for the cannon. Also in. Ace-8 suited for Doyle Brunson. Makes it a 4-way pot.
A suited ace is a perfectly fine defend from the big blind.
9 deuce queen. Doyle flops a nut flush. Action on Given, who's open-ended and has a flush draw.
This is a horrible flop for Bill Given. He may think he has a strong draw, but any money he commits to this pot will be a donation to Doyle's hat fund.
Goes check, check, check to Galfond.
Doyle appears to be content to let others do the betting for him. If Phil thinks his 5s might be best, it's the kind of hand that could use some protection on this board.
Galfond bets 2,600.
This normally would be a good spot to raise for the cannon. Personally, I know I'd get called by the ace of diamonds, which is beating me already, so I probably wouldn't stick it all in. Typically, Given would have a thin draw to a straight flush, but Joe Hashem folded the jack of diamonds.
$10.
Given raises to 10,000.
This raise looks awfully strong by the loose cannon, so whatever Doyle does here is going to look pretty strong too. But with the nuts, he probably doesn't want to chase everyone away. Right now, Doyle's just trying to figure out how to get the rest of Given's money and hopefully someone else's too.
Doyle just calls. Seaver folds. So does Galfond. The turn makes Given a straight.
Well, this is just about the worst card ever for Bill Given.
All in.
He's all in. Doyle calls.
He's got the nuts.
I got the... Oh. I just straight. Good hand. I'm drawing dead. Good game, guys.
Good game, man.
It was fun.
Whoa, Canada. That's it for the cannon.
Dang, you hit the card and you didn't...
Yeah.
Action will start here on Phil Hellmuth with 9-7 offsuit. Limps again.
Phil's been limping around all week. Hasn't really worked out for him so far, but he should probably keep trying.
King tray of diamonds from Minieri. Raises to 1100. Over to Elke. Folds. Locke, who just got caught bluffing.
I played that hand poorly.
Calls.
In so many ways.
I get off the tilt juice.
Hard to get off that tilt teat.
6-8 for the cannon. And he's going to defend.
Pretty loose, but decent pot odds. Phil's got to call now.
And he does. Four-way action to the flop. 7 king, 7 rainbow. Hellmuth hits trips.
I meant to say Phil Hellmuth's a genius.
Martinez checks, and Hellmuth checks.
Dario's got top pair, and he had the pre-flop betting lead. This could get ugly for him.
Bets 2,600. Lock is out. Martinez out.
For Hellmuth, this is probably a spot to just call. It would be easy to chase away action on such a dry board, even though we know Dario wouldn't fold top pair. Even a call would look pretty strong here, though.
There is the strong-looking call from Phil. We'll see a turn. King of spades, boat for Dario.
I don't know a lot of Italian poker terms, so I'm just going to go ahead and say, go!
Oh! Check from Hellmuth.
Really, really bad card for Phil. Especially since this looks like such a great card for Dario to keep barreling on.
53.
Minieri bets 5,300.
Almost impossible for Phil to get away since Dario has such an aggressive rep.
And Phil will not get away. Makes the call.
Well, he's not drawing dead. I mean, he could hit quads.
River, 9 of spades. No quads for Phil, and Minieri's got it locked up.
Totally inconsequential card.
Phil checks.
How big will Dario's value bet be?
$17,200 worth.
Nearly a pot-sized value bet. A lot of players would feel forced or frustrated into calling here, but great players, they fold here sometimes.
Oh, man.
That's only sometimes. Let's see if Phil can get away.
Calls.
King, I only play the nuts like you, buddy.
Dario wins a $55,000 pot.
If I have it.
Oh boy, that's gonna be the one.
It's just unreal what happens to me at this place. I mean, I'm just so sick of it, you know? I mean,
I had the best on the turn, I had the best hand on the river.
The guys have 2 outs every pot we
Yeah,
play.
that's the best hand pre-flop.
And I had the best hand pre-flop, unless you're
Yeah,
an ace-7.
nice hand, buddy.
Thanks, Chief.
I mean, what the is going on in this place? They do me
What the
kings
is going on
versus
the river? How
queens,
do you
I
call it? You
flop
always take a
trips.
bluff, I only wait for the nuts.
Oh, please, Dario. You know, I mean, you just cooled me off. You hit a 2-outer, and, you know, and now you're a genius, I
I
guess.
just betted my hand. I don't feel a genius.
That was pretty dirty, but not Dario's fault.
This has nothing to do with you.
But
I mean, I know, you know, I want to just trap you. I mean, I think you have 2 outs or you're drawing dead. So I just
but
call.
I'm not make this in bet if the other king doesn't come. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, you don't lose any more, right? Right. You don't lose any more in the hand, right?
Of course.
Yeah.
Jack 9 of diamonds for Phil Lock. Raises to 800.
Min raise.
The businessman with queen 4 makes the call.
I would say that maybe Perkins is steaming, but he plays almost every hand, winning or losing.
Clubs again for Helmuth. Ace 4 this time. Makes the call. And Dario's in.
Phil's out of position, but it was a min-raised pot, and it's pretty common to see 3 guys all want to be in the pot with a rich fish. Perkins.
Flop. Deuce, queen 9 rainbow.
Check.
Phil checks. Minieri checks. As does Locke.
Gives up the lead. Well, we know what Perkins does when he's got nothing. Let's see what he does when he's got top pair.
Bets 4,000.
You've never seen me play with glasses?
Why'd you look at me? I don't have a hand. I don't have a hand. I don't even bet.
Look at you. You've never seen me with glasses before, have you?
Yeah, we played the big game. No glasses last time.
Very strange for me to wear glasses. Is it on me?
Yes.
Sorry.
Guess the hearing aid's next.
And Locke makes the call with middle pair. Heads up to the turn. Ace of diamonds. Both players pick up flush draws.
That diamond's bad news bears for Locke.
Checks.
That diamond draw is probably going to keep Locke in this pot, but it would be super unlucky to hit one.
Perkins bets 15,000.
Perkins has overbet the pot, which is why Phil may look a little confused. This is such a great spot for Perkins.
And Locke's going to make the call.
Pretty rare to see a pair and a flush draw versus a pair and a flush draw. Sick.
Decent sized pot as we go to the river. Jack of hearts. Phil makes 2 pair.
Oh, man alive, did he just get lucky.
He checks it.
Perkins has overbet the pot twice, so it looks like Phil's just playing bluff catcher now. Board doesn't look so hot for Perkins' hand now either.
I got a queen.
That's a check. And Locke quickly shows him the suck out.
I know. If I picked up a diamond, whatever.
I'm gonna lose. I have a queen.
Well, I'm gonna win if I miss. If I get a 3 of clubs in the river, guess who's barreling? Oh, wow, look at that, guys. Oh, my Lord. Oh, I'm begging for the diamond. I'm like, bring me the diamond so I can stack him. Oh, my
You
God.
donkey. Now I'm Steve. Now you got me. I'm buying in another 50.
By the way, I only won that pot because he got me steamed. I would fold the turn sometimes, but I'm like, you know what? I'm gonna win the. I can't fold the turn, but he bet a lot and whatever, and I was
Donkey.
thinking, I can't help myself.
Gee, none of us have been all in.
Nope.
Is that right?
Just the cannon.
10s for Hashem.
I just only made it 1,200. Wow.
Not possible with the straddle on.
Joe raises. Aces for Daniel.
A re-raise on the button probably wouldn't get a ton of credit, which is exactly why he should do it.
There it is to 10,000. Galfond, Jack 5, folds. Jones is out. So is Brunson.
Hashem's been playing pretty tight, so he may feel pressure to continue this hand. He's certainly deep enough to flat call. But if he thinks Daniel might be getting out of line, we could see anything here.
Raise.
Joe announces a 4-bet.
Daniel's doing a good job of looking concerned.
Hashem makes it 31,000.
Daniel does have to decide between a call or a raise, but if he's going to raise and he does it too quickly, it'd be a dead giveaway. This might be a good spot to just call. Hashem could have the sense to fold to a 5-bet, so if Daniel just flats, it's not that likely that Hashem could fold outright on the flop. It really depends on stack sizes here. Hashem has only about another 60K behind, so that's close to a size you'd want to try to get it all in with.
Daniel giving off the sense he's really struggling with this decision.
I don't know if he's Hollywooding or just trying to figure out how to get the rest of Joe's money.
Maybe those two are the same thing. There's a 5-bet to 91 grand.
Daniel's just basically put Joe to the decision of all in or fold. Not sure if he's willing to invest another 60K with 2 10s. He may feel pot committed, but I don't think Daniel's ever going to do this with a hand that 2 10s are ahead of. One other thing I've noticed is that Hashem has released a number of hands this week when he's been put to the test for big chips. He might be getting frustrated. Hashem's getting 2-1, but unfortunately for him, he is a 4-1 dog.
Kind of glad it's not a quick all-in. Right?
Yeah, that's good news.
Daniel can't wait to show you the bad news.
I'm all in.
Joe shoves. Daniel calls.
You got aces? Yeah, I got tens. Twice is good.
Yeah, twice is good.
I couldn't fold it.
No, I don't think so.
I couldn't fold it.
Not once you put 20 in. I could easily have ace-king. If I had ace-king, I would have done exactly the same thing.
Y'all feel free to take your time. It's only my anniversary.
I'm sure Doyle's never played cards on his anniversary before.
My flush draws are live at least.
Yeah, you got those going for you.
I think my 10 is live.
The first flop.
Boom.
A 10.
Like that one.
Good thing I ran it twice.
A set for Joe.
Daniel can catch up with an ace or running hearts.
Save the fourth 10 for the second board, please.
Looking pretty good.
The turn, 6 of diamonds.
Give him another 10 if you're going to do anything. Okay? Seriously.
She's gonna do something.
If you don't give me an ace, just give him a 10. I can't handle losing these twice. It'll hurt really bad. That'll bother me.
The river, 6 of hearts.
All right, thank you. That's
wait, there's one
oh,
more.
we're running it twice?
Yes.
I play so bad.
You made a huge mistake, Joe.
I play so
Joe,
bad.
you made a huge mistake.
Joe will at least get his money back.
So there's one more 10 left in the deck as far as I'm concerned, right?
As far as you're concerned.
Now, how greedy is that? Now, you know what? I don't want to win the second part.
If you have a 10,
I do,
put an ace
but
with
I
it.
don't want to.
St. Joe.
3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
I was about to say 5, 6, 7, 8, 9.
The second flop.
Ooh,
I thought that was a 10. I don't know why.
Clubs and there's backdoor everything
It's
here.
not fair if I beat you this hand, seriously.
Is the 9 of clubs too big? I think it's 7 of clubs is better. 7 of clubs.
7
first
clubs
sweat.
for a sweat?
I'd rather
No,
not.
The turn.
Ooh!
Big time sweat.
I mean, that's
Oh, God.
a decent sized sweat as well.
That's a pretty good sweat.
I don't know if anyone else goes through this. Really not convinced.
No 7.
No 7, no queen.
This is intense.
Joe is open-ended.
The river. Daniel holds.
Oh. I'm so I got aces. I'm so happy to not go broke.
There's the 9 of clubs. There's the 9 of clubs.
Come on. Daniel losing both of those is good for the game.
Yeah, great for the game.
One more card. Come on. Look at one more card.
King 8 suited for Lex. Raised to 1400.
No surprise he's raising Russ's big blind.
Suited 1 gapper for Daniel. In the small blind, he calls. Ace 8 for Russ. He's in.
I try not to lie about my hands on these TV games because you get caught.
Ace 6 jack, 2 hearts, top pair for the cannon. Daniel checks. Harlow checks.
Russ has given Lex a chance to fire at this.
He does, betting 2,700.
Lex's bet could easily just be a C bet, which it is, and Russ checks, so he looks pretty weak. 4 deuce should be an insta-fold, so it looks like Daniel's cooking something up here.
And he cooks up a raise to 7,200.
Russ is in a good spot. Daniel's juiced the pot for the guy with the best hand.
But he folds.
That's a ridiculous fold. Russ just doesn't have enough time or chips to fold there. Why call pre-flop if you're going to fold top pair?
If Russ doesn't end up turning a profit, he's going to regret that fold.
That's confusing.
Yeah, it's confusing to me.
Action back on Lex, who has just king high. Lex calls.
A stone float.
The turn would have given Russ trips.
Allow me. Blarg.
Daniel checks. And Lex checks. The river, the 9 of hearts.
Both these guys were up to the same thing, checking the turn so they can fire a bet on the river without it having to be too big.
There's that Veldhausian stare.
Daniel's going to have first crack at it.
He bets 9,000.
This is a pretty good bet from Daniel. 9,000 makes it seem like he wants to get called. Looks like Lex might have to reconsider his float plans. Lex could very well fold this or follow through on the float maybe, but I don't see him calling.
He does call.
I will play the board. King Haya? That's good. Nice call. Jeez. What the hell was that? That was sick. I had 4 high.
You missed his draw.
That is just a sick, sick call.
What did you put me on exactly? 4 high? That was sick. I didn't think you had anything on the flop.
Seaver with pocket kings.
Maybe Scott can start digging his way out this hand.
Maybe he'll raise this time.
Scott just dribbling away.
2,500.
Calling when it's meant to be folding.
8-9 for Tony G.
He knows we're not even here.
He's out, so's Viffer. Cannon.
How much?
2,500.
3 high and calls.
That's all I can win for now. How do you like that, Scott?
I'm going to tell you it's depressing. It really is.
Cannon was not getting the correct odds to call pre-flop.
6, 5, 7, 2 spades. Cannon's picked up a flush draw.
He's also got the dummy end of a gutter ball straight draw.
Checks it.
This is a pretty big flop. You can see they're almost a coin flip.
Seaver bets 3,500. Cannon almost beats him in the pot.
Hail Mary.
To the turn.
Abracadabra.
6 of spades gives Gonzo the flush.
Check.
Checks it.
Gonzo hits his Hail Mary. He may have wanted to protect that flush, but if you bet, you can blow your opponent off the hand, and if you check, you let him get a free card. That's why playing out of position reeks.
But I'd rather be Gonzo right now. Seaver stepping into the trap, bets 9,000.
Luckily for the Cannon, Scott did not check behind.
Cannon wastes no time calling.
Scott's actually got decent equity with the king high spade draw.
Queen of clubs on the river changes nothing.
Check.
Cannon's got it locked up now, and he checks.
That's a risky check. Scott could very easily check behind.
I'm all in.
All in.
Call.
And Gonzo calls.
Adi, adi, adi.
Oh my God.
Seaver looks genuinely shocked.
I had 8-9. That hand.
I cannot
8-9.
beat
I
that.
would have won.
Hasn't quite sunk in for Gonzo yet either.
Been a good day so far.
So far, I can't complain.
What are you saying? I
You
want
don't
to hear you say
understand what
it.
I'm saying. You don't
Well,
understand
tell
what
me,
I'm
tell
saying.
me. He's a great player, right? This guy?
You don't understand what I'm saying.
Minieri raises it up with ace queen of hearts to 1,100. Ace king for Elke. Calls and lock folds an ace.
Just a call with ace king.
It was great poker. I folded. He got me off a pair.
Perkins calls 1,100 with the queen 8, of course. Martinez, 10-5 of clubs. Is he feeling it again? Nope. Helmuth folding.
Elke, the only one who's not dominated, headed to this flop.
3-way action, 5 queen jack 2 clubs. Minieri and Perkins with top pair.
And Elke, the only one to not flop a pair. Minieri does have the best hand.
And bets it.
He's up like 100 again or something. the young Shaolin monk.
It's awesome.
Elke calls 2,100 with his gutter. Perkins quickly raises to 10K.
Perkins is trying to protect his hand, but it's hard to get someone to fold a better hand or even a worse one like a draw since they're likely to have a lot of outs. It's going to be tough for Dario to fold top on such a draw-heavy board.
And Minieri does call. Elke lets it go.
Perkins has now bloated this pot with a marginal hand that has little chance of improving.
Turn. Tray of diamonds.
Dario's hand still best, but he was not the last aggressor.
Checks it. Perkins fires 15K.
All right, I'll ask you at home, is this a bluff or a value bet? I honestly don't know.
Race.
Dario thinks he knows.
56.1 more.
Minieri moves all in for 70,600.
Now this is a bet with purpose. Dario's hoping Bill will sometimes make a hero call with a worse hand, and sometimes he'll fold hands with equity against him. So now that 10K flop raise from Perkins may end up costing him 95K if he calls here and loses.
You must have me beat. Yeah, just go look at my pocket for a second. Just doesn't go on the table. Just see what I got left.
Even this man's lint is worth thousands.
Tell me what you have and look at my face. Come on, I can't get an edge on that because I'm already made my bet. I did already my bet.
Ooh, this should be fun.
Are you going to show your hand?
I can't answer this now.
Amanda.
I can't answer this now.
Can she make you show your hand?
I don't want him to show his hand.
Oh, come on, guys. Amanda, you got that one right. That was a good answer. Because the hand's not really over.
Just for agony's sake, I think your hand's worth $56,000. I want to see your hand.
He calls.
Ace queen.
You got it.
What do you have?
Queen 8.
How many times you want to run?
3.
Okay.
So they'll see 3 river cards with the winner each time getting a third of the pot.
Perkins has Dario covered, but he's in really bad shape. He's looking for an 8.
River number 1, 5.
5. Okay. Chop it up.
Dario wins.
1 for Dario.
Nice try with the whole chop it up thing.
Did anybody fold an 8?
Nope.
No.
He didn't have any 8s. I gotta give you good news.
All the 8s still in play.
River number 2, tray of spades. So Dario locks up almost 112,000 so far.
Come on.
Oh, good talking, Dario.
One shot for an 8. For my friend, 1 time for Texas, an 8 for Texas.
This game's sick.
Texas.
River number 3 goes to Dario.
Take it.
Ship full cargo to the Italian.
And with that hand, our 2 Italians are atop the leaderboard.
How can I be losing in this game? They ship 80,000 with 1 pair at this table.
All right, let's rebuy.
Lock raises to 800.
They were singing in the same choir and didn't even know it.
Action folds to Solomon.
Oh, Muffin's playing. I can see it.
How geeky was that high 5? I think Daniel's pocket protector broke.
Solomon re-raises his pocket 8s to 3,000. Over to the cannon. Ace Jack.
This is a spot where you can make an argument for 4-betting or folding.
How much?
Like 31,000 or something.
Bet is 3,000 total.
Out of position, you don't want to call, but I imagine a 4-bet would get a lot of respect. Then again, Rick hasn't 3-bet a ton.
She's going to let it go.
So you raised or straddled?
He don't straddle.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
He only comes after the straddle. He gets excited when he sees him.
Negrano's out.
How much do I owe this pot? 3K? All right, sir.
Gamble.
Good luck to both of us.
Locke makes a fairly loose call out of position, but thinks he has an edge against his amateur buddy.
7-6-4. Locke's got 2 pairs. Solomon with an overpair.
I checked the sick one.
Pretty gross flop for Rick.
5,000.
I raised the sick one.
Great spot for a check raise.
Locke raises to 12,200.
How much is that?
The board is super wet, so Phil can make this look like a draw.
You don't have to call, sir. You can just let it go.
And there are a lot of action killers that could hit the turn.
Solomon calls.
What are you doing, kid?
Rick's also got outs to a gut shot.
Rick Solomon, what are you doing? Rick, what do you want, kid? Tell me what you want. You want a specific card, kid? I should just shut up, I think.
Turns the 3 of spades.
And there's the action killer.
How much more do you have, son?
60K. 63,000.
Despite the potential action killer, something tells me these guys like to gamble with each other.
I'm gonna bet 42,400. Because that's a good number. And I've used it in the past. There's no time to use the things we've won from the past.
I'm all in.
Solomon's all in.
Wow. Wow-wee-wah.
How much more is it?
Getting 6.5 to 1.
How much more? This is a great show.
I think I'm going broke.
Phil might think Rick's got a 5, but he can't fold.
It's 21 more? That's it? 21,100. Almost as if the gods have decided to torture me, keeping it nice and small. Wow. All right, give me 4 yellows.
Locke calls Rick's all in.
Rick Solomon, want to run it 3 times?
What do you got?
Well, I got a kind of hand where running it 3 times would be fun for me.
Well, you show me your hand. I'll talk about it.
Will you show me yours?
Yeah, I promise I'll show you.
I got 2 pair.
Oh, you're good.
Okay, great. Now you want to run it
3 times. Yeah, 3 times.
3 times, buddy. How about 4 times, but the 3rd time doesn't count?
Nice hand.
3 times,
Or just
right?
3 times?
Yeah, 3 times.
No 5s!
We're going to see 3 rivers with the winner taking a third of the pot each time.
I won't be happy with that.
I mean, you have to hit an 8 or a 5, you know?
Phil wins it twice?
I don't know the math.
Yes, you do.
It has to
I can
be.
tell you in
That's the
2
most
seconds
likely. You're the
before
most likely.
I do
The most
math.
likely thing to happen is you win 2 out of 3.
Has to be.
That has to be the case. It's more likely than him winning 2 out of 3. And more likely than you winning 3 out. Huh?
No, I mean, yeah, he's favorite, so he's got to be at least.
Now with all
2 to
that
3.
talk, they've jinxed it. You're winning both or 1 for sure. All this Phil's a favorite. How can he lose it? Oh, yeah.
It means 5, 4, 3, 8, yeah?
I don't think I'm winning any.
You're gonna win one.
Phil's the favorite as we see the first river. King of spades. And Locke wins a third of the pot.
I symbolically want to show what's going on. This is mine. No matter what comes, at least I got one.
That's you.
Power card, too. It's a king. It's a good high card for strength, you know, to meditate on strength. If it comes, I'm going to be strong. We can take it. Shit, it's going to happen. Okay, bring it out already.
Statistically, Rick should win at least one of these.
River number 2, 10 of spades.
That's 2. Okay, we got to give one.
Locke wins
to Rick
again.
Solomon. This wouldn't be fair.
I'm not getting any.
I just want to, you know, be near you if it comes and be near you if it doesn't come.
Oh,
That's the right idea. Yeah, look at that. It's even 40% of a straight flush right here forming. So there's power strength. But I'm still okay if I lose because you don't always
get
make
the misery
straight
over with or what?
Can Phil Locke go 3 for 3?
Yes, he can. 10 of diamonds on the river. He scoops.
I'm buying it for 50. Nice, yeah.
And he wins almost $160,000.
Daniel looking at ace-4 suited.
Okay, I think I screwed your whole plan up already.
See, this is what I said. Like,
raise.
Sorry, but it was fun that you did that. Let me ask you a question. Was that fun for you?
It's fine.
Did you enjoy it? But you enjoyed it, having the money out there like a crazy gambler. 800 in the dark. It was fun.
Scott calls, also with ace-4 suited. Todd calls.
Because Daniel raised, Aaron gets to take back his straddle.
What are you doing?
Thank you, Daniel.
He folds. Pocket 6s for Lex. He calls. Vanessa.
40.
Pocket 8s.
Things could get pretty interesting here as everyone's got a bona fide hand. Looks like Vanessa's thinking about a squeeze, but I'm not sure how many of these maniacs are actually going to fold.
Raise pot, whatever that is.
So call 12, then 24, 48.
66 more.
66 more.
I got it before you did. What? What? Hey. I counted up before he did. What does that get me?
Vanessa raises to 7,800.
What's the cheesy line? Like that and $1 will get you a cup of coffee, I think is the line, right?
I don't know about coffee, but Vanessa has juiced this pot out of position.
No, it's better by just showing how inane this whole awesome spot is.
Daniel. Take your time calling there, pal.
He was getting about 3 to 1 on his money.
Now Scott.
Now that Daniel's called, Scott's getting 4 to 1 on his money.
66 more?
That's correct, sir.
Scott calls.
As more players call, the pot odds continue to improve. 5 to 1 now for Todd.
Do a hero play right here.
What's that?
He folds.
Exactly what I was going for.
Todd knows he's unlikely to be ahead. Lex with his 6s is certainly getting the right price.
I'll pot.
What are you doing now?
I'm potting. He's pot.
Oh, really?
It puts them all in.
Lex re-raises to nearly 41,000.
Lex is trying to collect any dead money that might be out there. And if he gets called, there's always the chance he'll win the hand.
Okay, so what's in the pot right now? Like, should I call?
What do you mean?
If I were to raise, like in other words, what would be the
It would
raised
basically
pot
put
right
you
now?
all in. It would basically put you all in.
That wouldn't put me all in. I had 210 before, 220 before the yeah.
I don't think people are gonna play a flop when you make it 139. you'd be surprised what I'd do.
Lex is trying to get some protection, and Scott's angling to be able to see a flop. Vanessa's trying to figure out what hands Lex would cold call shove with.
Repot.
Vanessa pots it. Daniel folds.
You said you had like 215?
Something like that before the hand.
They did send in the cooler. They called it in.
I think Scott's posturing a bit. Don't think he can really call or raise. He might be just trying to make Vanessa and Lex sweat for the fun of it.
So nonchalant. I couldn't have been happier to snap you off. It's really, really, really nonchalant.
Scott folds. And Lex is in for the rest of his.
Do we show? I mean, do we have to show? Yeah, show.
Hold on a second there, buddy. This is a cash game, and Lex doesn't have to show till the end if he doesn't want to.
What?
Gotta give Vanessa credit. She made the right read and made the right move to isolate Lex, and now she's in a great spot to bust him and win a huge pot.
Lex is all in as it's pair versus pair. Queen 7 Jack.
I flopped the joint. Dang. Had a feeling too.
Daniel would have flopped the ace high flush.
The nuts. The absolute nuts.
Wow.
That's an amazing spot.
Spade will be no help to Lex. Vanessa's got him nutted.
I'm not saying it's bad. I'm just saying as it turned out.
Lex is dead to a 6.
Oh, I would have had the nuts.
The turn gives Vanessa a set and a pot worth nearly 100 grand. And a meaningless 3 on the river.
Yeah, you ruined. They had this all planned, and you were just supposed to call.
Sorry, what do you want from me? There's so much in there. It looks so good.
First National Bank at Daniel just handed 100K to Lex to stay in the game.
Actually begins with Phil, Jack 8.
All right, 12, 12, 12, 12, 12, 12, 12.
I didn't catch that, Joe. What did he raise it to?
I think it was 12.
12, 12, 12, 12. Oh, jacks for the cannon.
I'm a big fan of 2 jacks in the hole.
Re-raises to 4,000.
Andre's picked a good spot to re-raise. He's got Phil drawing very thin.
Stern folds.
4,000.
Friedman's out. Ketcheloff. Pocket 10s.
Even if you think Andre's got a better hand, Eugene's still got pretty good implied odds to try to flop a set.
Wow, he lays it down.
Quite a read from Eugene.
Phil calls.
Can't believe I just folded my hand.
While Phil Hellmuth can't believe Pops just re-popped him.
5, Queen 9.
I want my hand back too.
Phil checks.
He's whiffed, but he's got a gut shot.
4.
Andre makes it 4,000. Phil quickly calls.
And Eugene did fold half of Phil's outs to the straight.
Go, Andre. Go, Andre.
8 of clubs on the turn.
Phil's now got a pair to go with his gut shot.
He checks.
It's a good card for Andre because it's going to keep Phil in the hand, drawing very thin.
Andre bets 5,000. Phil calls.
Phil doesn't seem to be deterred by the fact that Andre's not deterred.
The river. Trip 8s for Hellmuth.
Runner, runner, suck out.
25,000.
Phil bets 25 grand.
Phil's made a nearly pot-sized bet here to make it look like he's trying to buy it. In a spot like this, a hand that'll call 15K will also call 25 most of the time, so he figures he might as well go for the gusto.
And keep in mind, if Andre Capella makes this call, it is for more than a third of his remaining chip stack.
I'll call.
3/8.
3/8.
Phil Hellmuth wins the biggest pot of the week.
Jack. Against Jack 8, Phil Hellmuth.
Lucky guy, lucky
Getting in
guy.
there with the worst of it, but...
Ace 3 suited for lock.
I wish you'd had a draw, too.
Raises to 3,000. Tony G calls. So does Phil Hellmuth. The loose cannon Ernest Wiggins gets rid of his hand. And the Stradler calls.
This is a good opportunity to, if I could win this pot, I'd be de-steamed
This is the
in one
exact
hand
situation where you won with ace 3 of spades, except you limped and he raised.
Nice read, Phil. I guess he's been getting life coaching from Obi-Wan Kenobi.
3 King 10 on the flop. Goes check, check, check over to Tony G. He bets 7,000.
Betting his flush draw. Hellmuth calls with top pair.
Daniel folds.
Deja vu. Deja vu. Look at that, Daniel.
Bottom pair not good enough for Phil.
That's sick.
Down to 2 players on the turn, which is the 6 of diamonds. A check by Hellmuth. Bet of 25,000 by Tony G.
That's a big, big bet. All Tony's picked up here is another draw. He's got a flush draw and a gut shot draw. He's trying to win this pot with pure aggression. He's more than likely steaming from losing that huge pot to Daniel a few hands ago. If Hellmuth is the NIT they say he is, this bet just might work. But if Phil would only look just a little to his right, he might be able to see the smoke coming from Tony's ears. Now, even though Tony has bupkis right now, he does have 12 outs. If Phil calls, Tony could still get there. Don't forget, young Padawans, Phil's a Jedi now, and he can dodge bullets, even with the blast shield down.
Well, I guess he's folding now, because I think Tony saw his hand.
Yeah, when Tony sees his hand, it's harder from the call.
Phil folds.
These aren't the cards you're looking for.
Good, you show bluff, Tony.
Folds the best hand.
Nothing to show.
You can show it. I had King Jack.
Say the river, please. Lord, he folded top pair.
I would have missed.
Would you say you would have missed?
I love Tony G.
I would have missed. I believe him too.
I don't.
Pretty soon, Jennifer Tilley's going to fire out
I am.
a merged triple barrel bluff 3x pot.
That's right. I'm planning it
Middle
in my head.
pair.
Are you gonna merge, Jen?
It's complicated.
You're going to merge?
Yeah, merging is my specialty.
That probably actually is true. She merges a lot.
Mm-hmm.
She bets river and goes, well, I don't know, I guess you got it. Oh, no, you don't. Never mind, I win.
It's the unwitting merge.
She bets and they call. She says, you win. It's like, oh, no, never mind.
Straddle, huh? Every time straddle, huh?
Hashem with big slick.
Not every time.
Just teasing him.
It's first time for you. You're taking the big punt here.
I'm scared.
Yeah, you're pretty stable.
Joe raises to 2,500. Cannon folds his rags. Daniel's out. Tilly, pocket fives.
Should be an easy call.
She does.
Surprises one time, Cannon. Just put the 3-bet in.
It'll happen.
Surprises
Not
one
with
time.
those cards.
Are you feeling the peer pressure right now?
You don't need cards.
Not with kings, probably, but with aces, yeah.
But you don't need cards.
What a waste of a hand.
First you said you were my friend, and now you're looking at my chips. You know?
You can't think of it like that. You have to think that $800 bought you goodwill at the table and possibly an invitation to be invited back. Because, you know, these guys
Smart
love
woman.
when you straddle.
Heads up pot. 5, king, 7, rainbow. Tilly flops a set. Hashem top pair.
Top pair versus a set, yes.
Tilly donks it for 3K.
Poor Joe Hashem, this is just not his week. You know, as the main event winner, it is his job to spread the money around the poker community.
He makes the call.
Joe's got a 2% chance of catching up, so Jennifer's got to figure out the best way to get max value out of him.
Turn. 5 of clubs. Quads for Jen. This is the second time Joe's been up against quads this week. Tilly checks.
Jen slows down in a perfect spot where Joe could easily think he's ahead.
Obviously, he does. He bets 6,500.
Jen's taking her time with this one.
And Jen min raises to 13K. Joe, what do you think of this play?
Not sure I love it. A check raise will look really strong, and if Joe's bluffing, you chase him out. Even if he's not bluffing, you still might chase him out. But by making it the smallest raise possible, she's given herself a good shot at getting called.
And Joe does make the call. Jen's got quads, and she's got herself a customer. We'll see a river card. Ace of diamonds, 2 pair for Joe. That is not a good card for him.
In fact, it's a pretty good card for Jen. Hashem improves to a better 2 pair, and it might make Joe more confident in his bluff catcher. She's not going to be able to get another check raise in. She'll have to go after her value now.
20,000.
That's 20K.
I'll call.
And Joe calls.
I'll call, Jen.
You call?
4 of a kind again.
Look at this. Am I the king of quads today or what?
Joe can't believe it.
Really?
I know that pain.
I'm like, poor Hashem running into quads twice.
Look at him just take it on the chin. Don't rub it, Joey.
Hockey sticks for lock.
No problem.
Min raises.
I mean, that's your image. You don't even, like the guy crying calls with 3 kings, you know?
Cassavetes
Crying
calls.
call with 3 kings, yeah. There's no raise there, sir. Yeah, just check, call.
What's Barry up to over there? Looks like he smells some dead money.
Oh, this is so tilting. I don't want this game to quit.
Let's bring it up to my room, guys. I'll get pay-per-view.
Greenstein re-raises to 3,500 with 9-6 suited. Ace-9 suited for Lou. Folds. Sfondiari's out. Friedman with 5 deuce. Lets it go. Back on lock.
Call.
Makes the call.
Nick's getting decent immediate and implied odds to call.
35, is that what you have?
And he does call.
Barry's going to play this hand in position, and he's got a decent chance of running down these guys.
3-way action to the flop. 5, 6, 7, 2 diamonds lock with top set.
Huff, look at your boy Johnny Rungood over here.
He checks it. Cassavetes checks his straight draw.
Both check to the razor.
And Barry bets 5,000 with his pair and gut shot.
Barry, it looks like a phenomena. That's all you have?
Sorry.
Short stack Barry doing it to the people. You know, it's what, every time I see you on TV.
You're gonna let him call you short stack Barry?
He's got like 28,000. He's hurt doing the short stack torture on everyone. And you have like a little fortune, 100, 200.
A little over 100.
With this wet board, Locke's trying to figure out how to get as much money in right now as possible. There are plenty of worse hands that will call and plenty of turn cards that he'll hate.
Locke raises to 17-2.
Nick does not want to hit his 8.
I fold.
And he folds. Back on Greenstein. Moves all in for 34,000.
Come on, Barry, one time.
And Locke insta-calls.
Whee!
Handshake.
Kind of a crazy move against a tightish player like Phil Locke.
Well, I sure would have liked
Hey, how about this, Barry? We do it 3 times, but only the first and last time
One
count.
time. Punish the Unabomber.
Okay, how about this, Barry? We run it 2 times, but only the second time counts. Because the first one I don't feel good about. Come on.
I
2
like
times.
that. The second
2
one
times, the second one counts. Come on, you know as a math guy, it's the same thing. 1 time, just the first one, that's the one that has to count.
What'd you fold?
8 of hearts.
The first one's going to be a loss. I can feel the
How do
second
you
one's
just
a
come
win.
in and make hands like this? Is why he wins. I'm sitting here for 10 hours.
This is how- And then I get involved
3
with a guy
kings.
who
Top set. I mean, it's unreal. It's just unreal.
Except now I'm against an opponent who runs it once.
And then he raises it 75,000. There you go.
Let's put an 8 of hearts out there.
8 of hearts.
For now, Barry's only outs are 8. He can also go runner.
4 spades.
Oh, boy.
Cassavetes would have made a set.
Set over set. That's so sick.
Lucky Nick folded.
Yeah, but that freezes up the action for both of us anyways.
Look at the 3 ball.
Just put an 8 of clubs out there.
3 ball?
Barry picks up no additional outs for a win, but a 3 will chop it now.
To the river. 5 of spades, and Barry has gone broke.
Wow.
Action begins on Phil. Ace-Jack. Raised to 2,000. Pocket pair for Russ.
Pot.
Raises to 7,200.
Russ is going to gamble up while he's got a decent hand to try to win the maximum. This may be as good a spot as he can hope for.
Action folds around. Back to Phil.
Phil knows Russ's range is pretty wide at this point.
How much more you have?
A little less than 50,000 remaining for Russ. Phil calls and gives him the WWE stare down.
He's got 11 intercontinental belts.
Hellmuth off the top rope. The flop, 10-6 deuce, 3 clubs. Hellmuth checks the nut flush draw.
Russ has the best hand, but Phil does have the better draws and a decent shot of hitting one of his outs. A bet here from Russ, and these two could get it all in. No way Phil could fold 2 overs in the nut flush draw with 2 cards to come.
Harlow checks. The turn gives Russ a set.
And that's basically a 1-outer. The 8 of clubs would have made Phil's flush. The 8 kills Phil's overcards outs as well.
Hellmuth, chips in hand, leads out to 5,500.
Even though Russ was already ahead in this hand, this 8 will probably give him the confidence he needs to see it through to the end.
Gotta take a chance sometime.
I'm supposed to think you're weak, right? Because you're talking?
Didn't you read his book?
I won't bet more than 9,000 on the river if you call. If you raise, it's different.
Phil's giving him the same song and dance as before.
It was 54 or 55? I'm all in.
Russ Harlow, all in.
Russ just told Phil that song and dance is about as fresh as the Macarena.
How much more is it?
Now, if Phil were just up against a pair, he'd have pretty good equity in this hand. As it stands, he does not. With just 15 hands left, Phil knows Russ could jam with just about anything, so this decision for him may not be as easy as it seems.
Wow. Well, if he would have bet the flop, I would have shipped it right away.
Jason leaving the table. He's going to hang out over on the comfy couch.
It's my new favorite spot.
I know. You should just stay over here so I can have someone to talk to.
We need Phil to fold, I think. Because if he calls and loses or knocks him out, you know, then the cannon's either gone or doubled up over to 100.
Right.
So it's actually better for us if Phil folds.
Right.
Because then the cannon will still have like 65,000 or something, 60,000. So.
What do you think's gonna happen?
I think Phil's gonna fold. Why check the flop? That doesn't make any sense.
A turned set is one of the most difficult hands to put an opponent on, and Russ is doing a great job of not giving anything away.
Wow, what if I call him and he shows me ace queen, which I can't even beat?
If you just want to get TV time.
Antonio, you can come over here. Come join the party.
Jason calling for reinforcements.
And Tony G along for the ride, too.
Phil just said he can't beat ace queen and hasn't folded yet.
Phil can't beat ace queen.
What do you think?
I saw what Phil had when he looked back. His ace, I'm pretty sure he has ace jack with the ace of clubs.
All the time it takes is like he's playing a tournament. You know, it's like
That's why it takes so long.
he's actually. I think he's playing a tournament in his head. You know, that's his chips. Decisions are down there, and the chips he has left. He's not going to call. If you can't beat ace queen, how is he going to call?
Limping like any.
It's like insane to call for him.
See a flop and get it in with a flush draw. As soon as you hit a flush draw,
He's probably got the ace, like the bare ace.
like I want to be a cannon. Like I feel like
So probably got ace jack with the bare ace.
It's a fantastic read by Tony G. Heard the production was going to bill Phil for this overtime, by the way.
Wait till he hears from the union.
Buddy, what do you have? I'm thinking about calling you with ace high. You like that? You want me in there or not?
I may watch too much Law and Order, but you don't have to answer that.
Dun dun.
Call or fold, I really think Phil probably should have made his decision by now.
I mean, I have ace jack, Antonio, with ace of clubs, and I mean, you know? And I mean, there's like
There's
how
a
many
lot
hands
going on,
left?
you know?
I know. I mean, I would have laid this down like before. He checked the flop. Now he just moved in.
It's frustrating the time we're wasting. It's unbelievable, and he doesn't even want to make a decision.
Tony's attitude toward Phil seems to have gone from playful to straight up annoyed.
Could be, you know.
Here come the men in black.
So you potted it before the flop.
Here we go again.
It's just ridiculous.
What's ridiculous?
I mean, just make a decision, you know? Like, there's other people in the game, too. You're a professional player playing against a loose cannon. I mean...
Now I'm trying to make a decision for 43,000. Can you just shut the up? Call
You're
a floor
a professional
man.
player?
Call floor man.
You're insulting everyone. I mean, we're here, we want to play, too.
Personally, I'm enjoying the
I'm right in the middle of making a big decision right now, and he's completely out of line here. So I
think he's completely out of line because he's been taking forever to make a decision against an amateur player coming in here as the best player in the world, taking 15 minutes to make a decision.
I haven't taken 15 minutes. You want to bet on that?
Well, you will if
You're
that's
so
why
out of
I'm
line.
talking about
You know,
it.
your etiquette's horrible. Stay out of this.
Gentlemen,
stay out.
Okay.
Please.
Let him make a decision.
Yeah, let's hear your ruling.
We're gonna put you on the clock right now. You got a minute and 10 seconds.
That's your ruling?
Right. You're gonna let him make his play.
I hope you're proud of yourself, Tony.
Story checks out.
Obviously, I think ace high is good right now, okay? I mean, or I wouldn't be studying. I'm not putting it in to draw. He's running out of time.
Let's see if Phil is really willing to pull the trigger.
You got a pair?
Look, Phil, he's a father of 3. Russ is used to tuning out obnoxious noise. Antonio doing the 7th inning stretch.
Why check the flop and then move in on the turn? It's got to be a bluff. If you were going to bluff, why not bluff the flop?
Phil folds. And those are tears of joy.
If you're bluffing, I highly recommend showing. If you're bluffing, I highly recommend
King, queen
showing.
with the one club? He might have had jack 9 or queen 9.
You'll see the steam coming up.
You should show a bluff if you were bluffing, for sure.
He would show it if he
I
was
would
bluffing.
have.
I was there when you guys were playing the Yankees and you were down 3-0. I did an event that night and I said, all right, if they win this game to go 3-1, I'm going to stick around town.
Queen 6 for Phil.
And I'm going to
raises.
I'm going to stay in town, and I'm going to watch the next. Game. So I watched the next game. You guys made a huge comeback in that game too, and then I was out in the streets and it was just crazy, screaming, yelling.
So Phil was the reason for the greatest comeback in baseball history. I get it.
11 bracelets and now 1 ring.
Cars home.
It's funny you mentioned that. I'll tell you something after this hand.
The cannon called. Queen, queen, ace. Action flop. Trip queens for Phil. Top pair for Bobby the Bus, who checks.
First Helmuth reversed the curse of the Bambino.
Helmuth bets 4,000.
Now maybe his own.
The cannon calls. The turn. 7 of clubs gives Phil a flush draw as well. Ferdinand checks. Helmuth bets 12,000.
This is Phil's second pot-sized bet in a row, but there isn't a whole lot Bobby can do here. The majority of the time, he will have the best hand.
And he calls.
Our loose cannon looks like he's going to drop a chunk early.
Unless that happens, it's an ace. It fills both up, but the cannon has a better boat than Phil.
Phil's 6-seat curse has followed him to seat 4.
Cannon bets.
I was waiting for that. How can they always do it to you? It's pretty sick. Aren't we? Or
Is this even possible? I was thinking he was going to pay off 50,000 drawing to 2 outs. It was so sweet. Pot, and I was going to bet 30 in the end, and he was going to call me with his ace 10 or whatever. Oh, come on. Are you serious? I mean, can this just keep happening to me? It's like...
I think everyone at the table knows Bobby has an ace. Phil probably too. He calls pre-flop, calls the flop, calls the turn, then all of a sudden wakes up and has a muscle spasm and starts betting the river. No way. Has to be an ace. Maybe 1 out of every 100 times he plays it that way with another queen.
You got an ace, Bus?
18-5, you'll see what I got.
You called a pot size.
What do you got?
A pot. I got a queen.
I can hear Phil at dinner now. They did it to me again, Charles Barkley. Hey, Nelly, pass the salt.
Phil calls. Ferdinand shows and wins a pot of nearly 74 grand.
No stops today in the bus.
There's a catchphrase for the T-shirts.
That's it, bus.
Daniel raises on the button.
Daniel could have any 2 cards raising the cannon's big blind in position.
Galfond calls. 9 queen for the cannon. Calls.
All right, well, I guess he's in the blind, but this is a hand that has pretty bad reverse implied odds.
The flop, Trey 4. Galfond checks.
Okay, now Given should be check folding.
There's the check. Negreanu. That's 2,500. Galfond calls.
All right, he's gone through the motion of waiting for his turn to act, but he should definitely fold now.
Nope, calls.
Ooh, splash the pot.
Come on, Bill. Punish these two.
Yeah.
Punish them, Bill.
If anyone needs punishment to this table, these guys are out of line.
8 of clubs on the turn. Galfond checks.
All right, so the cannon has decided to overcall float out of position with queen high against a calling station and a guy who bought in for $500,000.
Givens checked over to Daniel. Daniel. That's 7,200.
Right now, I'm putting the very bottom of Negreanu's range on at least a 4, which has Given destroyed.
Galfond folds.
If the cannon was floating, he definitely cannot just call again. He should fold.
You got a 3 over there?
But if he wanted to get nuts, and if he actually did have a 3 in his hand, this is a spot where he would check raise for value. Check raise would look super strong in this spot, and Daniel, unless he actually had a 3, or maybe a big spade draw, would probably fold.
17-5 more.
There's the check raise.
Wow. It takes nerves of steel for Bill to fire at a pro for this amount with absolutely nothing.
So I guess you do have a 3, huh?
Especially one that likes to call as often as Daniel. That was a pretty decent bomb by the cannon, and Daniel's usually pretty honest in these situations. If he's asking if he's got a 3, my guess is that he's worried that the cannon does have one.
17.5.
Yes, that much more to call.
Usually when Daniel thinks about it this long, he's talking himself into a call. I wonder if Bill knows that.
And there's that call.
Gulp.
Good luck.
You too.
6 of spades on the river.
That card would complete a flush draw, and my read was that Daniel would only call our raise on the turn with a 3 or a flush draw. If he has either one, I don't think there's any way to make him fold. Remember, a loose cannon cannot reload. If Given continues the bluffing, it gets picked off, he will be decimated.
If you bet too much, I'm not going to call, so don't go crazy. Just warning you. Or, you know, helping you, I don't know. 20's good.
We'll go to 28.
28?
28.
Yeah.
There's the final barrel.
Oh, this is an interesting hand.
Will it work?
Spade didn't scare you, huh? Or maybe it helped you. I can beat that. I can beat a lot, but wait a minute, you called a raise. I have ace 3. Ace 3. Pocket 4s. Ace 3. You wouldn't do that with a flush draw, right? Oh, would you do that with like queens or something? Oh boy, I don't see how I can throw this away. I have no idea. I know you probably. 28 is the bet. Okay.
28's the bet.
Okay, you're gonna need a really good hand to win, but I think you might just have one. My kicker beats some hands.
You have a really good hand, you'll win.
Really?
Yeah.
For sure? Well,
It's got to be a really good hand, but
Yeah,
if, you
yours is really good,
if you have it, you'll win.
Yeah, all right. I mean, I'm probably going to give you your money anyway because I can't fold this. 28, right?
Yep.
Merry Christmas.
Daniel calls.
Sickening.
It's actually a stone cold bluff.
Oh, wow. I got the 3.
Daniel wins a pot of more than 117 grand. King 9 suited for Barry. In the small blind.
There's a raise.
Raises to 5,200. Antonio folds. Chow pocket jacks.
It's been a straddle and a double straddle, which is why the pot's so big already.
52. That's okay.
Chow calls.
If you gamble, I gamble. Let's go.
Good luck, Barry.
Barry, this is a lesson in how to go from first to last.
Rick calls.
In the instant of a flop.
Nice flat call by Chow with jacks. He's disguising the strength of his hand. He's in position, and he let Moneybags Raheem in.
Ace Jack 7. Chow flops a set. Barry, the first to act, leads out with 9,000.
It's a great flop for Chow. His hand is so strong, he'll want as much action as possible.
Chow smooth calls, and Rick folds.
Again, I like Chow's call. If he had raised, it would have shown a lot of strength, especially with Rick still to act behind. Chow and Barry are old friends, play all the time at Bellagio together. Here they are tangling again.
Barry hits his king on the turn, but he's drawing dead.
Barry may think his king's good since Chow just called the flop.
Barry fires another 20,000.
Chow's trying to decide whether to call or raise. There aren't a lot of hands that have him beat.
Chow just calls.
By just calling, Chow looks weak, and he might be able to get Barry to fire again on the river.
A 9 on the river, a terrible card for Greenstein.
Barry's hand actually improves, which is horrible news for him and great news for Chow.
Barry's going to fire again. 42,000.
Yeah, I think I gotta quit this game. What is that?
42,000.
What's up? 42?
Despite the fact that he's dead in the water, Barry's making an attempt at a value bet.
Kiss money goodbye again, if I have it.
Kiss it hello, Chow. You're a winner.
30. 30. 42. Don't fuck me in a 7.
Chow calls.
I said, you have aces up, it's good.
That's it?
No.
Chow shows the goods.
Listen.
Chow's been running so bad this session that he forgot to consider the fact that he could have maybe even raised there.
I'm not walking like ace king again. I'm happy to win.
A pot of almost 160 grand.
Chow, you won a pot.
I win. That's too quick now.
No, don't quit now.
Of course not. Crazy. I love play poker and I play 2 days.
Lock straddled. Perkins re-straddles. Action on Max with ace-10.
Uh-oh. And of course, the Shaolin monk comes to the mat, you know? He loves these moments.
Please. Max raises to 5,100. Action folds to Elke, who's out.
I don't know. I've given up on the monk. I'm just gonna.
I'm baiting out. Please. Oh.
Lock with 10-9 of hearts.
Phil's dominated.
Where's a 5?
Calls 4,300.
The restraddles. Oh, sorry.
Oh, that flash.
Perkins folds.
I love how Max doesn't shy away from these huge pots at all.
4-10 Queen Rainbow. Lock and Martinez both with middle pair.
Jake.
Lock's got kicker problems like the Karate Kid. And Max hasn't given a ton of free cards this week.
He fires 6,100.
A lot of money out there to fold this to one bet, especially when everyone has a pretty good sense of how aggressive Max has been.
Lock makes the call.
String call.
Was stringy dingy.
Turn, deuce of diamonds. Lock checks.
Will Max keep barreling?
He does not. Checks it to the river. Queen of diamonds, 2 pair for both.
Changes absolutely nothing.
Lock checks.
This is probably a spot for a value bet, especially knowing how aggressive our cannon's been.
And Martinez bets 25,000 with his 2 pair better kicker.
Very polarizing bet on a hand that's not polarized.
This is called a thin call. I don't normally do these, but I decided a long time ago.
Wait, let me get my notepad.
The only way to beat these Shaolin monks is to just
a thin call.
You just get some little chunk of something, you just hold on, and if they pound you into the ground and they take your satchel and run away into the forest, then you're just sitting there with no satchel. That's okay, I've done without a satchel before.
What in the H?
But if my thin little gangly, crackly 1 pair is good, then I took his satchel.
Does this story have a point?
Just flip a coin, flip a coin. Flip a coin, come on.
Flip a coin.
Flip a chip.
Maybe. I'm getting a coin.
I like the coin.
Max can now win an extra 25 grand based on the flip of a coin.
I have a coin, I know.
Okay, I got 1 cent.
He gave you the coin.
Shaolin's got his own coin.
Shaolin, you want to see the Shaolin coin?
Ancient Chinese proverb says, anytime man offers you coin, don't flip, but call instead. Wow, is that parable true? I'm going with the parable.
Lock calls. Max shows the winner.
Ace-10.
You made the Shaolin value bet.
Shaolin value bet.
Oh, I love that little talk.
He knew the Shaolin parable. He knew to offer the coin because he knew if he offered the coin, I would call. Wow. If I could have found a quarter, I would have been 50-50.
Tony G, suited connectors, raises to 1,200. Viffer calls. Cannon and Sir are out.
Yeah, that's tournaments. Those are, what do you call those? Dunkaments?
They're talking about Daniel's brief stint at the top of the all-time tourney money winners list. Eric Seidel currently on top.
Daniel makes the call with King Queen off. Scott Seaver, Queen Jack of diamonds.
At least there's room for everyone to keep improving.
I mean, the way you guys all play, there's certainly tons of room.
Yeah.
Scott calls.
I'm going to go with an old Hellmuth trick. Watch this, gentlemen. Check in the dark. How do you fade that? Seriously. Check in the dark. I don't even want to see what's coming.
Flop deuce 10 Jack.
Wow. Genius. That was amazing. What I just did there, it's so high level, I can't even put it into words.
Checks around.
Everyone check?
Turns the 7 of spades, and Tony G has made a straight.
See how that worked? Because if I wouldn't have done that, they would have been more scared. My turn, right?
Daniel's still open-ended.
Did you qualify?
Yes, I've qualified pretty comfortably at this point. Question is, how much do I want to put in there?
You checked.
No, I'm not. I'm not, for sure.
You're not checking?
Yeah. If you're folding any bet, you can just do that now. I'm gonna put in. I'm gonna put 36 in.
Daniel's bet 3,600.
Daniel's trying to clean up his outs.
Seaver calls with top pair.
I'm gonna raise it.
Good spot for a raise. Action in front of him. A lot of draws out there. He's likely to get called.
14,000.
One guy's not betting, one guy's not folding, and one guy's raising.
Look, it's a nice opportunity to raise.
Viffer folds his nothing.
I just like go to punish him for that dark check.
Yeah.
I'm not a fan of it.
Tony's raise size to 14 is pretty good too. He's building a nice pot.
Does that mean I can get my money back because you're just trying to punish him?
If I win the pot, I'll give you your money back.
And Tony's raise is not too big to chase off someone who likes to call. Daniel.
This does not look good.
For you or me?
Yeah, for you. For me, it looks like you're involved in this.
I'm involved. Yeah.
He's qualified.
Daniel calls. Now over to Seaver.
Oops.
Uh-oh.
Who's counting out chips, drawing dead.
This would be real strong if the raise came now after the wake me up
I have to make it like 50,000 to win this.
It's possible on a wet board like this that Tony could be semi-bluffing.
Pretty freaky.
But with a raise and a call, top pair almost never good here.
And Seaver folds.
Wow, that was a big sweat.
Took a long time. That speech really got him.
He made a big laydown just now.
Okay, you owe me my 3,600 if you win the hand.
That's not exactly how poker works.
Tony and Daniel to the river. 9 of diamonds, and Daniel's made the nuts straight.
That's a super dirty card for Tony. Not only does it beat him, but it's not a club, so the only two hands that beat him are King, Queen, and Queen 8. I think Daniel may want to check raise here. No.
He bets 35,000, a little Tony G move.
Daniel must think Tony's not all that strong, and he could check behind on the river.
Are you also offering my 4,800 back if you...
Tony calls, and Daniel wins a $100,000 pot.
I had the nuts on the turn. Wow, well done. Too good.
I mean, that check in the dark.
Yeah, that was the trick.
I mean, that old check in the dark, you really punished him.
Action on Jason Mercier.
Unopened button.
10 deuce of hearts.
There's no straddle.
Eugene, you're supposed to straddle.
Raises to 1,200 with the Doyle. Ace Jack of spades for Guy.
Definitely a 3-betting spot against Mercier.
Guy just calls. 5-4 for Bob.
The swings were
really ridiculous.
The swings were so huge.
Calls out of the big blind.
Let's see if Guy's high-fiving anyone after this hand.
To the flop. Deuce, deuce, 10, 2 clubs. Mercier flops the Doyle dinghy.
What's it like, Jason? What is it like?
Laliberte checks. Bob checks. Mercier with his full boat.
Typically, Jason should bet here and try to get no credit for an on-the-button C-bet.
Fires out 2,300.
If Jason were betting total air, Guy's hand might be good some of the time. As it stands, he's dead to running aces or jacks.
He's a tough guy to play.
Guy calls. Bob folds.
Jason, the slight favorite as we head to the turn.
Oh, I've seen worse. 6 of spades. Guy picks up a flush draw that can only hurt him. He checks.
Jason continues to run good even after making a hand. He is flush proof.
How much will he bet? 6,100.
Given that there's still a shot his hand could be good already, Guy pretty much has to call with a nut flush draw.
And he will make the call.
Despite what he thinks, Guy definitely does not want to see a spade.
Jack of diamonds on the end.
Also not good for Guy.
Makes a pair and checks.
Guy didn't hit his flush, but he caught something, so Jason can probably still get 3 streets of value, but only if the price is right. Jason, how much is your bid? 7, 12, higher.
15,700, Bob.
Guy Laliberte, come on down. You're the next contestant on Value Town.
And Guy calls.
I was there. Good night.
Donnie with pocket kings.
Speaking of straddling, Cowboys.
Raise to 3,000. Prahlad. Fold.
Right? It's like, I don't want to play that high. 5 out of the 6 times.
Action over to Phil. Queen. Oh boy, queen.
Get the bleeper ready.
9,000.
A re-raise to 9,000.
Donnie's in a spot where he could make a 4-bet, but he doesn't want to chase Helmuth out if he's getting out of line. We know Phil's got queens, though, and he'll call just about anything.
Call.
See, that's already a big game. Look at that. He just put in $9,000.
That's because there's a straddle on it, Phil. We're not asking for a double straddle, just the one.
Both the straddle and the cooler hand are to blame for the size of this pot.
A juicy pot pre-flop, which comes out Jack 8 King. A set for Stern.
All Donnie needed was for Phil to not flop a set.
Phil checks.
Donnie's in position, so if he bets here, it will look like a continuation bet.
11,000. Phil calls.
I was going to suggest that the king might bother Phil, but it doesn't appear so.
Jack of hearts on the turn as Stern fills up.
Phil's now drawing dead to someone pulling the fire alarm.
Helmuth checks.
Phil put Donnie on a jack. Maybe the second one hitting will save him some money. Donnie's trying to figure out how to get max value.
He bets 30,000.
These guys both have their hands in their mouths, which, when unintentional, is a sign of weakness.
Phil calls.
In Donnie's case, it might actually be a reverse tell. Phil just called 30,000, drawing stone dead.
The river. The 10 of diamonds. Phil checks.
Can't really tell how many that is, the yellows.
About 60.
You have about 60 left?
There's 100K in the pot, and Phil's only got 60K behind. It would probably look stronger if Donnie didn't put Phil all in.
I'm all in.
There goes Donnie putting Phil all in.
At this point, all Phil Hellmuth has is a bluff catcher. I think he knows it. There's no way Donnie would be value betting any hand worse than a pair of queens in this spot, so Phil's either crushed or Donnie's bluffing in his eyes.
Why is it just funny to watch him in anguish? I don't know.
It's just the sickest stuff. I mean, why do I even come here? I mean, I just ridiculous. This guy probably has ace jack and just hit some miracle jack like it was nothing. Maybe he's just bluffing it all off. I mean,
Phil's trying very hard to convince himself he can call. See you, Daniel. He knows this could be a while.
Here's my thinking, okay? Can't be shit 35,000 when he wanted to call. I think this time he's not bluffing at all. I think it doesn't look like he's bluffing to me. I think he's betting because he thinks Phil is just sick and annoyed and he's gonna call.
52.
But I don't think Danny's ever bluffing here.
You think he's bluffing?
No. Come on in. Huddle up. for luck. Oh, 100%. Everyone here.
Phil and Donnie have had some history this week, maybe clouding Phil's judgment.
Oh, you might be bluffing here.
I don't think there's any chance he's bluffing here.
Almost
like zero chance.
Close to zero.
He wouldn't have even bothered betting the turn. I think Helmuth has ace king. You think he has ace king? He could have ace king. He thinks he has queens.
He might have queens.
Wait, he did raise less. Actually, he has queens because he made it 9,000 before the flop. Yeah. He has queens because he only made it 9. He always reaches pot.
I think he's
Is that the Brat Pack over there?
Boys, he might be bluffing here, boys. He might be bluffing here.
He wants to be a hero right here for sure.
Wow, I have a feeling he's bluffing. I don't know if I can call it though.
Oh, if he's bluffing and he calls, he'll feel like he'll feel like Superman.
Yeah.
He's supposed to have me beat. I mean,
I don't think Phil has a feeling he's bluffing. I think Phil wants him to be bluffing.
I just also the way that Danny asked how many he's got, it's so natural and so comfortable. It's like this. It's like, just see what you got. He's like, I'm all in. It's like, so come on, give me a break. You have it for sure.
Should I also feel insurance?
You bluffing, Donnie? Wow, I just feel like you're bluffing.
He wants to win today. He wants to win some good money. So like, this is his opportunity to be a hero.
$68,000.
Here we go. This is the call before the storm.
I see it when it happens. When I get back.
Go back?
Yeah.
Based on pot odds, Phil's not getting nearly the right odds for how often Donnie would be bluffing here. But I don't think this decision is about pot odds for Phil. All right, well, now that everyone's back and Phil's sure the cameras are back on him, we should get a decision soon.
Wow, the last time I made a decision like this, I was wrong. I looked pretty bad. Wow, it's like my hand won't let me fold here. It's so weird.
Once someone picks up their cards like that, they usually fold.
Just queens, boys. That's all I have. Pocket queens. God, I hate to give this one up. Just hate to give it up. My read has not been perfect lately, though. That's the problem. You just can't wait to flip over that queen 10 or those two deuces or whatever.
Phil folds.
The contacts are drying out.
It's unreal. I tried to play two big pots against this kid. He snapped off top two and queens.
Snapping off queens is pretty easy with kings. I guess you could call him a whippersnapper.
Completely screwed me.
Ace deuce suited for the loose cannon, Nadia.
Nadia called herself Nadia KGB after Barry said she looked like a James Bond villain. Right now she's on a mission to defend her big blind, it looks like.
She raises to 4,900.
Joe hasn't been here and he doesn't know how Nadia plays. All he knows is that she's an amateur.
Cassidy calls.
Hi.
Hello.
Oh man, it's like Twilight at the poker table.
9 ace 6.
That ace could be real trouble for the loose cannon. She's out kicked. She did raise pre-flop and now she's hit her ace. Let's see if she bets.
She does. 7,700.
Bella fires off a continuation bet. Let's see what Edward's going to do. This actually isn't a very easy decision. Nadia's an amateur. She could very easily have ace-king or ace-queen in this spot. Joe's got a big ace. It's going to be difficult for him to lay down. Plus, he just got to the table. He doesn't know how Nadia plays just yet.
Joe does call.
Whether or not he knows it, Joe's in a really good spot.
The turn. And Joe's not in a good spot anymore. Deuce of diamonds gives Nadia 2 pair.
Would you say Nadia hit her new moon? That's it, I'm done.
You promise?
I swear.
All right, the action is on Nadia.
Well, now it's Nadia that has Joe in a really bad spot.
She fires off 15-6.
Nadia might be nervous playing a pot this big. If Joe's picking up on any of that discomfort, it may not work to his advantage.
Joe comes along for the ride.
Looks like Joe's sticking to his plan of wanting to see a showdown.
The river. King of clubs.
Let's see if Nadia still likes her hand and can keep the pressure on by firing off a value bet.
Nadia bets 30,000.
Remember, folks, this is an amateur player who's never played at stakes this high. Joe knows this too. Let's see if he figures out that he's beat here. Joe really seems tortured by this decision.
Cassidy calls.
I have 2 pair.
Just a little 2-pair. Just the best hand.
Nadia wins a pot of 117,000.
Welcome to again. We forgot to warn you, Joe. Sorry about that.
The loose cannon can play. Now they've all got the memo.
Courtney G with pocket 9s.
Obviously, this is a raise.
I'll raise it.
Yeah, I said we weren't going to clash, but I think we're going to clash because I got a good hand.
1,600.
That raise is a little big.
Negrano calls.
Daniel's usually pretty honest, so I believe him so far. It all just depends on what his definition of good is. Maybe not that good, or he would have re-raised. Courtney, very interested in what's going on here.
6,000.
3 bets. Randy Lou makes it 6,000, and Solomon's out of the way.
Well, Lou's put the squeeze on, probably to isolate the cannon. It's just a matter of whether or not he has a real hand this time. Randy could easily be doing this with something worse than 2 9s, but even if not, Courtney should call on the off chance she could hit a set. You know, you really can't be folding big pocket pairs with only 150 hands to play.
But she does.
All right, well, now this is interesting.
I know you're coming in. Hurry up.
You know it, right?
It's
You
all right.
raised anyway. What is that all about?
What was that?
You knew I was calling, but you raised anyway.
You're reading too much into it, man.
I don't want to. Yeah, I don't want to level myself here. I just want to try to flop a set, hit a set, and get it in. Can we do that? Huh?
Yeah, I'm paired in.
Well, if I'm trying to flop a set, what do you think I started with?
So we're heads up to the flop, and we don't know anyone's cards. Trey, deuce, jack.
Randy's got the lead.
8,000.
Lou bets 8,000.
Well, that was pretty obvious. Lou's been firing every flop, whether he has it or not.
It's an interesting situation, okay? Because I have 3 3s right now. You don't believe that?
I don't know.
How
I
much
believe
is it?
a lot of people. I believe a lot of people.
So the best way to play this against you, based on previous hands, is to call, raise river, I think. Okay? So that's plan A. I might change my mind, but plan A is call, ship river.
All right.
That's plan A. You like that? I'm just going to tell him, whatever.
I'm a little worried.
So the mystery continues. 7 on the turn.
It's such hard to tell your opponent what you're doing and doing it, you know?
What are you gonna do now?
Does Lou want to keep the lead?
20,000.
Lou bets 20,000.
Lou's got Daniel's attention. Let's see if he sticks to his plan of call, ship.
He doesn't believe me. I seriously say I'm going to do that, and he doesn't care. Oh, gosh.
Everyone lies. That's what I heard.
Yeah.
Word on the street.
So is plan A still the plan? I'd like to defer.
You gotta respect internet guys that chat during hands. That's a very rare thing, and to that, hats off. He's chatted in the middle. If somebody's dialoguing with him, he just opens the door and goes there.
Oh.
Even I don't do that. I try not to,
So it's
but
a
I do
mistake?
it.
Is that a mistake? Thanks for the...
I'm leveling myself too much. I call.
Daniel calls.
If I keep thinking, I'm going to screw up really bad.
This is awesome. We're still sticking to the plan.
River, ace of clubs.
The only draw on the flop, which was 4-5, just came in. Daniel's taking a pretty passive line in this hand, and in the past, when Nanos had nothing, he slowed down by now. So if he's gearing up for another bet, my guess is he may have the best hand.
Daniel intently watching Lou as he stacks chips. And it looks like it's going to be a really big bet.
I'm now worried that you just made 3 aces. How much does he have? How much did he bet?
Fired 47,800.
I told you I have 3 threes and you just don't care, or you have that beat, right?
Well, if I talk too much, I might let you know what I have.
Bro, the thing is, when you talk, you might get the other result. You might get wins that you shouldn't have got, etc. You know?
That's true.
It's not all.
How light is Daniel thinking of calling this time?
What's he got left? Let's see. I can't see. Just lift your hand. That's good. It really smells like aces.
Does that mean Daniel was already beating a pair of aces?
Pocket aces? Oh, it's a difference. I can't fold anyway.
Calls.
Queens.
Turn to set.
Wow.
Oh, wow.
Nice hand.
Daniel's read wasn't far off. It wasn't overpaired till the river.
Tony G in the straddle.
How much would you pay?
Yes.
Not to go.
To prison? Every single penny that I have and every penny that I could make for the next 10 years, I would pay.
For how
Right,
long?
it's a year.
I wouldn't go to jail for 6 months.
Right, I mean, I can't think of a...
He would never make it.
I would do fine, okay?
No.
Biffer raises with suited connectors.
I have money and I can get coffee, I can trade cigarettes, I can do all that stuff.
But you're a brat.
I'm a brat.
You need a lot of things.
In jail, I might be quiet. I'd be like, is this vegan?
I'm just going to let that sit. So, Viffer raised.
Ace Jack for the cannon.
I need 3 vegan meals a day in prison.
I'm sure the vegan meals and the highlights will really win over the cellmates.
Gonzo calls. Over to Sura. Couple of jacks.
He should be able to play this one. Call or re-raise would be fine.
Yeah, he's playing.
And he calls.
Look at this pot. I mean, this is tremendous.
Daniel folds.
I hope I have a qualifying hand.
I didn't need much to have a qualifying hand.
Seaver folds. Ace, queen of diamonds for Tony G.
Certainly qualifying.
Calls.
I have a huge hand. But I'm forced to play. Like, I have to respect Wiffer. What do you have behind you there?
Not much. I'm winning.
Oh, is that it?
That's it.
4 players to the flop. 6-8-8, and the Whiffer didn't whiff this time.
Whiffer flops trippers.
Tony G with the nut flush draw. He checks.
Viffer's pretty short going into this hand.
7,000.
But Viffer's in a great spot since he was the pre-flop aggressor and he connected with this board so huge.
Cannon's out.
Bobby Sura could be in trouble since 2 jacks will be the best hand often enough on this board. Then again, he never really was known for his J's.
He's singing now because he's winning.
And he calls 7,000.
Tony G probably can't fold. It's pretty tough to give Viffer credit for a hand, and he's unlikely to be drawing dead, though he may be concerned with what got Bobby Sura to open the purse strings. If the board weren't paired, this would probably be an auto check raise.
What a hand. What do you have there?
Little over 28.
He's got no orange chips there.
You took them all.
30, so it's like 36.
Didn't you hear Stapes? It's a little over 28.
Bobby Sura. What are you doing there in that hand? Quietly just calling?
Good question. I've been trying to figure it out myself.
He's got like 2 9s.
Basically.
You're too good at this game.
All right, I'm gonna drop it. This is a big lay down.
What are you doing here? I don't think I can condone this
You
plan.
could never imagine, but don't ever tell anyone.
Yeah.
Tony G has Scott fold for him.
Tony G makes a pretty tight laydown. We're going to have to pull his Maniac card.
To the turn. 9 of hearts.
2 9s, I knew it.
You killed my action.
I'm all in.
Viffer's all in for over 28,000.
Oh, should have re-raised before the flop.
Smells like someone has
28-1.
jacks.
You got it.
Someone has jacks, I think.
Now, Bobby's getting less than 2 to 1, and it's possible Viffer would do this with a draw, but he knows Bobby's been playing tighter than an Ed Hardy t-shirt.
Jack's good.
If Sura does call, Viffer will almost certainly double up.
I hate to see this one on TV too.
Dylan, muck that hand.
Sura makes a good laydown.
In this case, tight is right.
We're gonna see it real soon, anyways.
Show us one card.
Do you want to see?
Sure. We're gonna see it.
Here's what I'll tell you. I'll tell you the truth. You're either way ahead or way behind.
Not way ahead. How can Jax ever be way ahead?
He could be way ahead or way behind.
Your verbiage was definitely inaccurate.
All right, I'm not very educated.
English only at the table, sir?
Fun. Everyone enjoys it.
Tony, I vote for you to be in every televised game.
Thanks, Joe.
Yeah, I would put the check mark next to that too. Any televised cash game, I think Tony needs to be there.
What is that, 16 there?
Try sitting
Fair
next to him
enough.
and see how you like.
Daniel's called Tony's raise.
What do you mean? I've been buddy head with him all day. Oh, you mean this?
Kings again for Reynolds.
I'm gonna go 7,500.
Re-raised to 7,500.
William got stacked earlier with kings against Tony G.
Viffer and Tony are out.
I feel like I'm gonna run good against you on the show.
Daniel calls.
I got a caller and it wasn't Tony G. Hold on here, everybody. Hold on. Tony G didn't qualify pre-flop.
Daniel qualifies with middle pair.
Now I'm looking at Daniel's second hand heads up. Now I'm out of position.
Yeah, it's more fun for me this way.
William is first to act, and he should want to bet before this board gets really nasty.
Check.
He doesn't. Checks.
Sounds fair.
Daniel checks. The turn. King of Hearts, a set for Reynolds.
Well, the board didn't get any nastier for William. Got a lot better. William checked before. Let's see if he bets now that a potential scare card for Daniel has come off.
Reynolds does bet 13,000.
Daniel isn't folding right away. When you call with a hand like 7-4 and make some kind of pair, sometimes you don't want to give it up right away. Since they checked the flop, this is the first bet Daniel's facing. You get a free card on the turn, so if he calls here, he's seeing both cards while still only paying for one.
Yeah, I see it.
Daniel calls.
As you can see, Daniel has zero chance of winning this pot unless he can get William the fold.
9 of hearts on the river.
William cannot like that card. Two big draws formed on the turn, and both just came in. Hearts and straights galore.
Action on Reynolds.
Check.
He checks.
Daniel's bluff catcher has nothing to catch at this point. These guys know each other pretty well. They play together all the time in Daniel's room.
Daniel bets 40,000.
40K, huh?
Daniel's turned his bluff catcher into a bluff.
Checked out my stack. Do you want to make sure I had enough for you to get paid off? You hit that that river heart. Daniel's a talker while he's in hands when he has the initiative. Not so much the other way around. Can't extract anything from him. He's a seasoned, grizzled veteran.
Daniel's trying to get William to fold a pair. Not sure he can let go of a set, though.
Daniel Lograno fires 40,000 into me on the river. Poker is real.
Daniel's made a great attempt. William is actually considering laying down his set.
You've been turning pairs into bluffs, haven't you, Danny? You like doing that.
The kid's got a good read.
I call.
Reynolds calls.
Well, you're too good. You know my game too well. Pair turned into a bluff.
Did you? I mean,
Yeah,
I
yeah.
don't. Everything got there,
I
though.
thought you were gonna fold. Nice hand. I thought you had a pair, not 3 kings. That's a nice hand.
Everything got there, and I thought you would check back most pairs, then turning your pair into a bluff came into my head.
Yeah, when you said that, I'm like, oh no, he's gonna call me for sure now.
Tony's straddled, so action will be on Viffer. 5-3 of hearts.
But I do qualify.
Don't you wish you had done it now?
No.
Hang on a second. All right.
Calls. Cannon calls.
We're all pretty tense here. We're all financially trying to hold on to what we've got.
Sura folds. Daniel with 5-4.
Oops.
He's in. Seaver's
All
out.
right.
Seaver.
We're all a little tense here. I'm not going to extend myself anymore.
Oh, Seaver folded for 400.
I'm shocked it got checked. I'm shocked it got checked.
Yeah, okay.
9-3 queen, a couple of clubs. Daniel misses and checks. Tony checks middle pair. And Viffer checks bottom pair.
Check.
Cannon's good with a check as well.
No one wants this pot getting any bigger with these pieces of cheese.
Turns the jack of clubs. Daniel checks.
Tony already had the best hand, picked up a ton of outs to improve.
He checks.
Check.
Viffer checks, and it checks around.
92% equity for Tony in a three-way pot, not bad.
King of clubs on the river, and Tony's made a straight and a flush.
That's now 100% equity.
And he checks it. Viffer checks to the cannon.
3,000.
He's not afraid to bet it. Makes it 3,000.
The cannon's trying to steal this, but I don't think he's going to get Tony G to fold the third nuts.
You know there's a flush out there, right?
I believe I do.
I fold.
Whoa.
Like Daniel said, what happened to Tony G?
The pros are giving mad credit to the cannon all week.
This feels like the time that he's...
I have so much sympathy.
Even Viffer's got him beat with a pair of threes.
It feels like the time, though, that it could be good.
It is good.
I have a lot of sympathy.
It feels like, I'm not, I mean, but if...
But he folds it.
I just folded the third nuts, so.
Wow.
10 of clubs.
You did not fold the 10 of clubs.
Yeah.
Why? Why does no one want to see him look him up?
I would have...
Because I know I'm beat. I don't know. What's the point? Put 3,000 in?
Because he's so nitty, he never bluffs, probably.
Yeah.
Daniel folds.
16.
Doyle raises to 1,600 with pocket sixes. Action folds around to Jason Calacanis. Pocket kings.
Chris. Can pretty much never go wrong re-raising with kings.
Raised to 5,600.
So that's how much altogether?
56 total. Since it's pot limit pre-flop, Doyle's getting the right odds to call, try to hit his set.
And Doyle does call. 2 players to the flop. Trey 6-7. Doyle flops a set.
Putting on a running good seminar.
15,000.
Calacanis bets 15,000.
Board's got to look safe to Jason. With a bet like that, Calacanis has to have something. Doyle wants to extract as much value as he can right now. It's very unlikely that a set of sixes is beat.
Is it 30?
Doyle makes it 30,000.
Now, if you notice, Doyle's only raised the minimum here. It's because he definitely wants a call. Maybe it'll even entice the amateur to ship over the top. Jason's not a very experienced player. He's probably not sure how to interpret a min raise. There's no ace on board. There's nothing really that scary out there. It's going to be very difficult for him to get away from this.
Jason calls.
See, if you'd got it all in, we could have run it twice. Nothing. We're going to be at a guess.
Now, I'm not sure why Jason just called. If it was good enough to call, it's probably good enough to get it in.
The turn. 10 of clubs.
All in.
I call.
All in and a call.
Jason's about to see some very bad news.
3 sixes.
Run it 10 times?
Wait.
Hang on.
You can run it 3 times if you want.
Sure.
3 times.
3 times.
You understand that? Okay.
That means you'll see the river card 3 times, playing for 1/3 of the pot each run. The first river, 5 of spades.
1 for the good guys.
You, Jason, 1. My 2 out.
Yeah, I won't be too mad.
Run number 2, 10 of hearts.
2.
And last chance for Jason to salvage something. It's a deuce and a sweep for Doyle.
Chipped.
I presume I've got you.
Yeah, you got him covered. For sure.
That is correct. Doyle wins a pot of more than $204,000.
Brutal.
Looks like the internet millionaire just had a server crash.
The action starts on Rankowski. Queen Trey.
What does your psychiatrist wife say about Tony?
Ken and Phil out.
We've never even brought Tony's name up ever.
Really?
They just call him he who should not be named.
Ace King for Tony.
You don't talk about her at night when you're in bed?
Re-raises to 4,000.
No.
Barbaro folds.
We've talked about some players. Tony's name's never come up.
You haven't been playing the role model of being Tony.
Tony, why are you on my left?
Just thought we'll play one nice part together.
Jennifer is dominated and out of position, but based on Tony's rep, she could get into some real trouble here. A lot of people think Jennifer may not be an aggressive player, but trust me, she is. Her lack of experience isn't so much of a lack anymore after the last couple years. Specifically dating Phil lack.
Speaking of aggressive, 4 bets to 12,000.
Wow.
It's better than calling. Tony's got to give Jennifer more credit than she gave him, but it's pretty tough to get any of these guys to lay down Ace King before the flop.
Is it that good? 12.
And Tony calls.
Maybe I need to get lucky.
Easy, Jennifer. I think he meant on the flop.
Flop 7, Jack 7, Rainbow. Both players miss.
Jennifer should c-bet to keep the lead. She doesn't know this, but that flop is pretty bad for Tony's hand.
But she checks.
Okay.
And Tony checks. Turn. King of Hearts, top pair for Tony.
Jennifer's drawing more dead than the bride of Chucky. And it looks like now she's going to try to bluff at this.
Bets 12,000.
She's trying to rep Tony's hand. Tony's not folding.
Tony quickly calls. So we'll see a river. Ace of Diamonds, 2 pair for Tony.
Unfortunately, top pair now for Jennifer.
As she checks, Tony bets 25K.
It's one of her most famous lines from Bride of Chucky. Unfortunately, she kind of has to call.
You want me to take the race back?
What?
You want to take it back? I'll take it back. No, really, take it back.
I don't think you could take the ace back.
No, I'll take it back. I promise. If the ace wins, you win the pot.
What do you mean?
So I'm worried like the ace upset you, so I'm happy to take it
No,
off the
the
table.
25K upset
Okay,
me.
all right, let's leave it on there then. I might need it.
Oh my God. I don't even know why I raised you in the first place.
I don't know either.
I was just trying to be clever. Now look what's happening. What do you have here?
Ace king, obviously. I mean, what else could I have?
Is that what you have,
Of
ace
course.
king?
What else do I play?
He probably has ace king, right?
Or 2 sevens. One of those 2 options. God. And I promise you, I either have ace king or 2 sevens.
If you promise me?
If you fold, I promise you.
I don't even have 25,000. Is that
I'll
really?
make it 20 if you want.
You'll make it 20?
I'm gonna make it 20?
Yeah, make it 20.
All right, make it 20.
What a nice guy.
Can you do that?
I don't think I started out with enough money.
The floor's going to allow it.
None of the other players objecting.
Make it 20. Might save us both money.
Okay, cool.
Makes the call.
Ace king. I mean, I wouldn't lie.
And Tony wins another big one.
All right. I think I'm going to have to reload.
It was 5,000 cheaper.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
This is just a Tiny G show. Forget about Phil
It
Hellmuth.
is a Tony G show. All right. You know, when you said you had pocket sevens or ace king, I believed you. So I don't know why I didn't just fold there.
He did promise.
I never lie. I would never lie to a lady like that.
Yeah.
Action folds over to Barry, suited connectors.
I'll tell him. I probably didn't show it.
Raised to 1,500. Antonio, also suited, not connected. Re-raised to 4,200.
Antonio's trying to make a move here.
Chow folds his ace. Rick in the big blind. Also out.
Well, first of all, Antonio should win something just for getting Rick to fold.
Barry calls.
Even though Antonio's 3-betting light, he is the favorite.
Trey 5-6. Barry top 2 pair and checks.
Barry's going to check to the pre-flop aggressor.
Antonio has an up and down straight draw.
Since Antonio re-raised pre-flop, it's going to disguise the fact that he's holding a 4.
Esfandiari bets 7,200.
There's a lot of bad cards that can come. Barry may not want to see another one.
Barry comes over the top to 21 grand.
Total bet 21.
Nice raise from Barry. If Antonio's drawing, he's going to pay for it. And there's a chance if he's holding an overpair, he may stack off with it. Antonio knows he doesn't have the best hand.
So it's
15% of his stack to call. Calling is probably not an option for him. To me, this raise from Barry said he's pot committed, so I'm not sure he'd fold if Antonio shoved. Shove or fold appear to be his only two options.
There's the shove. And there's the call.
Oops.
Good luck, boys.
Twice? Deal.
Barry refuses to run it twice, and Antonio refuses to show.
This is the one time someone's hoping to be dealt 7 deuce. You can see Antonio's outs. He can also hit running diamonds.
A king on the turn. No help to Antonio.
Antonio's down to just those 7s and deuces or he'll be felted.
The river card for all of Antonio's dough is a 4, and Barry wins.
Nice hand.
You done?
Yeah, I'm out of here.
Corkins, Big Slick.
I raise the pot.
Raises to 10 grand.
I think Hoyt settled in.
Tony, the straddler with a pocket pair.
I tell you what I'm going to do. I'm kind of committed here.
Since Hoyt just showed up, he may not know that committed doesn't mean pot committed in the mathematical sense.
Tony calls. So's Daniel.
Join the party.
It's just 2 chips.
Daniel must like his odds of trying to run these 2 down.
The flop, Ace Jack 6, a set for Tony.
This is just dirty. Hoyt's probably going to have no idea he's behind here.
He has top pair and fires 15,000.
Tony's got him absolutely smashed.
And repops to 65 grand. Easy fold for Daniel.
Put a little pressure on.
Maximum pot.
At least you're not in. That means I got a chance or a fold. It's when they move straight in, then you it.
Hoyt is in a wicked spot.
Right, I'm drawing live no matter what. Believe me, whatever you do, I'm alive in this hand. It's not like I'm putting my money in cold dead, you know?
You know those implied odds I'm always prattling on about, how if you hit a set, you can get someone's entire stack? Well, that's what Tony's attempting to do here. Against some players, this would be an insta-fold, but Tony's reputation precedes him.
You call 10,000 cold, huh? All right, I'm all in.
Corkin shoves and Tony calls.
Drawing real life.
Hoyt sees how thin he's drawing.
Wow.
Unlucky.
Yeah.
How many times would you like to run it?
I think I got to run it, what, 40 times to get one?
40 times to win one.
You want to run it twice? That means
Okay.
we'll run it
Twice is good.
2 times.
Hoyt will need to hit runner.
Give you a chance.
The first run, 4 spades on the turn.
Hoyt's drawing dead.
I wish. Do you want to run it once?
Yeah, let's just run it once.
I make the
So
nuts.
Tony's won half the pot.
Wow.
Yeah, the absolute nuts.
All right, let's put something out there to give us a bit of hope. Okay? Dealer, I want a big card, a huge card.
Hoyt's going to need 2 huge cards.
The turn, it's a queen.
Ooh,
there it is.
Now he needs a 10.
Hoyt's picked up a straight draw.
10 to keep his money.
I think you'll get it. I have a feeling you'll get it.
The river, it's a king.
How close was that?
Tony gets the sweep.
Okay, guys.
Really?
Hi, Hoyt. Bye, Hoyt.
Take care.
Take care.
All right, Hoyt.
Daniel with 10-9 suited, raises to 1,200.
Who lost the last one?
Me, that'd be me. Steaming.
Boom.
The cannon's
Get
starting to act like a pro. He's needling. And calling. Doyle calls. Ace queen for Lex.
Such a good spot.
Oh, him again. Him and his spots again.
Except you have to act first.
Oh, yeah.
Lex repops to 7,000.
Lex is in a good spot with the best hand.
Justin folds. Daniel calls. Russ folds.
I'm sure Lex would be pretty happy to play this pot heads up.
I remember writing about this one time, so I guess I'll.
What'd you say?
Heads up.
I remember writing about that hand one time.
Doyle's actually played so much poker in his life that he's encountered every possible scenario.
4-10-4, Daniel with top pair.
This looks like a pretty safe flop for Lex to continue, but we know Daniel's got the best hand.
I love the 6 spot speech. That was the best part of this hand. It's fun. 11. Huh?
That's a good level, huh?
It was good. 6 spot. Boom, raise, da da da.
I hope it works.
A level is a ruse or a mind game. Daniel's intimating that Lex was purposely overselling his hand.
Well, Daniel calls.
I didn't see Daniel calling pre-flop with 10-9 and then folding top pair. No way, no how.
The turn. 6 of clubs gives Daniel a flush draw.
This has made it even less likely that Lex will be able to get Daniel to fold.
Veldhouse checks to Daniel.
My guess is Daniel likes his hand right now. Let's see if he likes it enough to fire and try to take it down.
Nope. Oh, it's a two-handed check. 9 of diamonds on the river.
Daniel's checked for pot control in case he misses or hates the river. He doesn't hate this river. Lex has the choice to either give up or try to figure out what he'd have to do to get Daniel off his hand.
I'm all in.
So you're saying I made a good check on the turn? Is that what you're claiming?
Lex is all in.
Such level. I mean, you know more about my game than anyone, so.
Daniel and Lex play a lot of poker together, and they talk about it even more. Right now, what Lex is doing is trying to make Daniel think he was trying to check raise the turn and rep an overpair.
It's a weird river card for me. You wouldn't do that with ace-10, would you? Actually, you might. I don't know. Is that enough to make the difference for me? I would have felt better if I just bet the turn, you raised, and then I called. That would have been even more fun.
Since the board is paired, Daniel's hand would be no good to an overpair. That 9 doesn't really mean much. Daniel already had 2 pair. The only hand he's beating now that he wasn't before is a bigger 10.
All right, so you raised. You said 6 spot.
Looks like the mind games might be working against Daniel.
Patented overbet.
Daniel trying to break Lex in the cross-examination.
You put me on a 10, probably. Figure I'm gonna throw it away.
Daniel's probably thinking if he calls and loses, he's going to be stuck over 300 grand.
Well, you played it good. Whatever you got.
We know Daniel's got the winning hand, but does he?
Fire on the river. Are you hoping that I'm going to play good here? I'm so confused. I like Lex, too. I can give him money. It's 84.9, right?
Daniel calls, and for a change, sees some good news at Showdown.
Superman Daniel made the hero call, and there's a very unhappy Lex Luthor.
Insurance.
Barry, Queen 8 suited.
14.
Raises to 1,400. King Jack suited for Daniel.
This is a big suited one gapper on the button. I wouldn't expect to see him fold to Barry, and we might even see a raise.
There's the raise to 4,500. Russ, 6 high, lets it go. Suited connectors for Doyle Brunson. He folds.
Not a mandatory call out of position.
About $1.50 or so.
Barry wants to make sure Daniel's got enough to make this call worthwhile.
And Barry makes the call. Heads up to the flop. 6-10 queen, 2 clubs. Barry checks top pair.
Daniel flops the World's Fair. He's got more outs than a baseball game.
Daniel bets 5,500. Barry quickly calls. 5 of hearts on the turn. Barry checks.
Daniel's whiffed completely, but you can see he's still got almost 50% equity in this hand.
$12.5.
Daniel fires 12.5 grand.
With this bet, Daniel's building his own implied odds. He could take it down right here, and even if he gets raised, he's got so much equity, he could still make the call.
Barry just calls. The river. 4 of diamonds. Greenstein checks.
Well, Daniel flopped the World's Fair, and all he ended up with was a couple of bricks that reek oddly of Carney. He knows that he probably can't win this pot by checking, and maybe he's thinking that he's built the pot enough to set himself up for a river bluff. Personally, I think it's going to be pretty tough to get Barry off his hand when no realistic draws came in on the turn or river.
Bet 32.5.
Daniel bets 32,500, and Barry calls and wins.
Big as it gets. Queen's good.
Barry made that call very fast. He may have had some kind of read on Daniel.
Queen Jack for Russ Harlow.
To his credit, Russ has played very well during his time here on the big game.
And raises to 1,200. Doyle's out. Lex re-raises to 4,000.
Lex is trying to isolate Russ again without much of a hand.
Only one problem, Bonomo's got a hand.
He's got Lex's spades nutted and Russ's jack dominated. Get your mind out of the gutter.
I didn't say anything, except that Justin calls and Barry folds.
At least I got to see the flop.
I'm trying to take his money, not yours.
Yeah.
Not sure that's all that comforting to Russ at the moment.
That's true.
So action back on Russ.
Russ is dominated.
And folds.
Lex's isolation plan has backfired.
You want to check in the dark or anything?
Nope.
Nope.
Now he's left out of position to the one guy he doesn't want to play with.
8-7 queen, 2 spades, both with a flush draw. Bonomo checks. Lex also has a gut shot, too.
Lex is behind, and he's not even the favorite, but he is the only one drawing to the nuts. The 9 of spades will make him a straight flush.
Veldhouse bets 6,700.
Can I see your chips?
No.
Justin's got the nut, flush draw, and 1 overcard to the board. Plus, he's ahead right now.
Bonomo raises to 18 grand.
Against most non-spade hands, Lex would have a ton of outs. As it stands, he's still got a bunch because his pairs are live.
I'm all in.
Veldhouse re-raises all in.
Lex's line actually looks pretty strong here.
All in.
He 3-bet pre-flop, so that'll help. But he's just taken a strong line against someone who's likely to think he's got 9 outs to the nuts. If you add in Lex's reputation for being a maniac, Justin might even think he could be ahead.
I call. I have a flush draw. Do you want to run it a few times?
Oh,
Bonomo calls.
it's no good, right?
No, it's not good.
Wow.
It's up to you how many times you want to run it. The more the better for me.
Nut flush draw versus gut shot, straight flush draw, and pair draw. Sick.
That's not
Got
good.
some huge pots here.
Once.
One time?
Okay,
Yeah.
one time.
Why not?
Why not? Show some heart.
Yeah,
Wow, that's like the one hand.
that's the one.
That or ace queen of spades, obviously.
Well, it's better than ace 9 of spades, I guess, but
Lex thought he wanted to see any spade. Now it's actually just 1. The 9 of spades will still make him a straight flush.
The turn. The ace of diamonds.
that's not very good.
Terrible card for Lex. Kills all of his pair outs, only drawing to the gut shot now.
Can we do it twice? Can I bite running it 2 times now? How much would it cost me?
Well, I mean, yeah. We can still do the river twice if you want.
No.
Psych!
Did you like offer that just so you could say no when I said yes?
No, I just.
Is that the whole setup?
No, I meant, can I buy that we do the whole thing again or something?
Okay.
Something like that. No, doing the river twice is silly. It's just silly. I want to just win it once. That's gonna be epic. But what am I, like 9%?
Way better than that. 11%.
Now you're 0%. Bonema wins another monster. Oh, boy. Okay, that should go one person to your left, Daniel. Daniel raises to 1,500. Doyle folds. And pocket kings for David Williams. But he just calls.
David's playing it a little slow.
The loose cannon calls.
Everybody likes it.
We have some action.
Abe's in. So is Jason Calacanis. So 5 players to the flop. King Jack Trey, a monster flop.
Ooh la la gaga. David Williams has flopped a set. Will Davis has flopped a flush.
But action starts with Abe, who checks.
Everyone take a look. See if they have a spade in their hand.
Daniel does. Jason bets 4,000.
Leading out and drawing dead.
You knew anyways. You just faked it.
No, I didn't know.
Daniel calls.
You'd expect David to raise here, try to thin the field. He's playing against 4 other opponents right now.
Every move we make is with a purpose.
David just calls.
It's a risky call.
Owen.
And the loose cannon's all in.
Cannon time.
Loose cannon's moved in to try to protect his flush.
Take it down.
Abe and Jason are out.
Oh boy. Gamble, gamble.
You don't have much money.
26.
Count what you got. Let's have a count of the loose cannon one time.
Boy, here you go.
This could be this could be that time here.
Yeah, that's right.
Well, I assume he's running it one time. David's only got 26
and 100.
So if you have the nuts, I don't care.
Sorry.
David's very short. Daniel's trying to figure out what's in the side pot and what's in the main pot.
I win one of what's in the pot. It puts me, I think, just above.
Yeah. It's true.
What about this 100?
Gotta protect the chips, right? On the cards.
Oh, this is fun. I like this. This is fun.
If it weren't for the fact that the loose cannon might be making a move, this could be an easy fold for Daniel. He's behind to even 1 king. He could easily not have the best hand, and it's possible he doesn't even have the best draw. You can see he's a dog right now.
So we've got 69, 79.
Daniel's doing some calculations now. He's actually not getting very good odds, only about 1.25 to 1.
I mean, you're supposed to gamble sooner or later.
Daniel calls.
Pair the board, I call.
David's in 2.
Got a flush.
Oh no! Okay.
Wow.
He's got well, you would have busted me anyway. Okay, I got a big side pot working. So let's just have a spade.
Just pair the board.
Just do one time, right?
I would like to do more than one, but actually screw that. One time.
What the heck? He flopped a flush.
That's what I was looking for, right? You know?
David has less money than Daniel and Will, so he can only win the main pot. Daniel and Will can win both pots.
So funny. You were waiting for him to raise, huh? Before the flop.
I got about 40% equity.
Who knows? You know. You're the one that knows that.
Doyle knows this.
I don't have that many outs. Ace.
Let's leave it in front like that. Let's decide how many times you're going to do it.
I think it could come 9-10.
I'm just going once.
All right.
Yeah, once is good.
Once is fine.
One time. Gamble for the money. Kill 2 birds with 1 stone. With a spade.
So it has all come down to this for Will Davis. Will his hand hold up?
Deuce of diamonds. Anybody fold a spade?
If Will can fade a spade, he's still in the game. If he can also avoid the board pairing, he'll have a profit of nearly $100,000.
The turn?
Spade is key. Just any spade.
Put that river down nice so I can see it.
That's a spade.
Good hand.
Will's out.
That's why I won that pot for sure. Go ahead, pair the board. What the hell?
All right, he wants to pair it, so just pair it.
David Williams still alive. Looking for the board to pair on the river. It doesn't.
Scooped it.
Wow.
Sick hand, buddy. Sick hand. Tell your wife I'm sorry.
But he didn't burn.
Yeah, right.
Great playing with you, man. Good luck.
Heartbreaking turn card for Will, but he is taking it like the pro he aspires to be.
Sir, thank you.
Set. We have a straddle.
Okay.
What's this?
This is $28.
$28?
$28.
Actually, $2,800. Joe folds. William folds.
Just for the commentary during the hand, I'll call.
Biffer's in.
If you check, I'm going to bet this one. I'm going to Barry G it.
All right. I don't want to check then.
Oh, I'm going to probably raise you.
Biffer bets 400 in the dark and hits bottom pair.
That's not even a check. That's like just a waste of space.
Biffer's basically done this to prevent Daniel from continuation betting.
How about raising?
How much is that?
54.
Biffer calls.
Daniel's raising an amount that makes it look like he's trying to get rid of the Biffer.
Biffer bets in the dark again. 9 of spades on the turn, giving Biffer a flush draw.
Biffer's basically checking by betting, so his call on the flop isn't so bad up against any random continuation bet.
Daniel raises to 12-4.
Now that he's got a pair and a flush draw, he may not be going anywhere.
Why do you always raise me?
You're not really betting. That's not really a bet. 400.
Whoa, repop to 41-4.
This is a pretty scary board for two aces. 7, 8, and King, Queen both just got there. Spades picked up more outs. Now, it is way more likely that Biffer would be semi-bluffing here than he is to actually have something. So while technically this is a 3-bet, it really is just a raise.
Daniel calls.
Interesting card coming.
Another 400 from Biffer in the dark and a set of aces for Daniel.
Oh my God. What are you doing, Biffer? He's mashing my brain into bits.
It is very peculiar the way he's played this hand.
Oh boy. I really wish you would have bet like 50 or 60,000. Oh, this is gonna be so pansy-like. I'm the biggest pansy of all time. I'm such a chicken, only because you're so creative and tricky and all this funky stuff. You could actually bet 400, hope I make a legit raise, and then just, boom, blow me off the hand. And I'm too scared of that. Just flat out, fear. This is just a fear call.
He calls.
That means this will make the highlight reels.
What do you got?
Nothing, of course.
Oh, good. It's good for me. I almost folded, I swear. I really did.
Have a 3.
I almost folded, I absolutely swear. No, I mean, not on the river, but wow.
Daniel picks up the first 6-figure pot of the week.
Raises to 1,200.
A little loose under the gun, but whatevs.
Tony G makes the call with a suited king.
Also loose, but it's Tony, so whatevs again.
Ace Jack for Nacho.
A call here would be a lot less loose from the cutoff.
And he does call. 7 tray for Hashem. He's on the button.
I'm going to try and play like Tony G.
Oh, boy.
First, I have to get $500,000. Put it
That's
on the
not
table.
hard, I'm sure. It's just...
And then I have to think of insulting things to say to Phil Hellmuth.
That's not hard either.
And then I have to get position on myself.
Forget it, Jen. You've got no shot.
Joe folds. Cannon out.
You're too nice.
Too nice.
And
I'm
Daniel.
gonna become like a legendary high roller. I've got big plans. You're gonna write a book about me. Called How I Went Through $10 Million in 2 years.
Pretty easy to do. Ever heard of craps?
To the flop. Jack 5, heart 8.
The legendary high roller flops open-ended.
Oh, it's just you and me.
No, there's
Okay, it's 3 of us. Okay. It's oh, okay, hold on a second. Who is it? Oh, all 3 of us. Okay.
Did you qualify? If you qualify, just lash out of that pot.
I'm going to check.
Tilly checks. Tony G passes.
Nachos flop top pair.
It's a trap.
And bets.
Oh, he's ballsy. Those Argentinian men, they have giant giant sweaty That's what I've heard. Yeah, they've got a lot of testosterone. I'm just going to call.
Jen calls.
I told you it was a trap.
Do you like sweaty?
Depends on who they're attached to.
This show not suitable for anyone over 15.
What rating is his show?
Turn. Queen of diamonds till he hits her straight.
I check.
Hard to keep that laugh going once you hit your card. It's serious time. Nacho might still think he has the best hand.
Until he's checked it to him. Nacho bets 6,500.
Jennifer's got the nuts.
We're getting out there.
If only the Academy had seen this performance. I don't think Diane Wiest would have stood a chance.
18.
Tilly raises.
Uh-huh.
This is a pretty big raise, and it only works if in the long run Jennifer also raises in this spot with nothing.
No one expected that, did they?
If she's only raising her big hands, it'll be harder for her to get action. I'm not sure Nacho can give her credit for ever doing this with nothing. May have been better to flat here and try to check raise the river.
Nacho folds.
He's so suspicious. he folded and looked over at her like,
Good lay
trying
down.
to see if he went like this or not.
Show us one card, Jen.
No, can't do that, because then I'd have to kill you.
Nacho, ace-5.
If you raise, we get it in on the flop.
This would be a little loose from the hijack.
Raises the 1300. Action on the 2005 world champ, Joe Hashem, pocket 7s.
Joe could put in a raise here, but most players just call with 2 7s, and Joe could be a little concerned that Nacho's not just hijacking off over there.
Hashem makes the call. Couple of jacks for the cannon.
Now Ken's gonna want to raise here to make sure he's not taking a flop 6 ways.
Well, Tony G's out Joe, so it's really only 5 ways. But I see your point.
Do you?
Those look like raising chips.
Raise 42.
Re-raises to 4,200.
Let's see who wins Daniel's inner battle. Will it be suited connectors and a 3-bet multi-way pot, or I'm out of position? Just look at that inner struggle. Daniel loves playing with loose cannons.
And not crazy about folding to begin with. Makes the call.
Story checks out.
Tilly with queen tray, and she'll have to ditch that, and does. Back on Nacho.
When the cannon's in the pot, the pros tend to play pretty loose. Pretty loose.
Barbero makes the call.
Hashem's getting like the dumbest odds ever. If you factor in implied odds, he's calling. Aussies move at their own pace, though. Oi!
And Joe calls.
Okay, we all wasted time. We did our little, every one of us, we did the, we know we're calling.
Yeah. Whenever you call, everybody knew it was.
We all know we're calling. It's just a little, we're trying to be like Jennifer Tilly there a little bit.
Well,
Actors.
oh, yeah.
4-way action. Jack tray quads for the cannon.
Time to get back into deep cover.
Check.
Daniel checks. Nacho passes,
Joe might think he has the best hand.
but checks.
This board's fairly dry, so it's totally cool to let someone catch up a bit.
And Ken will check to the turn.
I like it.
4 of hearts. Daniel checks. Nacho checks.
Still not too scary a board for Joe's hand, and Ken gave up the lead.
12,000.
Joe bets 12K.
Anything Ken does here other than fold will look strong, so I think his best shot at looking weak is to just call.
That's what you did last time.
When?
12,000.
Last night, Hashem bet 12-5 on the river against the loose cannon. Ken made the call with queens, and Joe showed him 2 pair to take it.
It was 12,500 last time.
Talking when you have a big hand, that's classic loose cannon.
Ken calls. Daniel's done with it.
Nacho's got a gut shot draw and not much else. He's getting a terrible price to draw to it, especially considering he could be and is drawing dead.
And mucks.
This isn't a super cooler, so I'm not really sure how much value Ken will be able to get out of Joe.
River. Deuce of spades.
Nacho would have made his gut shot. Don't tilt yet, Nacho. Joe was the last aggressor. We'll have to see if Ken's call on the turn slows him down at all. And look at that. Ken's praying Joe fires off some money.
I'm all in.
He's all in.
Cool.
4 jacks, I guess.
4 jacks.
Ken shows the quads.
Wow.
Whoops.
I guess.
The cannon doubles up.
Nice hand.
If I see the river, wow.
That's what makes sense, I guess.
Okay, now fold everything. And then take your wife and go shopping.
Action on the loose cannon. Russ Harlow, ace-9 suited. He has stuck nearly half the 100 grand he was staked. Raises to 1,700. King Jack for Antonio. Calls. King 4 suited for Tony G. Calls. Ike folds. So does Mercier. Pocket pair for Phil.
Here he comes. You've been quiet, Phil. Preserving your lead.
Not really. I just, I check.
Phil checks in the dark. 4 King 10, 2 pair for Tony.
Once again, the worst hand flops the best.
Phil is checked on over to Russ.
Russ has got nothing but ace high at this point.
The cannon checks.
Antonio has top pair, but he's in serious trouble with Tony G.
Esfandiari fires 4,200.
Tony started off dominated and ended up flopping Antonio so dirty with top and bottom pair.
Raises to 15,000. Hellmuth folds. So does Harlow.
Antonio can't like this raise, but Tony G is capable of making this play on a pure bluff. Antonio's got nearly the same hand he had in our couch cannon hand. Tony might be a loose cannon, but he's no amateur.
Antonio calls. The turn, the Queen of Hearts giving Antonio an open-ender. He checks.
Tony can't like the fact that there's more pain out there. If Antonio didn't just catch up, he's very likely to have picked up a bunch more outs, which he did.
What do you have left?
You want exact count?
No, it's fine.
56,200 if you're scoring at home. Tony checks. The river. The king of clubs giving Antonio trips, but Tony fills up.
Worst card ever for Antonio. Best card ever for Tony. Antonio will have no idea he's crushed here.
Action on Esfandiari, who bets 20,000.
Tony G has to raise here. It's just a matter of how much he thinks Antonio will call.
Tony raises to 125 grand.
This is a polarizing raise. There are only a few hands that could have Antonio beat, and it's going to be tough for him to put Tony on that narrow of a hand. So Antonio is wondering, does Tony G the Maniac have one of those few hands that has me beat, or is this just Tony G being a maniac?
What the hell did you check the turn with, Tony?
Tony G's got a boat, and he wants Antonio to board it and set sail for Value Island. Antonio is having a very difficult time making this laydown.
All right. Call.
Antonio calls all in and sees the bad news.
I see.
Tony wins a pot of 150 grand.
Chips.
King Queen for Daniel in the big blind.
I'm going to give you action, Daniel.
I know. I'm going to put a little in.
Raises.
I have not looked at my cards, and I'm just going to call without looking.
Oh, boy.
And I really haven't looked at my cards. I haven't not looked.
Wow.
Like
I haven't
Tony
looked
G.
or haven't not looked.
I haven't looked, and I
It's me first.
No. Oh, you do?
Can't check.
It is? Okay.
First.
All right.
You can't check yet.
Okay.
Flop. 10, King, 8, top pair for Daniel.
Wait, she's waiting to check.
I'm waiting to check.
You should just bet blind.
I'm going to raise him blind.
Yeah, do that.
Yeah.
Daniel bets 5K.
I'll make it 15.
Till he raises to 15,000.
Still playing blind.
What the?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. What are you doing, Jennifer Tilly?
I don't know. I have a good feeling.
You have a good feeling?
Yeah, I have a good feeling about my hand.
That's good. That's powerful.
Powerful. More powerful than top pair, I hope. If Daniel's priority is fun, he'll just call. If he wants to win money, he will absolutely raise this.
Okay, now I think I have to look at my cards.
Daniel re-raises.
Hold on a second.
He's doing the Tony G move.
Wah, wah.
Ugh, 5 high.
Wow, that was not a good play. Okay, it's not too late to bluff. Hold on a second. How much have you got?
I've got a little more than you, but I put
Okay.
35 in and I got
I
whatever.
think the best thing for me to do here now is fold.
Yes.
But you don't have to. But I had you.
I hope that they don't show that hand on YouTube.
Oh, they will.
I had the king.
You know, this is my idea about poker.
Kings?
Yes. Okay. Daniel Negron is better player than me, right?
Yeah.
So you take the skill away. If
Yeah,
I'm
if you play
betting
blind, yeah.
and I'm raising blind,
Oh, you
then
really
he's
didn't look?
going to have to guess psychically what my cards are, but he can't read my mind. You know how he reads mine?
Because you don't know.
I haven't
He
seen it.
can't read
I
you.
don't know myself.
How's that working out for you, Jen?
It's a theory. I'm working on it.
Imagine you found like two
It's a
eights
work
there.
in
You
progress.
But that was fun. I would have to say that was definitely $18,000 worth of fun.
10-5 for Martinez.
The dice hanging from the mirror. All right, I'm done.
Calls 200.
Raise 4.
Helmuth min raises to 800.
Annoying little back raise. Awesome if Max just folded, make him look like a jerk.
Martinez calls.
At a table full of Nemesi, Phil is now heads up with one of them.
Flop. 4, 10, 9, 2 clubs. Cannon flops top pair and checks it. Helmuth with middle pair and a flush draw.
Helmuth's the favorite, but he has the worst hand.
16.
That's 1,600.
Don't think Max is going anywhere with top pair against Phil Spumuth. Would it be Hell Spew?
Martinez raises to 5,100.
I want to raise it up.
Things are getting heated in a hurry.
Phil puts out enough to call, but he'll contemplate his raise amount.
Phil taking his sweet time figuring out how much to make it.
Still waiting on Phil.
All in.
Cannon's all in.
You're all in? Okay.
Apparently Max was tired of waiting.
And he flips up his hand.
Helmuth ready to gamble.
Wow, look at this.
How many times do you want to run?
One time's good.
Only one?
Helmut is a man. He's doing straddles and doing it one time, and he's...
One time's good.
Can't give him insurance.
One time's good.
It's your choice, not mine.
One time's good, I said.
Okay.
One time.
How many times are they running it?
One time.
Helmuth is the slight favorite. His outs are practically running off the screen.
Huge moment for Max. If his hand holds up, he'll grab the lead from Gonzo for the NAPT passport.
Gonzo and Phil both rooting for a club.
5 of diamonds, 2 pair for Max.
Not a great card for Phil. It kills one of his club outs. If Max hits the 5 of clubs, he'll make a full house.
Very nice 5. 5? Oh, 5 of clubs.
5 of clubs, yeah.
5 of clubs is burned. Is burned, 5 of clubs.
Rubbing salt in the wounds.
Oh, don't do this, please. I don't want to say. If you don't see, I don't want to say.
Max is awfully cocky.
And if Phil doesn't hit one of his outs, the big game will send him home broke again. 6 of spades. And Max takes the passport lead.
I got it, man.
Yeah, you got it. All right. Well played, bro.
Thank you.
Barry Greenstein straddles, so action on Antonio with pocket aces.
Always nice to wake up with 2 pieces of ace.
Raised to 2,400. Chow folds. 9 high for Rick Rahim. On the button, folds.
I'm amazed.
Not my kind of hands, just my kind of game.
8-7 offsuit. The loose cannon's out. Queen, queen, uh-oh.
Vifrick are getting some real trouble here.
Just calls, and Barry folds.
Does anyone else feel it getting cold in here?
The flop. Queen, deuce, 9. Viffer flops a set.
This was going to be a cold deck either way, but this is just ice cold.
And he slow plays it. Checks over to Esfandiari.
Antonio's in a very tough spot. Impossible to know he's beat right now.
That's 3,400.
Viffer's in a great spot. He's got the nuts right now.
Comes over the top to 10 grand.
Very difficult to get away from this hand. There just aren't a lot of ways to be beaten, and there are a lot of draws out there that Viffer could be betting. Since Antonio has the ace of hearts, he knows Viffer isn't on the nut flush draw. That may help him a little, but even still, it's tough to get away from a hand like this, especially against an aggressive player like Viffer.
Antonio re-raises to $28,000.
It's pretty understandable to not be able to fold there, but by raising, you're only giving your opponent 2 options. Fold or shove on you. If you're ahead, you don't want him to fold, and if you're behind, you don't want him to shove.
Viffer shoves.
Oh, it's so sick.
Antonio probably has a pretty good idea he's beat now. It's been over 90,000 put in on this flop when there was only 7K to begin with. Pretty tough to imagine now that 1 pair would be good, but Antonio may feel as if he's pot committed.
This would be for the rest of Antonio's stack.
Viffy. Probably got me, you know? But I'm pretty tilted and steamed.
Antonio calls.
Want to run it twice?
Whatever you want.
We'll run it twice.
Deal.
I have 3 queens.
God, you just own me, Biff. You really do.
Looks like the magician's about to get the rabbit pulled out of his hat.
So they've agreed to run it 2 times. We will see the turn and the river twice, each time playing for half the pot.
Antonio's apparently agreed with himself to not show his aces to the table.
Jack on the turn.
Chow folded an ace, so you can see Antonio's got 1 out singular.
The first river card. 3 of clubs. Viffer wins half the pot.
Oh, I think I'm gonna quit. Oh. It's not your day. It's not your day. Right, Chow Chow?
Yeah. Me and you in
It's
the
not
same
your day.
boat.
It's not my day. I think it's time for me to go.
Me and you, same boat. That's exactly what I'm thinking.
Do you have outs?
I definitely have outs.
Run number 2, 10 of hearts.
It's a very good card for me.
Antonio can hit hearts now.
Looking for outs. That can't be too bad.
Do you have flush?
It's a very good card.
The river. Antonio is saved.
He's still here.
Oh my God.
I don't want you to leave. You're here.
Oh my God, I'm staying. I was about to quit.
Wow. Somehow the magician manages to saw that pot in half.
You had me steam, kid. I stuck it in with aces, 80,000, you know?
Alan Berry straddling, so action on Reynolds. Jack 8 suited.
I'm starting a fad, and it's 2,500.
Raise. Roble.
Tony says
folds.
commendable. Little head nod. And he's starting a new fad.
It's a repop.
5,000.
7s for Lex.
And Lex says, hey, I'm going to think about it.
Stop doing my job, Will.
Lex is tilted up, slightly tilted, slightly getting a bit whirly.
Let's get those 2 into the booth. I'll handle taking over Tony's stack.
Fair enough. Berry folds. Reynolds.
Forgot what I have. Okay, I closed the action.
Calls.
Close the door. At least you haven't slammed it in my face.
Not yet.
7, ace, 9. Lex flops a set.
Look at that.
Oh boy, this is an action flop.
Check, check, check. 10 of clubs on the turn.
That is a very dangerous card.
It brings multiple draws.
I think they covered the analysis.
Yep. Lex bets 13,000.
Lex isn't repping a draw. He's repping a made hand.
Yep. Lex is hoping to make these 2 pay to draw. What he doesn't know is that Will isn't drawing anymore.
He's got a straight.
You know no one has 8-jack.
Except the guy to your right.
So actually, technically, he does know someone has 8-jack.
Reynolds calls.
All right.
Tony with top pair and the nut flush draw.
A minimum I'm calling. I'm just thinking about moving in. Closing the action.
Closing the action, G style.
I'm promising I'm calling, but I'm thinking about a race, okay? I am contemplating a significant improvement of this pot size.
Both these guys would love that. Will especially.
Not just the pot juicer, the whole 9.
I just call. I got a nice position.
Tony calls.
I just call. Just keep it friendly.
4 of hearts on the river.
Even though this card didn't hurt him, Lex's set has officially been cracked. Let's see if he still thinks he can bet it for value. He could get himself in a whole lot of trouble if he does.
Lex bets 31-4.
Williams got the stone nuts, trying to figure out how much he wants to raise.
He just calls.
He must be trying to induce an overcall from Tony.
At least I'm not raising. I mean, 90% I'm calling. I mean, I'm gonna lay this down, and I might as well not play poker. You gotta think if you guys unless Lex made a really big hand.
Williams' plan might just be coming together.
He's got chips.
Yeah, I fold.
Wow.
So I have the nuts. I thought Tony G would do it.
You like that 90%. I would have done it. Did you say I had a flush draw?
Lex is sick.
He barely had over 31. I thought he would call. I was
What happened on the
behind.
turn? I didn't even see.
Bet,
They
call,
bet.
call.
I just called. I had a nut flush draw.
And top pair, man. I should have won a way bigger pot there.
I'd love to check Lex's tiltometer now. Queen 6 suited for Roble.
This could be the ultimate laydown against the blind razor.
Tony's trying to goad him.
Roble didn't find that one funny. He said, "It's good to see me."
He pops it.
Pop it up.
5 tray for Tony.
No, I'm just giving you free money. That's all right. Yeah, take it.
Tony calls.
Expecting you to fold.
Oh, no, you want me to have free money?
He can't be serious that he expected Tony to fold, can he?
Calculated the pot and potted it without saying pot.
5 tray 6 action flop.
Dicey flop for Roble, top pair for him, bottom 2 for Tony G.
That is a scary... You're a young man, that's a scary flop.
Roble checks. Tony G bets 10 grand.
Void the big bet.
Let me check. I'm committed, you see?
Andrew might like his hand, but there are a lot of bad cards that can come on the turn.
Roble calls.
You want me to just check it in the dark?
Yes, please.
Jack of clubs on the turn. Roble checks.
Still playing cautiously.
What do you have there? Any way I can get you off the hand?
Tony knows Roble plays tight.
How much do you have there, Roble?
I had 105 destroyed.
So you're winning off someone?
Tony's trying to figure out how to get max juice.
How much have you put in now? Total? 16? No, less. 13. I'm gonna bet 50.
Tony bets 50,000.
See if you're a real man.
50,000.
Tony's playing mind games to make it look like he's trying to buy it, and he's even making it personal. Yesterday, he told Daniel he was going to put the pressure on Roble, and he's doing it now.
Oh, I want to call the clock. I want to call the clock. Come on internet you play like in 1 second. And when you come here now, you come to my game and you're wasting my time.
On the internet, people
On your
don't
bike.
bet 3 times a pot every
On
hand.
your bikes. Get Amanda, bring a tricycle.
Call the clock.
Bring your tricycle.
It's ridiculous. These kids are coming here, taking me on.
Tony, calm down, please.
Tony, I need to know, did you bring a bike for me? So if I ship it all in, do I get a bike? Like at least do I get a novelty prize?
Now you're mocking the man.
Now, you're on the clock. You've got 1 minute, and then we're going to do a 10-second countdown, all right?
That is floorman Tom Keene putting Andrew Roble on the clock.
As entertaining as all of this is, this actually breaks etiquette a little bit to call the clock on someone, especially in a cash game when the blinds don't increase. But this is all part of Tony's mind games to try to get Andrew steamed enough to call.
Okay, you're at 1 minute. You got 10-second countdown. At 10 seconds, your hand will be dead. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Fold.
Let's see a deuce 9. A deuce and a 9, Tony G.
Good fold.
He didn't show, so this is a good fold.
Good fold. Made the hero lay down.
What did you have?
Pair of sixes?
What'd you have, ace queen?
around that.
I had a queen high flush draw. On the river I did.
No, you did.
Still talking about the last hand. Hashem raised to 2,500.
It's a pretty loose raise, unsuited under the gun.
Action folds around to the cannon. Who's out? 4s for the straddler, who calls. The flop. Ace, 8, 10, all spades. Daniel, the only one with a spade, and checks. Hashem, middle pair.
35.
Makes it 3,500 to go.
35.
Daniel will sometimes have the best hand in this spot.
And he calls.
He's got the best draw.
King of spades on the turn, giving Daniel a flush.
This is a weird spot for Daniel because you're either way ahead or way behind.
He fires 5,000.
Daniel's thinking that without a spade, Joe would pretty much have to give up this hand. He doesn't appear to be giving up.
Nope, he raises to 13,000.
Daniel's bet was pretty small. Maybe Joe sensed weakness and decided to try to make a move on him.
Daniel calls.
Move hasn't worked so far.
Jack of clubs on the river, giving Joe 2 pair. Daniel checks his flush.
Joe's got 2 pair, but he's going to have to rep bigger if he wants Daniel to fold. Let's see how badly he wants to blow Daniel off his hand.
How's 28,000?
This is a bluff designed specifically to get Daniel to fold exactly the type of hand he's got, a weak spade. Let's see if it works.
I feel like flipping a coin, but then I'll hope it comes to call. Do you ever do that?
Oh, yeah.
Flip a coin, but you want it to be call at the end? Okay, I don't have the queen of spades. Just want to make that clear.
Sure, Joe likes that.
Thing is, I've seen you do this before. Who was it against? It was Howard Lederer.
You remember that?
Yes, and it was 4 flush, and you didn't have anything.
So long ago.
Yeah, and you just totally bluffed him in the same exact spot. Where you raised the turn, you bet the river, and you didn't have it, and he folded a better hand. And I feel like I might do the same thing.
Total recall.
See, if I knew you watch television, I wouldn't do the same thing, would I?
There's only one problem, Daniel. If you watch TV, nobody would ever try to bluff you. I'm just trying to tell you. If you've ever watched, nobody would try to bluff you.
Oh, man, I was going to fold. I mean, I was going to call, now I think I might fold. Damn it.
Even though Daniel's got a flush, it's only a bluff catcher at this point. No worse hand would ever bet this for value.
We made a real good show, yes.
I changed my mind. I don't know, my first instinct was call, and I'm folding.
Daniel folds.
Oh!
Bad?
Did you show a spade?
And Joe shows.
Oh, I knew I should have my first instinct. I had the 4 of spades.
Wow.
High five.
Same vehicle, different metaphor.
Phil raises.
That's why they ask me back every time. I've got new material.
You do. I mean, you're a real talent.
Phil never drops the same name twice.
The cannon is called with just 9 high.
You are a real raw talent.
Ike folds.
Wow, you guys are just having it out.
Phil's got the cannon dominated.
The flop. Ace 8-8 could be real trouble for Russ Harlow.
In the words of Outcast Chris, what's colder than cold?
Ice cold.
That's right, this is an icy cold deck.
Phil fires 3,000.
Russ is in bad shape to win this hand. He really doesn't need to do the Hollywooding here. Still, if he can't get away from this hand, there's a better than 50% chance he'll be on his way home.
That would be back to Connecticut to tuck in his 3 kids. Russ raises to 10,000.
Russ is playing it right. This is just unlucky.
Hollywood Hellmuth taking his time. Re-raises to 20,000.
This is a 3rd bet on the flop. Russ might now have to consider that he might be beat. Phil's range is either bluff or the nuts, and Russ has already shown a lot of strength for an amateur. Just don't see how he can get away from this, though.
All in.
There's the all-in.
I call.
And Phil calls.
You got an 8?
Yeah.
I got a 10 kicker.
Listen.
Looks like a big chance for a chop, but there could be blood.
Okay, should I deal it? Should I do something crazy and deal it a bunch of times?
You should buy insurance.
Well, it's up to him too. I mean, he might only want to do it once.
No, that's one time.
One time. Keep it
All right.
manly.
Insurance?
Hang on. You want insurance?
Not yet.
You won't get it when the 9 comes.
Yeah.
I mean, or a jack.
We can even give chop insurance.
Yeah, you could give chop insurance. Like,
You could have insurance against just an ice.
Did you see the last episode where the guy ran it with me 4 times?
Oh, I did.
You only want to do it once, though.
Yeah, I'm not that guy.
Or a night. You could insure a night as well. One more night.
I'm gonna let short-term variance take care
You
of you
get
guys.
100,000 to 1 to insure against the night.
Look at your boy Russ dropping some knowledge.
A 9 would win it for Russ. Jack or higher would chop it. The turn, a 4.
That's the card you want.
Okay, now maybe I'll get some insurance. Now I like it.
We can do the details.
I can only insure against. I'm only insuring against a 9, and I'm paying.
You're only insuring against a 9?
I'm paying 6% to you, Isaac, if you want it.
We're not
Otherwise,
interested.
forget
I'm
it.
not interested.
Okay.
We've discussed this.
This has been arranged.
Act as a conglomerate
All
and
right.
charge 10%.
No, thank you.
Russ needs a 9 to win it. A 4, an ace, or some paint will chop it.
Let's get it over with.
The river. It's a 9.
oh my god.
You could have insured. Look at this. What insurance that would have paid. What a bad bid that is.
We would have lost.
We would have lost a fortune.
Yeah.
Hey guys, was that good for the game?
I thought about.
I think that might have been good for the
Was
game.
that good for the game?
What was that? That was like a 15-1 shot coming in.
Got lucky there.
Nice hand.
I got lucky.
Phil Hellmuth runs bad, and his lack of blowup is really sucking all the fun out of a suck out.
Like Queen Tray for Tony. Raises to 2,000. Houston folds. Daniel's out. Joe Hashem. Jack Deuce. See ya. William Reynolds. Pair Kings. Re-raises to 7,500.
Will hasn't played a ton of hands. See if that gets him any credit.
Viffer, pocket pair. Fires him away and exposes it.
Somebody out there. Yeah.
Now I got to play. You don't have one of those, do you?
Tony calls.
Well, I don't think you have that.
I don't know that yet.
Are you getting a little tangly?
Angling nervous? No. I'm excited to be heads up in a pot.
Especially excited to have kings against Tony G.
Tray 6 Jack. Reynolds still best.
Okay, I think this is safe enough.
You gonna move in? It's not a bad idea. I'll have a 5, 10, or 20. I mean, if I haven't got it, I got to fold anyway.
I'm gonna one up that.
Reynolds bets 11,000.
That's fair enough.
With bottom pair, Tony calls.
We'll have a look at one more card just to make sure. It's not mine, you know?
5 of spades on the turn.
G peels one off. It's hard to be open-ended right now.
The flop was good, though.
Tony picked up a bunch more outs to the flush. Going to be even harder to get him to fold now.
You feeling comfortable?
Will's probably considering the likelihood of Tony making a straight. That would be a pretty narrow part of Tony's range.
Check to the machine.
Reynolds checks.
I'm all in.
Tony shoves.
All of it?
If you set me up, you set me up. Good luck to you.
I love that attitude. You set me
You set me up, you set me up. All right, I can't fold. I'm not gonna feel helmy if I call.
Reynolds calls.
Wow, what
So
we
you have a huge draw. All right.
How many times you gentlemen running it?
Do you want to run it more than once? Just
have
one
one
time?
time.
Just one time? Okay.
You're so due to hit these. That's what you know.
No, I don't care about that. It's just fun for the two. I don't want to confuse the home viewer.
Don't want to confuse the home viewer.
So they're only going to run it once.
I think he's going to hit it.
Tony's got a ton of outs.
The river is a spade.
That's the first one I've ever hit on this show. So
True. I just feel like you're so due to hit one.
A date with a night. It was produced.
A date with a date.
How convenient. I rebuy.
Our loose cannon straddles. Action over to Daniel.
Mattis, I woke up with kings. Said yum yum.
Yeah.
Raise.
And if Daniel hadn't said he had an ace, I probably would only run it once.
No, you heard that and then you.
Doyle folds. Yum yum kings for David Williams.
I don't know.
Just calls.
Bit of a slow play with kings. Maybe wants to trap both the loose cannon and Daniel.
Davis comes along for the ride. 6 Jack deuce on the flop. Check by Williams. Check by Davis.
David's slow play has worked out so far. Top pair and all red is going to look pretty good to Daniel.
Who bets 5,500.
Especially since Daniel's stuck in a bit steaming at the moment.
David raises to 15-5.
Whose idea was the straddle?
Yours. It's a good idea for you.
You.
You know, David has check raised and he's doubled the size of the pot. These are both strong moves. It's possible Daniel could get away.
Or maybe not. He calls. The turn. The 4 clubs giving Negreanu 2 pair.
This is such a dirty card. I mean, who can really put someone on Jack 4? David will never see this coming.
Williams bets 27,000.
Daniel's lucky to have improved, but also lucky to spike a card that allows him to get value. If another Jack or even the 4 of diamonds had come, it would have been very tough to get value, but Daniel happened to turn the best hand on a board that looks pretty innocuous to 2 kings. The way David's played this hand, he's played it like he's got an absolute monster. Daniel's pretty sure he's got the best hand. He's just trying to figure out a way to get all the money in.
I'm all in.
That's one way to do it.
Daniel is all in.
How much is it?
50, 74, 79, 80. Call? Once or twice?
Okay, we want to see hands first or no?
Well, I don't care. I'll do twice either way.
I'll do twice.
All right, twice
So
is
that's
nice.
4. It didn't hit him, and it did. 2 times.
Run it twice.
I raised it 10,000.
I backdoor lots of backdoor stuff. All right.
Daniel trying to justify why he called on the flop.
I said that's 8.
8 out.
We will see the river card twice, playing for half the pot each time.
What are you rooting for over there? Chop or blood? Chop or blood?
Am I allowed to say?
There is no cheering in the press box.
You feel a chop? I feel a chop. Big time. You feel a chop?
I just want to win the first one.
That's all, yeah. That's not greedy.
I'm not greedy.
The first river card is a Jack.
Oh, that's it. That's a good one for me.
Daniel has won half the pot.
But David can still hit a king, a 6, or a deuce. The 6 or a deuce would counterfeit Daniel's hand and give David kings up.
The second river is a 7.
It's 27 plus 50, 74, 80,000. 1096.
Seaver trying to bounce back with another pair. Raises to 1,300. Hashem, Jack 10 of diamonds. Calls. 10-7 for Daniel.
Uh-oh, this is Daniel's favorite hand, and it's actually gotten him into trouble in the big game before.
Re-raises on the button to 5,200. Galfond folds.
You know, it's actually his favorite hand because the 10 and the 7 were his 2 favorite colored balls back in the pool sharking days.
Ah, very good info.
I totally made that up.
Oh, sounded good to me.
It's just been lucky for him.
Action folded back on over to Seaver, who calls.
Scott Seaver is really hoping Daniel has an overpair so that he has the right implied odds to make this call.
Hashem folded, so heads up to the flop. King, deuce, queen. Seaver checks the best hand.
That would have been a big flop for Joe. Negreanu was repping a big one pre-flop. Let's see if he keeps repping.
He reps, betting 6,200.
Looks like Scott's going to peel.
He calls.
Hashem wants his cards back.
6 of spades on the turn. Seaver checks.
Daniel still got just 10 high. This is one of the dangers of having a favorite hand. Daniel seemed a little gun-shy all week when bluffing Scott Seaver. Let's see if he can fire a third barrel.
Daniel does fire that third barrel, making it 14,200 to go.
I could justify Scott's call on the flop, thinking maybe Daniel would shut down after one bet, but Daniel certainly hasn't shut down.
Seaver keeps it going. He calls.
Seaver's totally stationing Negreanu.
You mean like a calling station?
Exactly.
4 clubs on the river. Seaver checks.
That's a tough card for Seaver to be afraid of. Daniel's loading up for a 4th barrel. Sick.
Daniel fires 36,000.
How much do you have behind? Thank you.
Despite the fact that no draws really came in, this would be a pretty sick call. Daniel bet far less than the pot, so this really does look like a value bet. Scott really doesn't look like he believes him, but in a situation like this, if you call and you're wrong, you look like a total fish.
36.
Daniel sticking to his new strategy of being quiet. Shh.
Seaver folds the winner.
Phew-wee. You had me staring. I had my favorite hand. You know what that is?
10-7?
No, the 10-7.
Oh, 10. I said
Exact
10.
suits.
I said 10-7.
Oh, you did? I'm sorry. 7 of diamonds and 10 of clubs specifically. Those are the ones. I can't believe I got away with a bluff. Yay!
Now, I'm going to speculate. I could be wrong, but I think that was good for the game.
Yes, I'm assuming that was.
I could be wrong.
Believe that? I learned that from Phil Galfond. Just keep betting.
All I ask, you can keep beating me, Potts. Just when I have the over pair and you have top pair and we put in about 100 each. Just,
Don't hit the
yeah, don't hit the weird thing, yeah.
Don't hit the weird out.
Because you're gonna put a lot of money in with one top pair, and I'm gonna have the big pair when we start really
I'm gonna
playing.
catch. That's my style. You're gonna be looking for insurance, and you're not gonna want to pay the vig, and you know. Then I'm gonna hit, and then you're gonna go walking off the stage somewhere.
You got it all scripted out.
I got it scripted. It's
5 limpers. Ace jack for Fishman.
Just so long as you get all the money in with the worst of it.
Pot.
Oh, the cannon gets everybody's attention.
Fishman's almost got the best hand.
Man, you haven't played a hand since the Eisenhower administration. All of a sudden, you bet in the pot. In the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 of us. Respect.
I agree. Respect.
No respect.
Williams shows no respect. He calls. Locks in 2. Same for Kata.
Wow, this is so sick. This is so sick.
The rest of these pros are giving Fishman about as much respect as Rodney Dangerfield.
Fold. This is very dramatic.
I'm dramatic because you'll see. Everything will make sense later to you.
At least it gives you credit.
Because I limped in with a huge hand because I'm running bad. Now I'm thinking about re-raising. That's what's going on.
I know what you're thinking. You're just thinking about it a long time.
I'm supposed to put the money in, but I'm not going to.
Phil folds.
Finally.
I'm going to check in the dark.
Cannon's checked in the dark. It's an interesting move from an amateur.
The flop. Ace, deuce, 5, 3 diamonds. Kata flops a straight. Fishman, who checked in the dark, has top pair and a flush draw. Williams a set.
Things are about to get real in here.
Williams bets 12,000.
Williams just bet 3/4 pot with a very strong hand, but it's not the best one.
Lock folds.
It's not as good as Kata's, who's got a straight.
He just calls.
Lights, camera, action, flop. Everybody's got something.
How much you got behind?
Fishman's got top pair and a big flush draw.
48 more.
48,000?
Behind this, 60 total.
You put in for an extra 50, right? So,
This is a really tough spot for the cannon. Either a call or a fold would be acceptable.
He calls.
check in the dark.
And checks in the dark again. King of hearts on the turn.
I'm all in.
David Williams shoves.
The only thing Cat is behind to right now is a flopped flush. We know David's only got a set. Having a straight puts you in a tough spot here because you cannot improve. If Cat is behind to Williams, he's drawing dead. And if he's ahead, David Williams is likely to have a lot of outs. Cat is getting about 2-1 on his money, which is decent odds. Joe Straight was beaten by Phil's flush just a few hands ago. Let's see if he can make the right call here.
Sorry, guys.
Fishman still to act behind.
And Kata lays down a straight.
Man, I want to know what you laid down. That might make a difference.
That was a brutal spot for the kid.
If either of you guys want to ask each other a question, I have one for you for the next time.
Ace queen with the diamond queen.
This should be a much easier laydown for Fishman.
I'm going to give it up.
Fishman folds.
I don't want to see that. I would pay money to see that hand.
How much would you pay?
I'll pay $500 to see that hand.
You will pay $500 to see this hand.
Right now.
Send the money.
Wow. I would have busted you.
He'll pay $5,000 not to see it. The cannon, pocket jacks.
Let's see if he fares better than Antonio did.
Russ raises to 1,400. Antonio folds. Pocket pair for Tony G. Calls. Ike, suited in the small blind, folds. Jason Mercier, 6-5.
Jason's out of position with a hand that's likely to be behind, but he looks like he wants to play a pot with the loose cannon, maybe.
Yes, he does. 3 to the flop, which is deuce 4-3. Tony G flops middle set. Mercier flops the nuts straight and checks.
What a flop. Everyone probably thinks they have the best hand, including Russ, who has an overpair to the board.
He bets 4,000.
Russ is playing it right, but it's going to cost him.
Tony G raises to 12,000.
Jason has got to be licking his chops. Not only does he have the nuts, but there aren't even any bigger draws out there. He has to figure out if either opponent's hand is strong enough to call a raise. We know Tony's is. He doesn't want to chase away all his customers, but a flat call would look pretty strong, too.
One thing we're lacking is action.
Mercier re-raises to 29 grand.
While the way the action has gone says this is an easy laydown, it's still never all that easy to lay down an overpair, especially as an amateur and you're assuming everyone's out to run you over. But right now, his pocket pair is jacked.
Literally. The amateur begrudgingly folds. And now Tony G. Middle set, facing a re-raise. Tony puts them all in. Quick call from Jason.
Like a nerd with a hot chick's phone number, Mercier calls immediately.
Wow, what a flop.
Tony G would like to call this date off.
I just run it once.
They're going to run it once.
Nearly 250 grand in the middle.
Better for the TV viewer.
Good luck, boys.
Tony will need the board to pair.
It doesn't on the turn. 8 of spades.
I want to feel his heart rate, Jason.
Feel mine.
Yours, we're not, whatever, Yours is gonna ding, ding, ding. His is like ding, ding. Close your eyes, kid. You'll know by the reaction.
The river. The 6 of clubs. And Jason Mercier doubles up to 237 grand.
2 flops and been all in both times.
Rick is straddling this hand.
I really recommend that you restraddle here. I mean, you're stuck anyway. You can always walk away from the 16 if it doesn't work out. 1,600 isn't going to make the difference for you. You're either going to double up or, you need to start playing hands.
Can I straddle, or is it too late?
You can straddle. You haven't looked.
I don't know. That's it.
Yeah, we're all fine with it, I'm pretty sure.
Nobody objects, I promise you.
Rick's the devil on his shoulder.
Viffer pre-calls, and there's the official double straddle.
I wanted to anyway. I just hadn't.
Action folds over to Chow, who's out as well. And now Rick, the original straddler.
Rick's the devil on Troy's shoulder. He's the devil wearing nada right now.
He calls. Ooh, pocket queens for Troy.
Troy can wait till after the hand to thank Rick. This is the monster he's been waiting for.
We're the two loosest players. We'll call you. It's not a problem.
If I push, will you call me?
You can't. It's all you can do is pot it.
Troy does seem a little nervous.
Pot.
Total 76.
Troy raises pot. Viffer calls.
This is a very loose call from Viffer, especially considering Troy's yet to put this much money in pre-flop all week.
You were supposed to fold so I could repot him.
If you raise, I'll re-raise and then he'll fold.
That's collusion. You can't say that. But A for effort. I'm gonna fold and just get out of the way. I'll sit on this stack. I just got these chips. I'm gonna warm them up for a hand or two.
So down to 2 on the flop, including our loose cannon.
Troy's in very good shape to end up with the winning hand.
5-4-5 on the flop.
Safe flop for Troy. A bet here would probably take it down.
No bet, a check. So does Viffer.
Troy's trying to disguise the strength of his hand.
Ace of spades on the turn.
This might be a scare card for Troy.
Fires 10,000.
Maybe he remembered that Viffer limp called pre-flop. He probably wouldn't have done that with an ace.
Viffer drawing dead at this point.
Looks like he's up to something.
Nice have left.
50 or 60.
Viffer calls.
Makes the call drawing dead. He's clearly on a pure float, which means he may try to steal this pot from Troy on the river.
The river is the 3 of spades. Troy bets 10,000 again.
This is only a third of the pot. Viffer may read it as weak.
I'm all in.
Viffer shoves.
Did you hear that? Did you hear that suction?
The loose cannon's been put to a decision for all of his chips, and he looks just sick about it.
Somebody call wardrobe. We're gonna need a new pair of drawers.
If the ace scared Troy, he should have wanted to get to showdown as cheaply as possible. Betting was not the way to do that. Now there's a lot out there to worry about. An ace, a 5, a deuce, they all beat Troy.
If Troy makes the call, he will have a profit of more than 64 grand and be the leading loose cannon.
But can he pull the trigger?
He cannot.
I would never bluff you, sir.
Nice hand, sir. Nice hand.
Viffer ripped Troy's heart out, and then he showed it to him. Brutal.
Ouch.
That is ouch.
That hurt.
That hurt.
That hurt so much. My
Nice hand. God. Nice hand.
I just had to take a little chips.
That was a nice hand.
1200.
Action folds around to Abe Masseri, who raises. Pocket 10s for Jason Calacanis. Calls.
1200's bet.
Daniel's out. Doyle's in. Makes the call. Jack 10 offsuit.
Calacanis got the best hand going into the flop.
Which is 9 Jack 10, a monster flop.
Expect to see a lot of action here. Doyle checks his top 2.
Abe bets 3,000.
He's got a flush draw and a gut shot.
And a set for Calacanis.
Raise.
Announcing a raise to 13,000.
I like this raise. This board is sopping wet. He's going to want to try to protect his set. Doyle should be suspicious of a raise coming from an amateur. Tough for him to get away from top 2.
Where is it?
Re-raise.
Doyle announcing a re-raise to $83,000.
Doyle's drawing very slim. He must be putting both his opponents on draws. He's right on one count. Abe is drawing.
Come on, we did it 3 times, Abe.
Good, huh?
Abe has to know he's behind at the moment. He's not getting great odds. He's got to commit all of his chips. He's not even drawing to the nuts. Calacanis is shuffling chips like he's drinking Adderall-flavored coffee. You know, Abe's only got 4,200 invested in this pot. He has no fold equity because Doyle's essentially moved all in.
All right, I'm all in.
Moves in anyway. This is a crazy move from Abe. Someone could easily have ace-10 of hearts or something like that.
You got more than 83?
Nah, probably not. I don't think so.
Whether he thinks he's ahead or behind, I'm sure Doyle would have rather Abe folded.
Wow.
Even though Jason has the best hand, the way the betting went, Abe and Doyle are both representing absolute monsters.
Don't think I can.
Big too low.
Don't think I can lay this down. This will be the biggest flame out in high stakes history. Or it'll be absolutely brilliant.
I'm glad to see he's stalling. Don't you tell you what his snap calls?
Wow. Somebody have a set of jacks here? And somebody have a straight already? And queen already? This will be a sick laydown.
Sounds like 3 9s.
Wow. This is ridiculous if I lay this down.
Remember, Calacanis is already stuck 100 dimes to Doyle.
Somebody must have flopped it straight.
Jason shows his hand, but it's not dead. This is a cash game.
You think you're gonna pick something up off of us by showing us the hand and telling us what you got?
No,
right.
I just was looking for some sympathy, actually. But apparently I'm not going to get any.
He folds.
Wow.
We had me crushed.
You had me crushed too. What'd you have? You don't have ace-10 of hearts, do you?
No.
Good.
Oh my God.
2 pair and
Oh my God. Please, I got
now
it.
you want to see a heart, right?
Well, how much time do you want to run this?
3's good.
Let's run it 2. Let's run it 2 for simplicity.
It's up to you. I never argue about that.
Well, I know it's gonna be hard for you. It's gonna be hard for you to make a full house now.
You guys doing it twice, right?
Twice.
For the love of God, let it be a flush and a full house.
Tough spot.
Flush and a straight. Okay. For the love of God.
No, flush and a full house is what I'd like to see.
You want a jack? You want a jack to come on one, so you can feel real good about that.
I actually feel kind of bad about this for some reason.
Why?
I don't know.
Because you feel bad about getting him out of the pot?
I don't know.
Yeah, thanks, Doyle.
No, I mean, I feel bad about the results.
I feel terrible about the results so far.
Abe has held over me too long.
Oh, stop it. You've held over me.
Yeah, right. Boom.
First run, 4 of diamonds.
One more blank, then it won't be so painful. Boom. Yeah.
Abe makes a flush.
That's the boom.
Thank you, God.
Just like I figured.
I had the same hand come up on a TV cash game show. I had the set of 10s. I folded. One guy had a bigger set, and one guy had the straight.
Wait, didn't you just criticize my fault?
It wasn't these players, and it wasn't this situation.
Wait, you do it?
I want to fold that either.
Oh, that was such a bad play.
It was definitely, it's one of those decisions where either way, it wasn't a big deal.
Right.
It's like if you fold, it's fine. If you call, it's fine.
Good for Doyle anyways. Sucked for me.
I'm feeling pretty good about it right now.
Now give us the queen of clubs.
Second run.
Queen of clubs?
Yeah.
All right.
Makes Doyle a full house.
Ooh.
It'll be a split pot.
Trying to get your money back on the third one.
I would be leaving right now.
How much did you take back here?
I took back all my money, man.
Even though Jason laid down the best hand, he would have lost both runs. The wrong laydown at the right time.
A good fold. Look at that.
But that is a good moan, Abe. I've held over you. You're that much superior to me.
Well,
You grounded me every time you come to town, but that's because you're better, so much better.
Well, you know. I don't know, Doyle. Maybe I am, maybe I'm not. I'll let the results speak for themselves, buddy.
Jason, ace, jack. Calls. Joe Cassidy, ace 3 suited. Makes it 3 to the flop.
Some players would re-raise ace-jack, but Jason is out of position.
10, 7, 8, all diamonds. Mercier checks. Cassidy checks.
Bottomos flopped the second nut flush with a straight flush redraw.
And bets 4,000.
Jason's also flopped a straight flush draw, but we see Justin has the 9 he'd need.
Mercier calls.
Justin's trying to build a pot, and his reputation for playing aggressively with marginal hands will only help him in these types of situations.
Cassidy folds. So we're down to 2 on the turn, which is the ace of clubs.
This is a terrible card for Jason. He's been drawing dead since the flop. Now his hand's improved.
Mercier checks. Bonomo bets 11,000.
Still building this pot. For Jason, top pair and a strong draw is only going to get him to commit more money to this pot, even though we know he has no redraw.
Mercier calls.
Bonomo's got to be loving this.
Deuce of hearts on the river.
Jason hasn't improved.
Mercier checks.
He'd probably be very happy to have Justin just check behind for a cheap showdown. No such luck. Justin reaching for value betting chips.
How about $30,000 worth?
It's a pot-sized bet. Jason's trying to figure out if this is a bluff or a value bet. Jason knows at this point he can't beat any hand Justin would be value betting, so he has to figure out how often Justin would be bluffing in this spot. Very tough spot.
Come on.
Jason Mercier all in.
Really?
Make no mistake, despite the fact that he has top pair, this is a straight bluff from Jason Mercier. Once he saw that $30,000 bet, he's a pretty good idea. Justin is value betting. A check raise in this spot is very strong. He thinks that by making this bet, he can get Justin to lay down almost any hand that isn't the nuts. This is a sick bluff by Jason. He's giving Justin really good odds to make the call, which makes Jason's hand look even stronger. He just happened to run to the top of Justin's range.
I guess you have the ace of diamonds. What's the other card? Yeah, I call.
Base jack.
Nice hand.
Bonomo wins a pot of nearly $230,000.
That's kind of a good hand that you have there.
Tony raises to 2,000 with a legit hand. The cannon, 10-9, calls.
I'm known as the tightest player.
You are.
The tightest player in the world has joined me and made his presence felt.
Daniel with ace queen.
I'm raising.
He's out of position, but he knows Tony's likely to call light.
7,000 more.
To 9,000.
I saw your VPIP.
Can I fold now? Fold.
You may. You may as well.
Put that in the pot. That 800 I straddled off, I just donated there.
Tony's in, Elizabeth's out.
Good luck.
What is it? Did I put 9? I'm going to bet 12 in the dock.
Oh, we're getting blind bets on the
Are you calling in the dark? Yes, that's what I'm talking about.
7, 6, 10 on the flop. Tony hits a set of perfect tens.
I should have raised in the dark on that flop. Now I feel silly. You been dark again, Daniel?
No, not with that board.
Daniel has no idea how much he hates this board.
Top pair for Daniel.
Worst card ever for Daniel.
What did I bet on the flop? 12?
12.
He thinks he's good, but he's crushed.
Daniel fires 28,000.
Tony's just taking a second to daydream about what he's going to do with Daniel's money.
He just calls.
Tony's got his fish on the hook.
The river. The 5 of hearts.
It's really too bad for Daniel because this hand would be so good against Tony in so many other spots.
Daniel bets 60,000. Tony puts Daniel all in, raising to 275 grand.
The river may have saved Daniel a little bit, even though he's frustrated. Straight and flush draws both just got there.
Not that easy with the G.
What's the G?
It's not that easy.
No, I mean,
Put a lot of pressure
You're running
on.
good on me today.
Running good. You run good too.
I've been running good last couple hours.
Daniel frustrated. Let's see if he figures it out.
I didn't even see that it was a heart, to be honest with you. I really didn't see it was a heart. I might have checked the heart.
That full three of hearts is...
Oh, that was stupid to check a heart. I mean,
Tony's known to have a lot of heart.
And commitment.
Heart and commitment.
Both Daniel and Tony's reps would suggest Daniel will stack off here.
He doesn't.
Good lay down.
thank you. Nice river.
The river didn't help me. It hurt me.
Oh, you had me already?
I had you on the flop.
Nice turn then. I had ace queen.
Yeah, you were drawing dead.
Yeah. It's always nice.
Flop top set.
Action begins on Joe Hashem, King Jack.
It's so hard. Yeah, it's like a 2+2 thing.
You also need to be really deep.
Yeah, you need to be relatively deep.
And it's got to be like against me. It's got to be like against me.
Yeah.
Raises. Daniel folds.
What about the min-bet 3-bet?
Galfond out.
I just get the feeling that the trifecta is probably not going to happen, but
Jones folds. 9-8 suited for Doyle. Calls. And now Seaver. Also suited. Not connected.
Well, we all know Scott Seaver has a very loose definition of suited connectors, and he's getting more than 3-1.
Seaver calls. 3 to the flop, which is King 10-10, top pair for Hashem. Brunson checks.
Seaver thinking about it with 6 high.
Doing more than thinking about it. He's acting out, firing 5,800.
Now, even though he wasn't first to act, this is still a donk bet. Scott's hoping no one hit this flop and he can just take it down right here. For Hashem, it's pretty tough to lay down top pair in this spot. Very tough to put your opponent on flop trips, let alone if he did have trips, why wouldn't he let Hashem continuation bet at least one time? Since folding here to 1-bet isn't really a possibility, I guess Joe must be trying to decide between call or raise.
There's the raise to 15-5. Doyle folds.
This is a risky raise for Joe Hashem. If he thinks his opponent's bluffing, he should let Seaver keep firing. If Scott's got a 10 or a better king, there's a good chance he'll get 3-bet. Now, we know Scott's only got 6 high. What in the Seaver is going on here?
I'll tell you what's going on here. He re-raises to 42-5.
Scott Seaver has just bet $42,500 that Joe Hashem does not have a 10. In other words, that's not a knife. This is a knife. Seaver claims this pose keeps his opponents from getting a read on him. He definitely doesn't want to give anything away now. Joe Hashem is painting himself into a corner here, and he's likely to be thinking to himself, Aussie, 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 oi, oi, vey.
All right. Wow. I fold, pass. Nice one.
Wow. And Seaver shows.
Yeah.
Scott Seaver had the 6.
He was waiting for it. He was waiting for it. Nice answer.
Yep, that feels good.
Yeah, it's even nicer. I'm going to straddle it.
Of course you are.
Tony's straddling, half with Jen's money, half with Helmuth's.
Barbero with 6 tray. Folds. Joe Hashem out.
I feel I should be winning more. I mean,
I feel like you should be
I made
too.
some, especially here to the Argentinian, I've been too generous.
Wow, he sounds exactly like a James Bond villain.
Cannon folds. Phil Hellmuth. Big slick.
The pot is unopened to this point.
Phil in the small blind.
There you go. He's going to make a move out of position again.
Raises.
Very nicely done.
To 2,800.
Can't blame the guy for raising ace-king.
Jen out. Queen Jack for Tony G.
And I have qualified.
Calls.
Fortunately, you may double up.
Maybe.
Phil once again the favorite.
Flop. King, ace 10. The nuts for Tony G again, and now Phil with top 2.
A disastrous situation for Phil Hellmuth.
I think this one, just take it, Phil. Don't even bother betting.
Phil bets 3K.
I was kidding you.
And Tony G raises.
See if you got the ace.
Oh my God, you're such an.
I can fold this hand.
Oh, don't fold it. Just stick it in.
Tony always talks, but he tends to talk more when he has it. Still, folding ace-king in this spot is definitely a losing play in the long run, especially with Phil's stack.
I got a flush draw, Phil. I'll be honest with you. If you want, I'll even show you one of my cards.
Maybe if you showed the jack of hearts.
I'm all in.
All right, cool.
Brutal.
I have a flush draw and a straight at the moment.
And a straight. Flop the nuts and look at this. Both slow playing.
What are you slow playing here for? Just get it in. I mean, you know. How many times do you want to run it?
One's good.
I'm happy to run it 20 times. To have you like down on this.
Maybe we should run it 3 times. I don't know. What do you think? 3 times?
Yeah, 3 times at least will keep you in the game.
Yeah, I would do 3.
I've been deciding badly lately on how many times to run it.
It's all the same.
I'll let you choose, Tony. How about that?
3 times.
Okay. Tony chooses.
I know, like the ace is coming, the first card. Ace
I
from
know.
space.
I ran it once, like the last 2 or 3 times, and every time I missed. So
I want to keep you in the game. That's why I want to run it like 8 times. You're going to catch one of them.
Phil is drawing live.
There's Phil's coach, Lane Flack. He's left the green room. He's going to get a better look at this one with Amanda on the couch.
Your boy's all in with the worst of it right now.
Oh, yeah, I just saw the hand.
Yeah.
There's the coach. He's in. You see the coach is there. Go and give him a massage. We've done it 3 times. He's been owned 2 out of 2 sometimes. The statistics are 100% owned by Tony G.
yeah, you've really been out
Pots
playing.
played,
today.
100% owned.
Working on a graphic for that right now, Mr. G.
I think Phil needs you. He does need
I think Phil needs an ace or a king.
Dynamite call, coach. An ace or a king would make Phil a full house.
you. And then if Phil goes, then I need you. I'm his second.
Lane, I should just run it once, right?
Once or 3 times.
Once or 3 times.
We agreed 3 times. Don't go back on your word now.
3 times is fine.
So they're going to run it 3 times with the winner of each run taking a third of the pot. Turn number 1. Phil makes a boat.
Oh!
Told you that ace is coming. I knew it. Like,
Did you peel it off right away?
Yeah.
Still, you feel good, right? At least you're going to be in the game. I mean, you could have missed out every time. Give him one more ace to get the aces out of the way.
Ouch, if Phil had run it once, he would have won the whole pot. And now?
Not.
Every time on the show, I've been wrong.
Yeah, you
Every
kept
time I've
saying
said to run
one.
it once,
Once.
I've been unlucky. Like the
Every
last
bad
2
day,
shows.
there is you.
Every time I've decided to run it 3 or 4 times.
River one's a king.
And the king.
Oh,
Beautiful.
sucks. Oh, that sucks.
That's being overqualified, Phil.
Phil will take down a third of the pot, but he loses one of his outs with that king on the river.
I mean, for all his bad etiquette and behavior, they peeled an ace for me. Like I knew it was coming too. He slow rolled me. He's been like as bad as you can be. And of course they peeled an ace. I should not have run this 3 times.
I feel terrible, Phil. You're making me feel guilty. I'm sorry. I'm sorry I've been bashing up on you.
Tony, that's just you, Tony.
Sorry.
We all know that.
And imagine you're trying to take me on all the time. It's time to retire.
I'll play with you all the time.
Turn number 2, deuce of diamonds, no help to Phil.
Appropriate. Tony's acting kind of deucey.
That's so sick. I had to run it 3 times because I wanted to keep playing.
At least you didn't run it 5 times. Think about it. That would be terrible. You still got outs.
River number 2. Jack of spades, Tony wins.
Wow, how close was that?
Not really all that close.
And Tony will take a third of the pot worth almost 22K.
1 run to go. Phil's got only 2 cards that'll save him.
Turn number 3, 7 of hearts.
My flush. It's a flash.
Hearts won't matter if Phil boats up.
Here comes river number 3. Tray of spades, and Tony G gets 2/3 of the pot.
Unbelievable.
It's just
unbelievable. It's just so scary how bad I run on this show.
Yeah, you're gonna have your basically your money back. You're fine. And you're gonna lose a little bit. Tax. You're gonna pay tax, the Tony G tax, and just move on to the next hand. It's not even painful.
Vanessa with queen 9 offsuit.
This is well within Vanessa's unopened cutoff raising range.
And she does raise it to 1,300. 9-6 of hearts for Antonio.
Poker's kind of cool in that way. You could tell someone that your entire thinking and then go ahead and raise and bluff, and it's still hard for them to call.
Jamie Gold started that.
Yeah, it worked for him for 5 days.
Yeah.
Or
I
9 days.
don't think it worked after that. Once
No,
they saw
no.
that.
Antonio calls.
If he could just flip the script sometimes and go up, you know, then it might work for him.
He can't do it. It's amazing.
Jack tray for Friedman.
Prahlad must be a little distracted by this conversation if he's thinking of playing this hand.
And he folds. And Huggins is out.
I think if it was no limit pre-flop, I might just put in some big re-raises. This pot limit holds me back a little bit.
Yeah, that's the point.
Heads up to the flop, 6-10, 4-2 diamonds. Antonio with middle pair.
Middle pair and the best hand. Vanessa with the lead.
Bets 2,300.
Antonio probably can't fold a pair to just one bet.
Makes the call.
Vanessa also could have been semi-bluffing some backdoor draws.
Turn. 3 of diamonds. Selps picks up flush outs.
Vanessa just picked up a lot more outs, though a 9-high flush draw isn't so hot.
She checks it.
Vanessa may be giving up with that check. Antonio can't be in love with the diamond.
Bets out 5,200.
Antonio's looking to protect. There aren't a lot of good cards that can hit for him. Looks like I may have prematurely called for self-surrender. Perhaps she has sensed that Antonio is weak and can maybe blow him off his hand. Here come the 5K chips.
It appears that Vanessa left her white flag backstage, Joe. She is raised to 21,400.
This is a pretty insane bluff with only queen high, but if you look at Antonio's hand, this could work. Betting the flop and then check raising the turn with air is affectionately known sometimes as the stack-a-donk play. It's actually a little outdated, but it looks very strong. Antonio's probably wondering to himself how often Vanessa would do this with an actual hand, though.
Antonio does not believe he makes the call.
A tough call, but a good one. Gulp.
The river. Deuce of spades.
Now that might look like a brick, but Vanessa could have been semi-bluffing a 5 on the turn just as easily as she semi-bluffed her diamonds. She's met adequate resistance from Antonio the whole way, so I'm fairly certain she knows she can't win this pot by checking. So the question is surrender or fire one last bullet. She's loading up.
And Vanessa fires 59,700 on a stone bluff.
There it is, the overbet. We've been here before. This bet is supposed to polarize Vanessa's hand, nuts or air, and Antonio can pretty much only beat air. This would be an absolutely sick call. Vanessa could very easily have played a huge hand the same way.
59-7.
59-7.
By overbetting, she's given him really tough odds to make the call, not even getting 2-1. Is a pair of sixes going to win enough to justify those odds? Not likely.
Antonio with 119,000 behind.
He's probably still thinking about that check raise on the turn. If she had a big hand, would she really have given him the chance to check behind? Finally, and people discount this more than they should, Vanessa has the stupidity factor in her favor. If Antonio calls and he's wrong, he feels stupid.
I think Antonio turned a straight with like a 5-7 suited.
Yeah.
And,
Why does she
and then
have
I think she has a flush. I think she has it.
Worst read ever.
Well, that's what Prahlad the Couch Cannon thinks, but it's Antonio's read that counts here. And Antonio fold. What is going on? Antonio folds.
Little bit dirty on the pump fake by Antonio, but Vanessa, wow, what a sick bluff.
Nice hand.
Thank you.
You were like drawing dead.
Phil calls. Fishman's out.
How much is it? It's a lot of money. Not going to be able to do any business deals, but I'll call him.
Perkins calls.
I hope Perkins shareholders aren't watching this.
5-Jack on the flop.
Check.
Perkins checks. Williams checks. Helmuth fires 4,000.
Phil's got the best hand.
That gets Phil's nemesis out of the way. But Williams calls.
Looks like Williams is floating here.
The turn, the queen of clubs. Williams checks an open-ended straight draw.
Phil's still best, but you can see David has decent equity.
Helmuth fires 4,000.
Even a 5 or a queen can counterfeit Phil's hand.
Williams calls. The river, king of diamonds, gives Williams the lead.
Bink.
Williams checks, so's Phil.
King.
Here it comes.
That's the ejector seat straight out of Goldfinger. David Williams.
Moron, mother.
You hit the queen on the turn?
Yeah, I hit a queen on the turn, buddy.
Oh, your 5 didn't hold up.
You think I had a 5?
Or your pair of 7s or whatever it was. I don't know.
I had nothing. Good play.
Ike, big slick.
Aren't you playing?
About 90, sir.
About 90. Pot is 46.
4,600 straight. Raise to 4,600 straight.
And Ike re-raises to 4,600. Mercier folds.
Even if Antonio thinks he's behind, he's got the right implied odds to try to flop a set of deuces.
Antonio calls.
Sometimes a baby set can get you your opponent's entire stack.
The flop, 8-4-7.
Antonio flops good so far. See if Ike continues.
He does. Betting 6,800.
I'm not sure one C-bet from Ike is going to be enough to get rid of Antonio. Let's see if Antonio puts Ike on an overpair or just 2 big cards like he has.
Antonio raises to 21-1.
This is a pretty interesting raise. Antonio's hand is only 1 better than Ike's, so this raise is only getting action if it's beat. Also, this is a tough board to try to bluff out a hand that's better. There's really nothing too scary about it. It is possible that Antonio's just picked up on something on Ike not liking the flop.
All in.
Ike re-raises all in.
This is a huge bluff from Ike. It'll be a pretty ridiculous call if Antonio can make it.
Nope. He folds.
Ike Haxton goes all aggro cadabra on the magician.
Pocket 7s for Jason Calacanis. Raised to 1,200. Daniel, 8-6 suited. Calls. And Doyle's going to get a look at the flop as well. Four-five tray, 2 diamonds.
Daniel's got 2 overcards, a gut shot, and flush draws. I'd expect a semi-bluff here, try to build a pot.
And there it is. Leads out 2,500. Doyle folds. Calacanis calls.
Got a little some of that.
Jason's got an overpair, but a set would be very bad for him.
Well, there it is. A 7 on the turn, giving Negreanu a straight and Calacanis a set.
Calacanis is in a very bad spot. Daniel has the nuts. And a redraw for diamonds.
Daniel bets 7,000. Calacanis quickly calls.
Daniel's hoping at this point Calacanis has got just a 6. That way they can get all the money on the river. However, we know Jason's got a set.
The river card is the 4 of hearts, giving Calacanis a full house.
A disaster for Daniel.
Daniel bets 20 grand.
Raise. Daniel's thrown out a value bet. He doesn't know that he's been outdrawn. Although this raise may be an indication.
To 55,000.
This is reminiscent of a typical hand for Daniel Negreanu. Let's have the nuts with a redraw and see what happens. Let's pair the board. Yeah. God, really? kidding me?
Guess that means you don't have the Jack 9 this time.
No, I had the nuts with a redraw. What'd you make it? How much?
35 more. Only 35 more.
Only 35 more. Why?
Why not?
Why not?
Why not?
What did you have? Like, you don't have a set, right? Because you would have raised me.
Yeah, I would have raised it the set. I could have flopped a straight.
Could have flopped straight. Okay, I can beat that. Whew.
I could be on a flush draw. Could be busted.
Yeah, that's true too. 4s and 5s. No, I think you raised
I could
me.
have quads.
Yeah, you could have that too.
I could have aces and just be overplaying them.
I was gonna fold for sure, and now I'm thinking about calling you. So you're doing a good job. If that's what you want.
Now I'm gonna be quiet and pretend that's not what I want.
Would you raise me with a 6? No. It's just so sick how these hands always come out like this. Unbelievable.
6-8 of clubs.
Diamonds. 35 more. You insta-raised me.
Daniel's trying to recreate the hand in his head. A lot of inexperienced players don't have it in them to make this raise with just a 6, let alone something worse, which is all Daniel can beat at this point.
Huh. Let me see. What do you got left? You really did talk me into calling you, I think.
Now I say nothing.
What?
Now I say nothing.
Now you say nothing? God, I was gonna just throw it away.
It's only 3 chips.
Yeah, that's true. Why did you not raise me on the flop?
You can afford it.
Why didn't you raise me on the flop?
I'm a donkey. I don't know how to play this game. I'm only up to chapter 8. You see me shove my whole stack over to him with just kings?
Just kings. I did see you do that.
Yeah. Pretty obvious he had me beat. Could have been 2 pair or anything.
Huh?
You said he had me beat. It was obvious.
I'm confusing myself. I should shut up.
Are you saying you got out-talked? I can't believe it.
Big time. Yeah, I'm confused.
Daniel got out-talked.
Yeah, well, we don't know yet. I still might make the right decision. It's 50-50.
Still, Nancy said you should shut up.
Doyle's about to call a flop.
Yeah, TV time. Yeah.
Don't worry about it. It's costing about $15,000 an hour. Actually, I think that my raise costs less than the amount of time it takes.
I'm having a hard time putting you on a hand.
Yeah, that's the problem with new players, especially bad ones.
You talked me out of 35 dimes. This is so sick. Oh, no. Insta-raised me on the river. I need another minute, and I promise I'll act.
Nobody's calling the clock. I don't think anybody will.
Maybe you do just have a 6. You can have a straight and just do that, right?
You know I don't care about the money, so
Yeah.
I'm capable of anything that way. And I'm a bad player. I've proven that already. And I'm talking a lot, which is ridiculous. That's a total tell.
You're just talking me right out of my money.
If you fold and give the dealer $1,000, I'll still show it to you. How about that?
I love that.
Hang on. If I fold.
If you fold and you tip the dealer $1,000, I will show it to you. You have to split it with the other dealer.
Oh, guarantee.
That's a good deal.
So, $1,000, you know what I have. You don't have to live and wait till the end of the.
There's the call.
Sorry, not in the hand.
He called it. 7s.
Yeah, that's good.
I knew exactly what it was.
Oh, you got me. I didn't want to pay the 1,000. Yeah, you said 7's full.
It made sense why he didn't raise you on the flop, and on the turn he can't raise you because you could have a 6, and then boom, he snapped.
Yeah,
it.
I guess it does.
7's full.
That read doesn't do Daniel any good now.
Jason picks up over 130K.
Perfect analogy there, David.
What's the record tip of the day?
200.
200? Who gave you that tip?
You did.
Oh, really? What's the record tip that Daniel gave you? I think it was 5, right?
I think it was $10.
Oh, was it $10?
Yeah.
Great. By the way, Daniel's absolutely worth over $10 million. And he's really cheap. Here's 500. Split it with your friend.
I will. Thank you.
Don't worry, it's Daniel's money.
I love Jason.
Whoa. What's that?
You don't even tip the dealer when you lose that much money?
When you lose that much money? That was pretty normal.
Max Martinez, the cannon with 10-9 suited. Raises to 1,300.
All right, loose cannon.
Ace-9 for Helmuth. Calls.
This is one of the best thing we have. Did you like it?
Minieri calls 1,300 with pocket sixes. Elke out. Lock gone. Bill Perkins, 6-3 offsuit. Why not?
We'll be saying that a lot this week.
Italy was the first place I went where I bought pizza by the kilogram. They weighed it, and they said, oh, you have 180, whatever.
Flop 8-4-7, couple of diamonds. Perkins checks his gut shot.
Full lock check. This is a full lock check. No, notice the He's two-handed check. Sometimes he likes this. I like that little.
Looks like everyone's learning to play chopsticks.
Martinez checking his up and down straight draw.
Helmuth with nothing but ace high.
42.
Oh, Joe, he's got every backdoor draw imaginable.
That's true. He does have some backdoor draws.
Bets 4,200. Minieri quickly out.
Perkins still with a gut shot.
Businessman's done.
Max has 2 overs and he's open-ended, even though we know his 9's no good.
And Martinez makes the call.
Standard call.
Heads up to the turn. 10 of hearts. Max makes a pair. Phil is also up and down now.
Top pair for the loose cannon.
Martinez checks.
Phil's gearing up for a bet.
12,800.
You heard the man. 12,800 is the bet now.
It's over 3/4 of the pot.
I'll take this one now. You fold. I win.
I know.
He can probably understand complete sentences.
Well, this definitely isn't a fold.
A cannon showing some stones makes the call.
At this point, Phil should know he no longer has the best hand.
To the river, 7 of spades. Phil misses. Max's pair is still good.
Looks like he's thinking about betting it.
And he does. Fires 15,500.
This is a pretty small bet into this pot. It's sort of a blocker/merge. He's trying to bet a little less than what he thinks Phil would have bet. Problem with a blocker bet, though, is that it can sometimes look weak.
Raise it. 45,000.
Phil raises 45,000 more.
Now, Phil's the kind of guy that makes a lot of tight just calls, so this raise is pretty polarizing, which means either full house or nothing. It's a very tough spot for Max, since he's the one guy at the table who absolutely cannot reload. If he called here and he was wrong, he'd be left with less than 25K. I know what almost every other loose cannon would do in this spot.
Please don't have forceful.
What you got?
Huh?
What you got?
To recap, Phil has nothing.
And over half his chips in this pot.
You got fourths?
I might have forceful. I might not.
Sick level.
Okay, call.
Wow.
Good call. You win.
That pot worth over 160,000 bucks.
Absolutely amazing call.
Helmuth looks stunned.
Oh my God, what is going on? What is going on?
Tilt
oh my
juice.
God.
Get the tilt juice out for everyone. Have
Thank
a
you.
little sip.
Drink it up.
Wow. I can't make that call.
So sick.
No, I can't make that call. No, I can't make that call.
No, he bet 15,000 with a 10.
I block bet, so you can raise and bluff.
I can't do any of that.
I don't value, I block.
What? He's a machine. He's a beast.
Lex calls, and Bobby loves it.
Got it? Oh my God. Wow, everything. That is everything.
Pretty nice hand, sir.
Nuts.
Nuts redraw.
All season long, I see loose cannons going all in with ace high, middle pair, bottom pair.
No.
That's like going through my head.
You can't even hit the 9 of diamonds to help you make a full house here. Now, do you want to run it twice or?
Yeah. Yeah.
He doesn't even want to run it twice.
Well, come on, will ya?
Just the one time is fine for Bobby, thanks. Deuce of spades on the turn, and Bobby doubles up.
Oh, he's getting nervous. That's what he says.
No, nice hand, Bobby. It's nice.
You see how I do it? I come in and I lose 100K. That's how I do it.
The meaningless river.
Oh, straight flush.
Straight flush he made.
That's sick. That's sick.
That's awesome.
For a second, I thought it was going to be something like and then I saw the anger because I was confused because I saw anger and not happiness. So I was like, what is this? Is this anger or happiness? And I saw it's a mixture. He's angry because he's happy.
Well, action begins on the loose cannon. Bobby Ferdinand, suited one gapper, raises to 2,000. Elke folds. Abe, King Jack, he's in. Lex calls.
I love the action, boys. I could use these chips.
Jetton calls.
Yeah, we're giving you the action. You know that.
Can you feel the love?
I love it.
You'll get the opportunity, that's for sure.
Well, if I fold, I'm definitely rooting for you to win.
Isn't that sweet?
The flop, 9-7-6, a monster for the cannon, a straight and a straight flush draw.
That's what we call the World's Fair.
It goes check, check, check to Veldhouse.
Bobby slow playing the nuts.
Lex bets 5,700 with top pair. Jetton folds.
Bobby probably should have bet to build a pot, but it looks like Lex is still giving him a shot to get some money in now.
Come on.
And he's going all in again.
All in. Yeah. Wow.
David Fishman has the lead for the passport and the best seat in the house.
Abe folds.
Wonder who we're rooting for this hand.
Probably rooting for me to fold.
Lex doesn't have a super strong hand, but Bobby's got some things going in his favor here.
Probably. That makes sense, actually.
You got some sick reads, Lex. You got reads on all of us.
We know one guy that's rooting for you to fold. There he is. There he is. He's about to come over and take your cards and throw them right in the muck.
What Bobby has going for him, it's late in the game and this board is so wet that he really could be shoving with a pretty wide range.
Wait, should I really bet this if I'm going to fold this?
Yes. Why the hell not?
One player to a hand, Elke. Bobby's got a shot at getting called because any pair and combo draw would probably shove here. And in that case, Lex would likely be ahead.
If you beat him, I'll be the oldest player again at the poker table. That's the far.
How old are you?
37.
But his hair is still in diapers.
If Lex makes this call, Bobby the Bus will almost certainly double up. Also in Bobby's favor, Lex ain't a nit.
9. Ace for Phil Hellmuth. He also limps.
We've got some more limping, which is basically like the vulture circling.
Russ raises to 2,000. King, Queen. Antonio calls. Tony G, small blind. He's out.
Everybody wants a piece of this loose cannon money. Ike got out of the way last time when he had 2 7s.
Ike folds. Jason calls. Phil raises to 11-2.
Hide your kids, hide your wife, hide your husbands too, because they raising everybody out here.
Oh, boy. Decision time now on Harlow. You could see how much he's got left.
How much?
9,201.
Might as well give it to me.
Phil limp re-raised in order to isolate the cannon. At this point, I don't think Russ has much of a choice.
He calls. Antonio folds. So's Jason.
We just saw these two dance a few moments ago. Looks like they're ready for their next song.
The flop. King 5 King, trip kings for Harlow.
Russ has crushed this flop.
Hellmuth checks.
Russ should bet here to try to get some value. He doesn't have a lot of chips or a lot of time. He's probably doing everything he can to not jump out of his seat. One reason why playing on the internet's better.
He bets 20,000.
How much you have left?
45,000.
45 total, gets them all in.
Phil puts Harlow all in.
No chance he's folding. I think he's just taking a moment to soak it all in.
And Russ calls.
Wow. That's the way it's been going for me.
That's sick. That's the worst.
I think he just got over 100.
He will if his hand holds up.
He was folding. I was like, oh, well, that's probably a call.
That is the worst.
Phil is drawing virtually dead.
Guy just got over 100. He just has to dodge 2 more hands and come back to
I'm glad I hit it to 5.
What are you thinking? Are you thinking backdoor flush?
What do you mean, what am I thinking? He has to move in, right? I mean, he...
I mean, you can't move in unless he has a hand. I mean...
How much? What do you mean, what am I thinking? What the I mean, well, I got in, there's 30,000 in there or whatever. I mean, I'm playing no matter what. I have to give him a chance to bluff off his money. That's the only reason I check.
Phil can only hit running aces or running hearts.
You want insurance here?
So brutal. What a day.
There's some way we can
The
insure.
guy folded so many hands, just waited, and then Phil Hellmuth just doubles them up. You know, no problem.
Instead of like betting 5, and you could just bet 5 and fold. You could put 45 in.
Rush is picturing driving his kids around in that new minivan.
The turn. It's a 6, and Russ has a profit.
Why would he bet 20,000? It doesn't make any sense. If he had a king, why would he bet 20,000?
Because he knows his opponent will ship it with ace high, you know? That was deep love kid, you know? High tech.
46. He's over now, right? No, I was just... He's got like 110. He's got like 110.
I needed that. Well done. Well done, man.
That was so sick.
Very nice.
I got one of these. That's kind of
They're all
really pretty.
Slapping high fives and clapping again. 16.
1600.
Uh-oh.
That one hurt.
Created a monster.
Phil raises.
Phil should probably make it less obvious that he's steaming.
Donnie, suited in the small blind, calls. Prahlad also suited.
This is a hand a lot of players would defend in the big blind, especially against a steaming poker brat.
And Friedman will do so. 3 to the flop, which is 9-Jack-6, top 2 for Hellmuth.
Phil's locking on the tractor beams.
Stern, the first to act.
Donnie's open-ended with an overcard.
And bets 3,600. Friedman folds. And Phil raises to 15,000.
Donnie was hoping to take it down with a semi-bluff. Phil's just told Donnie where he can put that semi-bluff. Phil's raise is pretty big. On the off chance Donnie has a set, he's kind of painting himself into a corner. Keep in mind, you want players with draws to call you.
Phil gets what he wants.
Wow. Nice hand.
The turn is the 8 of hearts.
Donnie's made his straight. Phil was just joking, but I think his mindset coach must be teaching him the secret or something. Or maybe instead of reading the book Blink, he accidentally read Bink. Donnie's in a great spot because he's got the nuts, and he's pretty sure Phil's got something big as well.
Stern bets 25 grand. Hellmuth quickly calls.
To quote Phil from yesterday, that's a snap call, kid. Even though he's dead to a boat.
The river. The 7 of hearts.
The only thing Donnie's worried about is the slim chance that Phil made runner hearts. And since Phil made his big moves before the hearts came into play, Donnie can be pretty confident Phil didn't make a flush. It'll be safe for him to value bet this river.
Stern makes it 35,000.
Phil's got to have a pretty good idea he's beat now. There's a 4-card straight out there, 3 hearts. Phil has to wonder what hands would have called a huge raise on the flop and then led the turn and river.
35, yes.
Is this for real? I mean, are these hands for real?
Phil's impression of David after dentist. Wow. Phil can't believe he's been run down again. He may be trying to talk himself into making a I can't be this unlucky call. Donnie's also given him pretty good odds to make this call. 35K more to win over 120, about 4 to 1. Phil should maybe be suspicious of getting such a good price.
Wow. What can I beat? I mean, I guess I can beat Jack-8.
Phil's trying to figure out what hands he can beat, and that's why this is taking so long. There aren't any.
Phil calls.
Ejector seat in 3, 2, 1, blast off.
I'm shocked he called. I didn't think he was gonna call.
These hands for real?
I don't know what you could have to call the raise and just fire. That was weird. I thought you were gonna lay that one down, brother.
Nice hand, buddy.
Nice hand, buddy. Where's my blow up?
Okay, I'll lead it off. You want to start?
I mean, what the f?
That's more like it.
Folds around to Tony G.
All right. I raise it 1,000.
Raises 1,000 with 5 high. Quick re-raise by Phil Hellmuth.
Bizarre small re-raise from Phil Hellmuth.
Ernest Wiggins is out of the way, so too is Daniel.
Things can get nasty at the end, right? The river was wild.
It's a bizarre raise because Tony's definitely not folding.
6-9-4 on the flop.
Check.
Goes check, check.
Now Hellmuth checks top pair.
2 pair now for Tony G. Bets 4 grand. Phil calls.
Looks like Phil may have been trying to set a trap with top pair of 9s. Now calling with the worst of it. May have trapped himself.
Please.
And Tony makes a full house on the river.
10.
Call.
That's 10 grand. Phil calls. Sees the bad news.
He has a full house.
You didn't raise?
At least maybe we'll get the blow up we're all waiting for.
I know you got a flush.
The 9. This guy's raising.
He's got a 9. You
Explosion's about to happen.
Bring the trike.
Bring the trike.
Oh, you can't drive a bike.
God, it's extraordinarily. Just so unlucky. I'm really getting sick of this. 4-5 offsuit.
Please, the game all evens out.
Bottom pair against top pair. Bottom pair against top pair. Where he's going to pay me off another 7,000-8,000, but no, he fills up and wins 14 for me.
You're a disgrace to the game.
Where do you come up with that?
I'll tell you, can I tell you one thing, Tony? Can I tell you one thing? I wish that I weren't a bad loser sometimes, but it's 10 times as bad to be a bad winner. And you're a bad winner, my friend.
Isn't the world made up of all kind of people?
80,000 in the ground. He's stuck right now.
He's actually losing.
I'm losing 100,000.
He just rubbed 4 or 5 in my face and told me how bad I played and whatever, and I'm a disgrace. That's a bad winner.
I bet the pot.
Perkins pots it.
How much?
64.
To 6,400 with the 8-6.
Time is running out, so it looks like we're in for some big pots.
Martinez and Hellmuth fold. And Elke folds.
10 for the set without him.
Sosik.
Lock makes the call.
We know Locke has Perkins dominated. He knows Perkins could be doing this with any 2 cards.
Queen 3-8, 2 clubs. Locke and Perkins both with middle pair, but Phil with a stranglehold now with the nut flush draw. Bets 10K.
What an insanely good flop for Phil.
Perkins calls.
Phil's donk bet to induce action. Perkins snap calls with middle pair, no kicker. Seems pretty proud of himself.
Turn. 8 of diamonds. Both players with trips.
Oh boy, both these guys have monster hands and monster stacks. Things are about to get real in here.
Lock bets 25,000.
Someone get Bill Perkins a blanket because this is a cold deck.
I raise.
He's gonna raise it. There's the 25.
How much will Bill Perkins fire into the abyss?
Raises to 80,000.
Now 140,000 in this pot. Phil Locke with a bit of a knit roll or Hollywooding, but he's never folding.
I think I got you beat. I think you, unless you have like ace-8 of clubs or some sick demon hand.
Well, he's clearly not knit rolling, Joe. I think he's just relishing the moment.
I just...
Boys and girls at home, if I'm wrong and you're starting to try and like play good poker, you think this is the night to let's follow Phil. He always gets unstuck. Maybe this is the time to watch a different program.
Should I give him the penny?
This is dirty.
That penny is cursed. I'm gonna make my own decision.
It's cursed. He's gonna fold. There's no way he's gonna call half his stack.
Well, you're right, Bill. He's not calling.
All right, this is what it looks like when I go all in. I'm all in.
Locks all in.
I call.
Perkins calls.
Good move.
Evil. It was evil. I'm sorry. You're my friend, so you can take it. You want to run it twice?
Twice.
Hey, how about 3 times in the first and last count? The middle doesn't count.
Go. Next.
So they're going to run it 3 times.
Over 330K in the middle.
3 times, first and last.
Second river will not count.
I'm going. He got me. Cost me money and got me.
Perkins needs a 6 for the win. A queen or a tray will chop it.
But it's a 5.
First one's mine. The second one doesn't count, but we need to see what it is anyways. This is me. If a 6 comes now, I am super shallow. Yeah.
So this river will not count.
A 6 would be pretty sick.
Nope, deuce of diamonds, and that doesn't spoil any of Perkins' outs.
That one didn't count. Here's the last one that counts. No 6. Don't punish me for this funny business that I did.
You should get punished for all that drama.
You should get punished for all that drama.
Save the drama for your mama and deal.
Will he get punished? No, 10 of spades, and Phil Locke is going to drag a $335,000 pot.
Good, I'm out.
All right, buddy.
You got
that
it.
was sick.
Good drama. Good drama.
Nice to wake up with King's UTG when there's a straddle on.
Raises to 2,800. Amit folds. Aces for the cannon.
OMG.
Oh, boy.
Pot.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
Interested spectator.
Dave, how much if I fold?
David Fishman, class act.
Oh, it's close.
Pretty easy laydown for anyone but Lex.
But he does fold.
Now, I'd be lying if I said this was an auto fold for Peter, but he has to think about what Bobby would be committing 25% of his profit with. He's got a 40K profit locked up right now. He's got to put Bobby on the narrowest range ever. There are really only a few hands he could be doing this with. Most of the time it's aces. Some of the times it's with queens, and very rarely it's with ace-king.
Jetton re-raises to 27-8.
If all the money gets in here and Bobby's hand holds up, he will surpass David Fishman as the leading loose cannon.
This is exciting. I'm happy I'm not part of this spot.
I would imagine Bobby's going to want to get as much money in as he can now while he's sure he has the best hand.
What are you guys laughing so hard for?
His face. Look at his face. Just look at his face. That's it. You gotta laugh.
This is serious business for these blue collar guys.
What the hell did I get here? 50?
I'm just looking at your face. I'm saying you have a sick look. You have a sick look on your face.
David Fishman's taking it incredibly well. Then again, he can't see the hole cards. Bobby's doing a good job milking this and taking his time, but he does seem very comfortable.
Pot.
Bobby the bust with a 5-bet.
And that word sounds very comfortable.
You just potted it. I know.
Okay, I couldn't really fault Peter Jetton for calling if he had before, and I could maybe even see him testing the waters with the 4-bet.
Wow.
But the amateur who already had a tasty profit just 5-bet, Peter Jetton is a very good poker player. He could still get away from this.
I'm all in.
Jetton's all in. There's the call.
I have 2 kings. Oh, nice.
Wow.
Come on, baby, one time, hold up.
I was a little bit worried about that, but...
Dave, you might be in trouble here. Come on, baby, no king. I was hoping you had kings when you re-raised me. I said, you gotta have kings.
Yeah, I'll run it more than once if you want. It's up to you, though.
Not just once, man.
Yeah, I almost just called and then tried to see a flop, but not a lot of flops. I'm gonna get away from anyways, I guess.
No, one time.
The sickest part, there's only one king left in the deck. Abe folded a king.
Don't worry, this ain't on make TV.
Man, what did I say? The only way I can do this is to get kings against aces and get paid.
You didn't get paid yet, so it's not over. Well, you knew. I'm gonna tell you something. When he put 17,000 in, he was putting all his money in.
Oh my God, this is sick if he hits a king. This is gonna be sick if a king comes because this is like my shot. You know what I mean?
Well, I have to be honest and say that I'm cheering for a king to come.
I'm sure you are. I almost can't look at this flop, man.
Be very bad news for you, buddy, if he wins.
There's no bad news for me. He won 129. There's no bad news for that,
No
right?
bad news for me. No bad news for me. Only good news for Bobby. That's cool. I'll get it ready to pay in advance because that's always very lucky.
This is sick. The king on me, man.
The flop. Ace 6-6. It's over. Bobby has a profit of more than 183 grand. He is the new leading loose cannon.
Wow, unbelievable.
Not much of a sweat.
A life-changing moment for the former bus driver.
It's over.
100 and...
This is over, man.
101.
This is so cool.
Roble raising ace-jack to 2,500.
One card is possible. You could.
Jack 5 for Tony. Folds.
That's good.
Lex is out. 6 tray suited. Good enough to call for Daniel. Queen Jack for Alan Barry, who folds.
It's a little tight, but he is dominated.
And Reynolds folds.
Also tight. Both guys were out of position to the razor.
I'm very unhappy right now. I'm not going to be able to sleep until after this episode comes out.
Check.
Negreanu checks a flush draw following the flop.
And I guess that is an achievement.
Roble bets 4,000 with top pair.
He's making Daniel pay to draw.
Daniel will.
Daniel trying to chase that spade.
The turn, the 10 of diamonds. Roble picks up a straight draw.
Daniel misses.
Action on Negreanu.
Looks like we're going to see a semi-bluff.
Bets 8,500.
This is a donk bet bluff. He knows Roble is tight, and Andrew knows Daniel is loose, so top pair, decent kicker, and a gut shot might all just be too much to get away from for Andrew.
Roble calls.
We all know Roble's tight rep. Daniel can't like that call unless he sees a spade.
Which he doesn't. 10 of hearts on the river.
Daniel's got air, but if he wants to win this pot, he's going to have to use that air to blow Andrew off his hand.
Action on Negreanu.
Amsterdam.
That's 18-5.
3-10s is a tough bluff to pull off, so Daniel is most likely trying to rep a big ace or maybe a straight. His bet is designed to bluff Roble off a king, maybe. I don't think Daniel thinks he could get Roble to fold a big ace, though.
I was so crushed after that final. I could cry.
I'm going to walk out. If these guys are going to come here, waste my time, I'm going to walk out of the game. It's a joke. F***ing hell, he's thinking 20 minutes every f***ing hand he's playing. F***ing nit.
Here comes floorman Tom Keene, who's received more airtime than Hoyt Corkins, who went broke in 8 hands in the big game.
All right, Andrew, we're going to go through the same thing.
You play online, it's like quick. 2 seconds, bang, bang, they're pressing buttons. They come here, they freeze up.
Daniel's done a good job of making this look like a value bet, so Andrew has a legit decision to make. He seems to be doing a good job of tuning Tony out.
He folds.
What? After all that, he finally threw it away. I mean, I had a 6, but
Daniel shows the bluff.
You qualified.
I was so happy you called the clock, Tony. High five for the assist there, just in case.
I don't think he had anything, and he had to move in himself.
That's the first bluff that's worked for me in, like, I don't know how long. How many in a row have I tried?
Andrew Roble's now down financially and perhaps emotionally after the beating by Tony G. Pocket pair for Jason Mercier, who's been awfully quiet so far.
It's just a baby pair, but he's ahead of Tony's cutoff range.
And calls. Whoa, pocket kings for Phil.
Raise pot.
Raises to 8,600.
Now Helmut's got a real hand. Let's see if his giving action will get him some.
Not from Tony.
Tony G folds to another Helmut 3-bet. Can somebody please call for cocktails? Jason's got good implied odds to try to flop a 3, and he doesn't know this, but Russ folded a king.
You had a couple of hundred on, and I'll play every time pre-flop. Why don't you add some more money on, Phil? I'll give you a flip every time then. See what sort of a genius you are then.
Tony would rather flip a coin for $500,000 instead of a measly 100K.
Jason calls. So Phil does get some action.
Jason's a big dog here.
9 queen tray. Mercier flops a set and checks to Hellmuth, who has a flush draw.
Mercier buku. Phil probably doesn't even think he needs to hit the club.
Phil checks.
Trying to control this pot.
Queen on the turn, giving Mercier a full house. He checks.
Such a good card for Jason. Phil's clubs are now dead too.
Phil bets 7,000.
Yum, yum. Jason's probably thrilled that Phil's finally put some money in this pot. He missed a check raise on the flop, but he's getting a second chance at it now.
Jason raises to 20,700.
This is a tough decision for Phil. The board doesn't look too bad for 2 kings. Jason's known for running some pretty sick bluffs, and Jason knows Phil could be making his bet on the turn with nothing but ace high. You with me, Rose?
I'm with you. The question is Phil following?
Oh, you got 9s full?
Close.
I got a bad feeling about this. Have you ever seen like the Star Wars movies where the guy, Harrison Ford, always says, I have a bad feeling about this?
I think he says it in Indiana Jones as well, and Jason Molara Mercier over there is about to pluck your heart out.
Phil calls and hits a flush on the river.
Jason's got Phil in really bad shape right now. It's just a matter of how big a value bet he wants to make.
Come on.
Mercier all in.
Come on. What in the heck is going on here? This is ridiculous. This is what happens to me when I play in these frickin' cash games.
Now you're back to yourself. That's better.
I couldn't hold it in.
I was worried I lost you.
God, this is so brutal.
Jason's betting big here, having a pretty good idea Phil's got a premium hand.
How much is it?
67.9.
Jason could have maybe bet a little bit less, but in a pot this size, there's not much difference between 40,000 and 67,000. If Phil had 2 aces with the ace of clubs, he'd almost assuredly make this call.
But Phil folds.
That's a one we gotta show.
Phil gets away from it and saves himself almost 70 grand.
Felt like a sick bluff, sir. Sick. Or pocket 9s. Either or.
Ah, that's so brutal.
Looks like we might be in it.
Straddle if you want
Now
to.
he's using an excuse because he's losing.
I'm losing. Everybody else straddles when they're losing.
Daniel raises to 3,000.
Okay, rally's gone.
Yeah, you thought if you could have a rush that.
Action folds over to Tony G, who makes the call.
2 strong hands going into the flop.
Queen 6 Jack.
King of the world.
Check by Tony G.
Tony G's missed. Daniel's going to fire with top 2.
Bets 5,500.
Tony's looking to make a call here. Tony has 2 overcards, even though they're no good. He's really only looking for a 10 to make a gut shot.
There it is.
Faster than you can say Andrew Lloyd Webber. Tony checks his Broadway. He's got the stone nuts right now.
Daniel bets 14 grand. A raise to 50,000 by Tony G.
A quick raise of 50,000. Tony's the kind of player that could be doing this with a worst 2 pair. He could be doing it with a draw. He could be doing it with flat out nothing, but a raise that big, that fast, usually means only one of 2 things, a monster hand or a monster bluff.
Daniel makes the call.
Tony using his hand to keep his mouth closed because it's probably watering right now.
The river gives Daniel a full house.
Now, even though Daniel knows he has the best hand, he's still trying to put Tony on a hand.
Tony checks.
By determining Tony's hand, he can judge how big a bet Tony will be willing to call here on the river. Daniel wants to make Tony G the honorary mayor of Value Town.
Bet 80.
Negreanu makes it 80,000 to go. Snap call from Tony.
Negreanu shows him the bad news, hands him the keys of the city.
You had ace king. Jeez.
Yep. Well done, Daniel. Well done. Thank you.
Sick one there.
And I had a
I didn't think he had ace king.
No, I know.
You played it good.
Nice dealer.
Sorry, Tony, you played it good.
I know that. Too easy for you.
The loose cannon on the straddle re-raises to 10,000.
Aaron Jensen has made a very aggressive play from the straddle, especially with a raise and a call in front of him, but he does have the best hand.
Daniel calls.
I think at this point, Scott knows not to ask Daniel how much he's got.
Beware.
With Daniel's call, Scott's got better odds to call Jensen's re-raise, even though he is dominated.
Scott does make the call.
I know these guys are pros, but the word spew comes to mind calling this big of a re-raise.
A big flop for the loose cannon right here, which is 9-7 king, 2 diamonds. Seaver checks his gut shot. Jensen pushes all in with ace high.
Now I'd like to know exactly what that is.
Very strong move from the loose cannon. Somehow, even though completely dominated, Daniel has flopped his only live card, and it's the best hand.
60,600.
Loose cannon. Aaron Jensen's at risk for all of his chips, and he's remarkably calm. Looks like Daniel thinks there's a real shot his 9 is best.
Daniel calls. And Seaver folds.
All right.
Once or twice, it's up to you.
Once is fine. I think you got me.
Run it once, he says. Let's get it over with.
Good luck.
Thank you.
Aaron needs to catch a card or his big game journey is over.
One time.
This is for the wedding right here. Ace or queen. Ace or queen for a beautiful wedding.
Aaron's wedding will either be at the Four Seasons or the 4-H.
Be a good wedding. Yep. Decent amount here.
Yeah, if you raise livestock.
The turn.
Ace on the turn.
5 of diamonds.
Come on. Diamond.
Where is it?
Can I replace one of my cards with a diamond?
As long
Yeah,
no.
How much are you willing to pay for that? Hey, you can take mine. You can take my diamond.
Aaron needs a queen or an ace, or his queen will be kicking his ace.
The river card for Aaron Jensen. The 6 of diamonds.
Sorry, brother.
Diamond.
All right. Just playing with you.
Hey, good playing with you, man.
Yeah, good playing with you
You
guys.
played really well.
It's my second cannon so far.
Alan Barry, the former Wall Street analyst, looking at a suited one gapper. Raises. Reynolds folds. Roble. 9 deuce. Out of here. Tony G.
Tony G, fire off.
Re-raises.
With 6 deuce.
Houston folds.
You know, after watching this all day, that's just like double the open. This might be one of my go-tos now, Danny.
What's that? Double the open?
Pretty much, yeah.
Oh, just min raise the open?
Yeah, you know.
You know who invented that, right?
No.
I did.
You invented it? How old are you? 21? You didn't invent anything.
You're a talent.
No one used to do that.
I started playing probably online poker before all of you guys did. I'm pretty confident.
I don't even play online. I'm a live player.
3 to the flop. 8-10 queen, 2 spades.
Check.
Daniel checks.
I invented it. I wonder what Doyle thinks about that.
I started playing when there was no...
Daniel has the best hand. Alan's got the best draw.
And checks.
There was no even graphics.
Tony bets 5,000. Daniel folds.
Tony started playing online back when these guys were busy collecting free AOL discs.
Was it like what, Paradise or?
Before Paradise.
Barry calls.
Hoping to hit that spade.
The turn. Tray of clubs.
Alan's picked up a pair. If he wasn't qualified before, he is now.
Is your name on there?
Barry checks. Tony fires 15 grand.
You could have qualified. Are you qualified here?
Barry calls.
That's been the word of the week here.
Oh, you know what? Just take it. I don't know.
He just
He's
folded.
like so shocked. What just
Tony bet the turn, he called, and then Tony just folded.
I had 2 really bad cards. The best card for me was the 3.
Welcome to our game.
Welcome to the game.
King Jack for the Brat.
Done lots of undercover work.
Wow.
Tony G facing a raise from Phil Hellmuth with 9-10.
Here we go, Phil. Did you raise it?
Tony G calls. Nacho Barbero lets it go. Ace-7 for Hashem makes the call.
Back to the same tricks.
I'm not going to let you two just enjoy
Back to
the
the
pan.
same old, same old.
I feel like I'm stuck in the middle of a triangle.
Stuck in the middle.
Let's hope Tony doesn't cut your ear off.
Flop 8, Queen Jack. Tony G flops the nuts.
First hand.
Check.
This isn't even fair.
Joe checks.
Helmuth's got middle pair. He's supposed to continue.
And he checks. Tony G fires 5,000.
Is that 5,000?
That is 5.
Hashem folds.
Almost a full pot size bet. These guys rarely fold a pair on the flop.
Hellmuth calls.
You were going to draw. Draw your gun.
I got a big draw, Tony. What do you want me to do?
Turn 5 of diamonds.
Phil's big draw, now drawing dead.
Hellmuth checks. Tony bets 15,000.
Almost pot sized again.
Got a big draw. Spade.
Phil calls.
And Tony is loving it.
River 4 of hearts. No help to Phil. Not that he could get any. Checks it. Tony bets 50,000.
Phil's in big trouble if he thinks Tony's just triple barreling.
Where's the big draw now? Oh, where's the big draw?
First hand of the night against Tony G, probably making this a harder decision than it should be.
There's Phil's coach, Lane Flack, watching from the green room and can't help him right now.
You think I'm going to check to you or what?
Well, I thought maybe you would, yeah.
Yeah.
This is an over bet, which polarizes Tony's hand to nuts or air, and on the first hand of the night, it's just going to seem so much more likely that Tony has air. Now, if you've never seen this show before, these two have a relationship like Wile E. Coyote and the Roadrunner. Usually involves Phil blowing himself up and Tony sticking his tongue out.
All right, I call.
He makes the call.
There you go. Welcome to the game.
Ouch.
Just flops the nuts just off the bat.
Welcome to the game. You've been doing a lot of talking. Now show me your bullets. Show me what you brought to the game. Where's your money? Don't tell me you're going to play with that crap. You're not going to embarrass yourself here, are you? Yet again. Phil, produce. Pull out your money.
I love the show.
First alternate Daniel Negreanu can follow the action backstage with Lane, but they cannot see the hole cards.
My consultant job is
I bet you he had like a raggedy queen.
King Queen.
I bet you didn't even have that.
Daniel would win that bet. Phil just had King Jack.
And after the first hand, the Brat loses nearly 3/4 of his stack down to just 28K.
Nice hand.
Yeah. You're happy for me. I know. And I really stuck it into you there at the river, right? I put that knife in, opened up those wounds, you were bleeding it all out. Did you enjoy it?
Tony, you are a real beauty. I hope the fans at home appreciate what they see from you.
Tell me you enjoyed it though. You enjoyed that pain. You're flowing freely now.
I will respond to you. I don't usually respond. I'll just say that the Tony G show is kind of fun to watch. I don't even mind losing to you. I think it's kind of funny.
Well, I'm glad. Now we're
But
trying
I
to
will
connect.
say
We're
this. I mean,
connecting now.
you know you can't get to me staying within conventional bounds of poker, so you know you have to like cross all the lines.
You sound very zen-like. Is this something Lane Flack taught you?
Tony's not supposed to be able to get to Phil, but I think
he does.
I think losing. I said he's not supposed to be able to, but losing 65,000 on the first hand might amplify it.
Make that 72,000 there, coach.
Who's your coach? Your coach be jumping up and down.
We expect Tony to cross every social boundary and cross all the lines. And the players and most of the world doesn't know how bad his etiquette is.
I hope what they know one thing, it's just a game, it just stays here, Phil. You come here, I destroy you. Off the table, I wish you all the best of luck.
You beat me that hand. Very nice hand, bro.
Phil, I beat you over and over and over and over. You're destroyed. You can never get your money back.
Lock. 6s. Raises to 2,000. Cata out. Mercier, pocket pair.
Even though there's only 40 hands to go, Mercier bought in for $250,000 to make sure he can cover the biggest stack at the table.
He calls. Aces for the cannon. Still aces.
You can't make this stuff up. Let's see if he makes the raise.
He's thinking of set pedaling, boys.
Nice call, Lock.
He's thinking.
Throws him away.
What?
What was that when it's over? Action's over.
Two to the flop. 6, king, 6 quads for Lock.
I can't believe it, Vance. David Fishman folds aces. Would have been outflopped by quads. If this happened in a movie, I would say it's too unrealistic.
Lock bets 3,300.
Welcome to the game, Jason Mercier.
Who quickly calls.
That flop will look pretty innocuous to Mercier.
The turn. Jack of spades. Lock checks.
Lock's checking for deception. There's a chance the paint may give Jason more of a reason to get away from this on the river.
Mercier checks. Deuce on the river.
Lock's trying to decide how big a value bet Jason will call.
10,400.
Not quite an overbet, but a big bet. He's giving Jason the chance to put him on a bluff.
Mercier calls.
Hi-ya!
That's a sigh of relief.
I almost raised. Just kidding.
Fishman puts his head down so he can let all the bullets fly by.
It would be wrong to bet the turn, and I could go for a little check call on the turn.
A Lock's win has now put him in Profitville.
Yeah, on the turn, I knew I had a good hand, too.
That's why I lay down pocket jacks.
Did you really or no?
What was it?
Wouldn't necessarily
Pocket
be
aces.
bad fold.
No. Was it really? You had aces free flop?
No way.
I'd love to
He
see
didn't
that.
think forever. It had this weird look. It's like, what?
Oh, look at this one. It's me and you. I got to raise it 1,200.
Predictable. Many things.
So if you re-raise, then you build the pot so big, and then you're going to get bluffed out in the big pot.
Oh boy, Vanessa's got pocket rockets.
I'd say it's the perfect time to listen to Tony and re-raise.
Just call.
Keep the pots low. I bet 2,000.
Yeah.
That's fair, you know. I think it's better betting in the dark.
Tony bets in the dark and flops 2 pair.
A dark raise, that's hiding commitment to the game.
OM Tony G. Karma has left the building. I think we're about to see 2 people committed to this pot.
Vanessa raises to 5,000.
I want to raise it again.
Tony re-raises to 20 grand.
You can get it all in.
Tony G sounding very confident.
You ready?
Tony G is capable of this song and dance whether he's strong or bluffing. Vanessa's going to have a hard time getting away from this one.
You ready? If you win the hand, you keep me quiet.
Don't believe you. That bluff I'll call. That bluff I'll call.
Tony just added unspeakable equity to this pot.
Vanessa calls.
Tony's bombed the flop, which may make Vanessa think he's on a draw.
An ace on the turn. Russo has top set.
Hello, nasty. As Tony G would say, ace from space, and Vanessa has gone from 0 to hero.
Tony G does have a flush draw.
10,000.
And bets 10,000.
You could shut me right up.
How?
Well, by being all in and winning the pot.
Punch in the face.
Just push a button?
That ace dramatically improves Vanessa's hand, but if she put Tony on spades, he just got there.
She just calls.
On spade watch.
I check.
Tony checks in the dark. The river. A sick card, the 5 of hearts.
Now you got to show some guts. Can you bet this, or are you going to make a really weak check now on the end? Go on, Vanessa. You can do it.
For Vanessa, best card ever. Full house over full house.
All in.
Call.
Ace is full.
Wow, very nice. That's the best. Very nice.
You got screwed?
I got a full house too on the end.
Wow.
And a flush draw. That's it. That shut me up. Well done, Vanessa.
What did you make it?
Tried to make it 4,500, by the way.
Go easy on him. It's only his 3rd time on the show. Doyle, we are pot limit pre-flop.
Barry re-raises to 6 grand. Pocket kings for Daniel.
I'd expect to see a 4-bet here typically.
Nope, just calls.
Was that just for TV time, or you really
Yeah, just for TV time.
you got that tough a hand?
I was confused. I have a very good hand.
Yeah, I bet you do.
Doyle's not getting the right odds, but he is in position.
And calls.
I think by not raising, Daniel was hoping to not chase everyone out, but now he's got to play kings against 2 opponents.
The flop, queen deuce tray, top pair for Barry.
This is exactly the kind of flop Daniel wanted.
Greenstein fires 10 grand.
Barry and Doyle both have a piece, and Barry's piece is big enough to lose him a lot of money.
Daniel just calls. And Doyle calls with middle pair.
Even with a piece of this flop, that's a pretty loose call from Doyle.
Unless you get trips on the turn. Barry checks.
Barry's now got the nut flush draw. Daniel will have no idea someone hit this 3.
This is fun. Right off the bat, I have no idea what to do.
He knows with this many players along for the ride, his kings are very susceptible.
I check.
Daniel checks.
I don't know if Doyle used instinct, intuition, or got incredibly lucky, but he has both of these guys in bad shape. If Barry and Daniel were checking to trap, they are in trouble.
Doyle bets 21,000.
Something tells me Barry doesn't like this bet, but in this spot, he's going to have the best hand a fair percentage of the time, and with the nut flush draw, he's even less likely to be drawing dead.
Very little hesitation move, but he calls.
Daniel can't really like that bet either, or the call from Barry. He's right to think about this hand, but I don't see how he could get away from it, even if his spidey sense is going off. Like Barry, he's just not going to be beat very often in this spot. Having to make this decision is one of the pitfalls of slow playing big pairs pre-flop.
Daniel calls. The river. 4 of diamonds giving Barry a flush.
Barry called the turn hoping to hit a diamond. Let's see if he still likes it.
All in. He does. Barry's all in.
Those are pretty much the kings of comedy at this point.
Daniel folds.
That's a card I didn't want to see.
I don't really see Barry making this play without a flush or a full house.
I call it.
Doyle calls and sees the bad news.
You turn to 3, Doyle? If I raised the flop, I would have lost the whole thing.
Yeah, I wasn't going anywhere.
No, I had you.
You had me beat? Jeez, you gotta be.
It's the story of my life lately.
Spirit rockets for Prahlad Friedman.
By the way, when I start calling Prahlad parlay in front of you guys, it's because I've been doing it for 5 years. He parlayed $50 into 50,000 one weekend.
And then that 50,000 is now what?
I don't know, 40 million or something.
7.2 million or something?
But I was like,
what's it like to have 7.2 million?
I would not know.
It's gotta be more than 7.2.
Right, it's more than 7.2.
Prahlad's very likely to be adding to that 7.2 now. Vanessa's starting to look a little defiant.
2 of the greatest poker minds.
I know, I like watching this stuff and not being in the hand.
Spirit and Vanessa battles.
Antonio may be driving the action a bit with his mouth. Vanessa knows her own reputation, so she knows Prahlad could be 3-betting her light, thinking she's raising light, which she is. And if that's the case, she could get into some real trouble here.
4-bet to 13,200 with the jack high.
So typically a Vanessa Selbst 4-bet is going to start to get some credibility, which means if Prahlad thinks she's got some kind of hand, he'll easily put in a 5th bet. Another thing to consider, if Prahlad wants to continue to have Vanessa think he's bluffing, he's more likely to raise again than he is to just call.
It is 5 bets to 35,000.
30? 35.
All right, well, this looks like a pretty easy fold for Vanessa.
But she hasn't dumped her cards yet. Joe, what in the world could she be thinking about here?
Well, she might be a little steamy from that last hand still, and is probably leveling herself with thoughts that Prahlad is just messing with her.
Now it looks like she wants to see how many chips Prahlad has left.
If she levels herself into thinking Prahlad is messing with her, this is going to be a disaster. She should be folding any second now.
Pot. She puts in 6 bets with Jack High.
Oh boy.
106.2.
$106,200 is now the bet.
This is an absolute punt. Let's count the hang time.
All right, I'm all in.
Prahlad is all in.
It is a mistake. I call.
Vanessa calls.
I can't.
Aces for Prahlad.
No.
He's got aces.
Yeah, I know.
I'll bet you he's
How
got
many do you
aces.
want to run it?
He has aces.
It's like 100%.
Of course. She has ace, king, or kings.
Nope, I have nothing. Twice?
Whatever you want.
Let's do 3 times.
Sure.
Nice hand.
He has live cards.
Oh boy.
How much do you have?
He's got you covered, I think.
60, 170.
So they're going to run it 3 times.
Almost spoke to one. Couldn't do it.
How many times do you guys say you're running?
3 times.
Nice hand. I'm gonna leave if I don't.
I think I speak for Vanessa when I say, even worse, some of Vanessa's outs have been folded, so she's a bigger dog than she thinks.
First of 3 runs coming up. Winner will get a third of the pot. King 4-5.
That's not good.
She'll need runner.
6 of diamonds. 6 of diamonds.
Don't waste it.
6 of diamonds would that be the best card?
6 of diamonds would give her straight and flush draws.
God.
To the turn. 9 of hearts.
All right. Put a deuce of clubs. Oh, ace of clubs is good.
I think Prahlad knows the time for speeches is over.
River 10 of hearts, and Prahlad has locked up a third of the pot worth over 113K.
I'm such a. Why do I do this to myself? Every time. Not every time. I usually don't do this to myself anymore. What are you laughing at?
I'm not laughing. I'm just,
Pretty sure he was laughing.
Here comes the second of 3 runs. 8 king 5 2 diamonds flush draw for Vanessa.
It's already a diamond over there.
There it is. That's the spirit. Show the other diamonds.
Yeah, 6 of diamonds would definitely be more useful here than it was in the last one.
Vanessa only needs 1 more diamond.
Turn 5 of hearts.
Wow, Prahlad is strong. How did he dodge it there?
Missing the flush draw would be devastating. She's not likely to flop this good again.
To the river. No diamond, 3 of clubs.
What a brick.
Break ball.
Super brick.
Bricktastic.
So Prahlad is 2/3 of the way to scooping the biggest pot ever won on the big game.
What an absolute gift from Vanessa.
No jacks and 7s.
Run number 3. 4 6 king 3 more bricks. This is getting hard to watch.
Not even a sweat.
Vanessa's dead to 2 pair trips or a straight. All of them runner. Or else Prahlad's going to need a wheelbarrow to bring all his money home.
To the turn. Deuce of spades.
Nice hand.
And Prahlad's going to win a pot worth over $340,000.
Wow, Prahlad did it. That's sick.
All right, I'm out of here.
Nice playing with you, Vanessa.
Nice playing with you.
Good playing with you, Vanessa.
Why not win one of them?
Helmuth raises. King, queen for Fishman.
I don't win very many pots from this spot, so in a fit of discipline.
Fishman calls. Perkins is out. Williams.
An absolute fit.
Calls.
David Williams in real bad shape with a real loose defend. Maybe a little tilty from that last hand.
Deuce, jack, ace, 2 clubs. Action flop.
This looks like a fun board.
Williams checks bottom pair. Helmuth checks top pair. Fishman leads out with a semi-bluff. Williams folds. Helmuth raises.
This is a pretty easy call with a flush draw, gut shot, and 2 big cards.
And there it is by Fishman. 5 of hearts on the turn gives Helmuth 2 pair. He bets 15 grand.
We know Fishman isn't getting great immediate odds since his pairs are still no good, but PH could be doing this with worse flush draws, and he's got enough behind for decent implied odds.
Add it all up, and Fishman makes the call.
He's looking for a club or a 10.
The river. There's the 10 completing the straight.
Fishman swims the upstream battle and runs down the great one.
Action on Helmuth.
23,600.
bets 23-6.
23,600 into a $45,000 pot.
This is pretty dirty. Fishman's reverse pedaling the nuts. Clearly, he's going to raise. The only question is how much, and can he get Phil to call?
I'm not going to let you do this to me again, Phil. I can't let you do this to me again.
Leonardo DiCaprio could not be selling this any better.
How much you got behind? Was there an answer to that?
Like 85 or something.
I'm all in.
Fishman shoves.
He even fake hesitated. Watch that Oscar, Leo.
I'm done, Phil.
I see method acting, improv, pantomime. If Phil calls here, the kid stays in the picture.
This is so sick. I mean, is it possible that I just get cooled every hand I play here? You got king, queen of clubs? I mean, I guess so.
Phil's put him on his exact hand, but if he does make this call, the loose cannon will have a profit of more than $140,000 and will be poised to take down that NAPT passport.
God, all that talking leads me to believe this. Wow.
Now, that might be real. I'd certainly be shaking either way.
All right, I call.
Hellmuth calls and sees king, queen of clubs.
Bingo! See, if a club comes, I don't lose one nickel in this hand.
What a pot for Fishman.
I mean,
10, 9, 8, 7, 6.
Can I even play in this game? I mean, what the they find? I mean, what the? I mean, how can I even play in this game? It's like I just get cheated. I mean, hand after hand after hand.
Don't blame the dealer. We all know it's the seat that's unlucky.
Give the amateur an offsuit 10. I don't lose one nickel if he hits a club. It's unreal. Where are these cards coming from?
Phil Hellmuth, ace-jack.
A lot of money out there already, and it's unopened.
Real money.
All right, I opened for the pot.
Pot's it.
And you looked, right?
Well, I think I looked. Allegedly, I looked.
Tony.
I'm all in.
Pot limit, brah.
Without looking?
Without looking.
Pretty sure he looked.
Well, you can't be all in.
66.
Tony repots it with ace-king.
All right. You slow down. You slow down a bit. Are you going to save the rest?
Not if he believes you haven't looked.
Hellmuth now facing a raise and an angle shot.
It's hard to believe that you always have a hand against me.
Look, you could see the flop and get rid of it as well. Right? You could play good.
Without looking too?
I'm not looking. I haven't looked. I don't care. I know it's a random hand, and I got a random hand.
Wow, all that talking makes me think he's strong. I was for sure going to call before that.
15 on top, Tony.
He's saying he hasn't looked though.
He most certainly looked. Did no one see him?
He's saying you didn't look?
Yeah, you wouldn't lie, Tony, would you?
I wouldn't lie. You can
There you
check
go.
my hand if you want. You can tell him the truth.
You didn't look at either card.
I haven't looked.
You promise?
Ask Joe. I mean, I haven't
I
looked.
can't say anything, but
I'm not going to look.
that's between you and Phil.
He says he hasn't looked. He hasn't looked.
I didn't
Do
see
you
it.
believe him? Yeah. He said he hasn't looked. Only Joe looked.
Did you look at your cards at all? I mean, it's...
Look, the people at home know I haven't looked. Joe's looked at my
if
hand.
you haven't looked, it's kind of an easy decision for me here.
We can run it 10 times as well.
Well, if you haven't looked, I guess I'll just move in.
All right.
Phil ships and Tony calls.
I did. All right, you're close. You're up there.
Oh, you lied.
Of course I lied. It's poker, Phil. What do you think this is?
That's messed up.
So messed up.
Wow.
What do you think? I'm blind? How many times do you want to run
Well, I asked you if you had looked or not.
it? You want to run it how many times?
I'll let you choose, Tony.
Three
I
times.
I always lose, so you kind of deserve to lose the first one.
I do deserve. I hope you win one.
Why would you lie? I mean, no, it's considered totally not uncool, man. I mean, it's not right.
I feel it's just a game.
That's etiquette, though. I mean, you don't
Phil,
say
what
you were
happens
blind
on
when
this
you were blind.
table in play is just a game. We tell whatever we
So,
want.
so
When do you
all
tell
the
the
rules
truth?
of poker are just thrown out the window
Well,
for you?
call the floorman if you think my hand might be dead. Then
That's horrible etiquette to say you didn't look at your hand, and you know, this really bad etiquette. But
what do you think? I'm a kid, Phil.
we're talking about etiquette.
I'm a poker
you're
player.
the kind of guy that goes to the golf course, and when someone's playing you a big money match, you scream in the middle of their backswing.
You think that's the same thing?
Yes, I
don't
know
think
it's the
that's
same thing.
I don't
Listen,
think so.
if you polled all the
We're
top
talking
players,
about the
you'd get
strength
crushed.
of our hand, and I'm
Let's
telling
just
you.
bet
hang on.
100,000 if we poll the top 20 players. We'll ask about your etiquette, or maybe we'll bet a quarter
I can
million.
bet on myself, and I can be
Why don't
very
you just
happy
bet
with
with
my
me?
own.
You know it's bad etiquette.
Phil, this is a
You
poker
know
TV
it's
show.
bad etiquette.
This is a poker TV show.
Well, don't argue with me then.
You
Don't
come
try
in
to
as
make
the best
excuses
player in
and
the world,
lie.
taking me on. You
No,
come in my
don't
house,
lie.
and I'm destroying you.
You
in
know it's
every
bad
part
etiquette.
of the game.
You don't say you haven't looked at your cards when you haven't looked at your cards. You don't do that.
Okay, well
it's
then
like
I'm
a
wrong.
rule of poker. It's like it's
Why'd you call?
horrible etiquette. Because I thought you hadn't looked at your cards.
Come on, Phil.
Well, if you want 25,000 this bad, you can have it.
You have to
How
pay
many times
attention
are we
to the
dealing?
game, Phil. If you're a professional player, you would pay attention to me looking at my hand. Would
Tony,
not
look,
you pay
if this is
attention?
the way you want to win, you can win this
I
way.
haven't done anything illegal. I looked at my hand. Everyone
No,
saw it.
when
they
you
paid
flop
attention.
straights and you say, I have a flush draw.
All right, you're a
ha, ha, ha,
policeman. Could you make a comment? We're doing it three
Okay,
times.
how many times? 3 times?
3 times. I admit that my
You deserve to
etiquette
lose the
is
first
terrible.
one again.
I do.
So you know, for that.
Karmically, he deserves to lose all 3. What a villain. I drink your milkshake.
So they're going to run it 3 times with the winner of each run taking a third of the pot. Flop. King 9 tray.
Tony pairs his king. Phil drawing nearly dead.
How happy are you now that it's not running once? If you ran it 11 times, you know you'd win like 4.
Phil taking the high road.
I'm gonna run 11 times.
I drink it up.
Turns a jack.
That's bad for me. I need that jack on the next round.
yeah.
That's really bad
Well,
for me.
unless you get one now.
Yeah, unless I
Means
get
you
one
won't
now.
get any more. Win any more.
Terrible card for Phil. One less jack he can hit on the next run.
Give him the jack.
River, ace of diamonds.
That's kind of fair. Let's even out the deck a bit.
All right, so that's 1 down for Tony G.
Daniel Negreanu is our first alternate. He'll take Phil's seat if he busts and decides not to reload.
Phil's been felted 4 times on the show, only reloaded once.
You know, Phil, for me, I just want to undersell my hand. I don't know if the way I do it any way I can because it's a heads-up pot. That's me. I'm sorry that
You just
me.
admitted it was
I'm
bad
sorry
etiquette.
if I
You want to
bullied you in the
retract?
pot. I'm sorry if I bullied you. I'm sorry.
It's
I
not.
don't want to bully you. I'm
It's
sorry. I
not.
feel
Tony,
bad.
Look, no problem. Nice hand, man. I mean, you know, you showed your true colors, which is bad for you here.
Here comes flop number 2. 7, 5, 10. No help to Phil.
That's not
You really, I don't think you're the kind of guy that wants to show your true colors all the time.
No, it's just your true colors can't escape you. You are who you are, Phil.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. That's the way I am.
Turn number 2, ace of clubs.
Phil's not even holding a club, so no flush draw can save him. He's looking for one of the 2 remaining jacks.
River, another 5, and Tony G takes the second run.
Don't rush. Don't rush. We'll have to keep you in.
This is just agonizing to watch.
I want you to have a win. I want you to come back. Come back and show your fans that you're a great player.
Captain Hook doesn't really want to kill Peter Pan.
Flop number 3. Queen, queen, king, and Phil picks up some outs.
Ooh, now he needs a 10 and backdoor spades.
Well, that's actually better. There's 4 10s. There was only 3 jacks.
Well, it's not bad. It's not bad. Like the 10's out as well.
Even if Phil hits the 10, Tony can still make a full house.
Something. I mean, and then a backdoor flush.
No space gone.
I have a good feeling about this one, but the math is just so strong against. How can I get there?
Now you'll get there.
How can I get there?
You will. You will.
It's just too.
Everyone wants you to get there.
Turn 7, no help to Phil.
Okay, the last 10. 3 10s. You can take insurance too.
Yet another needle from Tony.
Our final river, Phil's gonna need a 10. It's a jack.
Whoa, you got there!
That's not cool.
No, he didn't.
No. Sorry. I was just joking, Phil. Did you believe me again? Was
No,
that
I
bad
didn't
etiquette
believe you.
too?
So Tony, look, you're loaning me 50,000, right?
Yeah.
Okay, look, I don't accept it.
Okay. No problem.
But good game, man.
All right, I'm sorry, Phil. I really am. I'm sorry. I think we should retire. I think it's over. I think you're not there anymore, Phil. I think you should take your coach, get a tandem bike, and get the hell out of here.
This is awful. What Tony's doing is horrific.
I think it's bike time. You know it. Take your man, and you boys start driving the bike like this. You guys are outclassed. You don't belong in this level, Phil.
Can you believe he lied about his hand?
Yeah,
Have you ever seen that in a high limit game in your life? Tell the truth.
It's extremely strong because it's something you would never do.
Action folds around to Doyle Brunson. Suited connectors raises to 2,800.
Doyle all of a sudden coming to life, maybe trying to get a little hot streak going.
Phil lock folds. Haven't heard much from Tony G so far.
I call.
Makes the call.
Tony G's had good luck with that hand in this game. On Monday night, he flopped trip jacks and raked in almost 200,000.
Ace 9 offsuit for the newly reformed Phil Hellmuth.
Phil thinking about making a move here.
I raised the pot.
A raise to 12,600. The loose cannon.
6, right?
Ooh, pair of Cowboys.
If there's ever a time to re-raise, this is it.
12-6.
Yep.
Call.
But just a call.
We have some cannon action over here.
Ernest just called 12,000 cold. Should be sending smoke signals into the sky.
Wow, started something.
He may be trying to set a trap by just calling, but by not re-raising, Ernest giving Doyle and Tony both better odds to call behind him.
But you can see Doyle's stack just 50 grand right now.
He's looking at 20% of his stack to call.
I know Tony's going to call it, so I might as well too.
Yeah. I love these big pots.
It's a very loose call from Doyle.
Tony calls.
Wow, what a sick hand this is. Four ways.
I'm landing on anyway next pot, so it's like a free roll for me.
It's the danger of smooth calling with kings. Ernest has let 3 other players into this pot.
The flop 9-10-9 trip 9s for Hellmuth.
Phil has flopped the Hellmuth out of it. Our loose cannon Ernest is in big trouble if he can't get away from this. And honestly, Chris, I don't see how he'll be able to.
Tony G is checked on over to Phil Hellmuth.
That flop looks like you, doesn't it?
No, Phil, I look like me.
Ernest very confident.
17,000.
Phil bets 17,000.
If you look like me, why you bet so much?
Ernest is actually asking the right question, but isn't looking for an answer.
Wow.
All he can see are those 2 kings.
$36,000.
I love you, Ernest.
I tried again. Well, I just can't.
Doyle folds.
I was gonna raise. So sick.
Tony G's out.
Wow.
This is almost certainly disaster for our loose cannon.
200,000.
What are you going to do if I move in? You going to call?
Phil, of course I have no choice but to, my brother.
You got aces or kings or something or what?
Man, if I had aces or kings, man, I'd be the man right now, wouldn't I?
This is why this show's so fun.
Boy, oh boy, I don't think I have a choice here. This is so sick. All right, I guess I'm all in.
I call. Kings.
I got 3 9s.
You gotta be kidding me. Okay, that's what I thought. Yeah,
What were you slow rolling him for?
Here, man.
Maybe at 10's full. I mean, he was so happy.
That was so
That
unreal.
was torture. I didn't mean to slow roll. Hold on. How many times do you want to deal it?
Oh, hey, thanks for asking me.
3 times?
Yeah, that's, huh?
3 times?
Yeah, run it 3.
3 times.
3 times.
3 times.
Yeah, that'll
You
work.
might win one of those 3.
Gee whiz, man.
Wow, and you straddled and everything. That was perfect.
You made it so much before the flop with ace 9.
Our loose cannon has 1 foot out the door.
You want to deal it 4 times?
When you asked him, you're going to call if I go all in, and he said yes, what percentage of you didn't believe that he was giving the straight dope there with that little bit left? Wasn't it like a
little bit left? He had
50,000
left.
That's one of the worst slow rolls I've seen in forever.
No, that's not.
When
a
you
slow
know
roll.
he's going to call because he says it.
You know,
and
Phil Locke, why don't you just stay out of it?
Because I'm right here and I
because
feel
because
bad.
you've been so far out of line to me, and every time we've played, and I'm just sick of it. So why don't you just mind your business?
12,600.
But he's right. It was a pretty sick slow roll.
I'm sorry, because I haven't done anything like that in my whole life.
Were you folding? I can't get away from this. The whole speech. The guy's already in.
He's already got 80%.
Let Doyle decide.
Doyle, you're the.
He had 50,000 more. Did he have 50,000 more? You want to? I'll bet he had at least 40,000 more.
He put in
You want to bet?
36,000.
I'll bet he had 40 more before you count and look.
74, 74,
What's the difference?
300.
How can he ever have that beat?
You want to deal it 4 times or what?
4 times?
Yeah, it gives you a better chance to win.
Damn sure do. Cool. Run him out, baby.
All right, 4 times.
4 times, need 2 kings. Wow, that's about
Or
a
you need
50,
spade,
50.
spade, queen, jack.
Hey, run a jack.
Spade.
Yeah, run a runner.
So we'll see the turn and river 4 times with each pot worth a shade under 50 grand. Run number 1, a jack of hearts.
Queen. Yeah, queen, king.
The river, an ace of diamonds. Round 1 goes to Hellmuth.
Phil Hellmuth is filled up and made a full house. He's locked up at least 25% of this pot.
Run 2. The turn, a king.
There we go.
Yeah.
Full house. That's what I'm talking about, baby. Get me down.
If you ran it twice, you got money back.
Damn. Oh, damn, I said 4 times, though. Damn, didn't I? Holy snap. I got to stand back up now. I thought it was only twice. Come on.
The river's a 3.
15% dog. Ernest has won the second pot.
So that's cool. I'm feeling good right now. Well,
You're still alive. You're still alive.
Our loose cannon will stick around. Round 3, a 7 of spades.
Everybody's rooting for a spade.
He can now hit a king or a spade to win this run.
The river, it is a spade.
Goddamn spade! Up 2-1. That's the loose cannon. He's up 2-1.
Why did you go for 4 times? You went for.
hey, man, I'm just thinking of more house, man.
Oh, this is like slow roll. One more time. One more time. Put a king ball out there.
Ernest Wiggins has now won half the pot.
This is the thing right here. This is it right here, man. This is like the action right here. Helmut loves it.
Yeah, I really like it.
Come on, one more. King. One more king.
The final run.
Ernest's odds continue to get worse and worse, but Phil looks sick anyway.
A queen on the turn.
Jack! There's a jack!
You want a jack? That
Jack,
would be
king.
fair.
King or a jack? One time. There's what? 3 jacks left?
Right now.
The final river card. It's a king.
That's real! He hit 3 out of 4! He hit 3 out of 4!
That's
with the worst hand! Why is everyone so happy except Phil? Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Huh?
Oh, yeah. That'll work.
If you do it once, you lose a whole lot. And every time you did it an extra time, you won a higher percentage of the pot. If you did it twice, 50%.
Phil deserved that. Doing that with ace-9.
Tony, can you please shut up?
The bike's coming.
Why? He's having fun.
I mean, come on, man. You just want to rub salt in my wound every time. Show some class. Show some class.
But the hand. You're a professional. You're not meant to play like that.
I thought he might have tons full. That's the way I think. Okay.
No,
now you want to make fun of me?
You're
That's
a
fine.
professional. Ace-9. That's
You want to
worse
make
than
fun of me?
King
That's
Jack.
fine.
That's worse than King Jack.
When you got so excited, I thought maybe you flopped tons full. That's all. So I mean, these people, they don't.
Would have been better off.
These people.
We got an A in. We're part of they again.
We're in the van.
Ask Doyle. Ask Doyle. I mean, this is the way I play poker. So
This is not a good move. You know I'm calling you with ace. What are you doing? You're putting 12% of your chips in.
I put in 74,000 like a 7-1 favorite. What do you want?
Thanks for watching this video. Make sure to subscribe for more awesome poker content. And check out this video. The YouTube algorithm seems confident you'll like it.